Reborn. I got married to my mother's best friend in a flash, and when my mother found out, Aunt Zheng, I can marry you. Marry me. As long as I can remember, Aunt Zheng has been like a white moonlight in my heart. She is not my relative, but she is closer to me than many people. I remember that time in the coffee shop. I saw her sitting opposite, facing the blind date who looked unreliable, and I almost couldn't help but rush over to stop it. She didn't know that every choice she made at that time was filled with pain and tragedy. That day, I rushed in breathlessly, and before I could finish my words, the air around me seemed to freeze. I will never forget Aunt Zhang's stunned expression. Her eyes were full of confusion, puzzlement, and even surprise. It all happened so fast that she didn't even have time to react. The man sitting opposite her stared at me angrily, as if he wanted to tear me to pieces with his eyes. "Who are you?" The man's angry voice broke the brief silence. I ignored his anger, just looked into Aunt Zhang's eyes and said softly, "Aunt Zhang, don't go on a blind date with him." Her eyes began to become complicated. At that time, I knew I had to change everything to avoid the tragedy from happening again. Because I remembered the pain in my previous life. I remembered the moment when she committed suicide by cutting her wrists because of a scumbag. I remember my mother almost falling into depression because she couldn't handle the loss of her loved ones. It hurts my heart to think about this. I saw a trace of struggle on her face and suddenly understood her thoughts. Aunt Zhang has been troubled by the pressure of forced marriage at home, and there is no sincere person around her. In her previous life, she chose the seemingly suitable man, but everything changed. But I know that if this continues, she will fall into that abyss again. "Aunt Zhang, I can marry you. Marry me." I didn't know how to explain my confession to her, because I knew that this might be her last hope. If I could prevent that tragedy, maybe she could have a different future. However, Aunt Zhang obviously didn't take this to heart. She smiled and showed a faint smile, as if she didn't care. But I saw a different emotion in her eyes. She didn't refuse, but she didn't agree either. "You Tao." She turned to look at me and suddenly asked, "How do you know he is a scumbag?" Her eyes were a little confused, and also with a hint of curiosity. I didn't know how to explain it. I couldn't tell her that I was reborn and knew what kind of pain she would experience in the future. So I made up an excuse. "I have a friend who was deceived by him, so I hurried to stop you from repeating the same mistake." She didn't seem to care about the blind date, but seemed a little moved by what I said. I knew that at this moment, Aunt Zheng was shaken. She no longer believed in those men outside, and began to consider me the one who had always been by her side. However, she also understood that the relationship between us could not cross that line. The following conversation let me know that she had not completely let go of that scumbag in her heart. Her mother's pressure to get married forced her to face it all, and she also knew that her life seemed to have been arranged long ago, and the day of marriage seemed to have become an inescapable fate. Her words on the phone made me feel distressed. The helplessness and loss made me want to do something for her. But her words also made me feel confused. "You Tao, you said you would marry me. Does that still count?" These words, like a key, opened the door in my heart. Ah, is it so sudden? I barely reacted. My mind was still blank. In a blink of an eye, I regained my sanity and nodded quickly. "It always counts." Aunt Zheng bit her lip lightly, with a hint of determination in her eyes. "Then see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 p.m. Remember to bring your ID card and household registration book." I nodded silently, my heart still buzzing. The atmosphere in the car seemed to freeze. Although from a certain perspective I was proposing, from another perspective, wasn't this also Aunt Zheng's way of coping with the pressure of forced marriage at home? I could feel Aunt Zheng's mood. After she calmed down for a short time, a trace of shame flashed in her eyes. I knew what she was thinking. She was going to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate with her best friend's son. Who could accept such an absurd thing? But I can understand her. In order to cope with her family's pressure to get married, she had to make a compromise. So she decided to get a marriage certificate and even comforted herself that this was just a temporary solution and she could get a divorce after this stage was passed. Aunt Zheng finally spoke. "You Tao, Aunt Zheng doesn't really want to marry you. She just wants to deal with the pressure from her family. After this is over, we can get a divorce. Of course, I also know that this is very unfair to you, and you will be labeled as divorced. Don't worry, Aunt Zheng will not treat you unfairly." I had guessed her plan a long time ago. Rebirth gave me the opportunity to know everything in advance. Although I was not surprised, I still said, "When my mother and I were in the most difficult time, you helped us through the difficulties, so there is no such thing as owing you anything." Aunt Zheng shook her head gently, a trace of bitterness on her face. "It's different. I ruined your life." I smiled and responded lightly, It's nothing, actually. Divorced men are quite popular these days. My words were a bit sarcastic, but I felt inexplicably relieved in my heart. If I can make use of my divorce status and this opportunity for rebirth, maybe I can really break through and achieve some different kind of success. You are really generous. Aunt Zheng rolled her eyes at me and continued, anyway, Aunt Zheng won't let you suffer any injustice. After we get the marriage certificate, I won't take you to meet my family right away. I will find a suitable time to bring you home. Do you think it's okay? All up to you. I shrugged, without any nervousness on my face. Then, she hesitated for a moment. Then should I take you back now? No need. I'll take a taxi back by myself. I opened the car door and prepared to get out. Just as I was about to leave, Aunt Zheng suddenly stopped me. Wait a minute, you Tao. Don't let your mother find out. I know, Aunt Zheng. I closed the car door and turned to leave. But in my heart, I couldn't help looking back and saw Aunt Zheng's eyes gradually blurring and a hint of bitterness passing through her brows. When I got home, I hurriedly searched for my household registration book, but I couldn't find it. Just when I was getting anxious, my mother suddenly came in, cursing as she walked into the house, staring at me. Cheng Cheng, what are you doing in my room? I hurriedly asked, Mom, where is the household registration book? Household registration book? What do you need it for? Chu frowned and looked at me warily. It's not easy for your father and I to raise you. You can't do anything bad. I smiled helplessly and quickly explained, I just plan to continue my studies and get a doctorate to increase my competitiveness. You know, these days, education is the key to wealth. Chu nodded, obviously satisfied. Mom is very happy that you have this idea. Don't worry, you are completely serious now, and Mom is not worried at all that you will go astray. After that, she took out the household registration book from the room and handed it to me. Do you have enough money on you? How about I transfer some to you? She asked with concern while handing me the household registration book. That's enough, Mom. I took the household registration book and hurried out of the house. Chuli returned to the sofa. She had just been angrily scolding the loser at the mahjong table, but now she smiled with relief. She began to think back to how I had hardly ever caused her any trouble since I became sensible, and I, carrying my mother Chuli's blessings and instructions, left home in a hurry. Just then, the sun was shining on the street, and Zheng Feifei was standing at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau waiting for me. I could see the nervous look in her eyes, and a complex emotion rose in my heart. Was she worried that I would run away at the last minute? I walked up to her and said apologetically, Auntie Zheng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay, I just got here too. She bit her lips slightly and said softly, let's go get the marriage certificate. I sat in the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau and looked around. I saw couples with happy smiles on their faces, but Zheng Feifei and I were the special ones. We didn't smile, and it could even be said that there was more of a sense of uneasiness and hesitation. Come closer, don't move so far away, it's not a divorce. The photographer's urging broke the confusion in my mind. Zheng Feifei stood a little stiffly, her shoulder touching mine, but it didn't make me feel any comfort. Instead, my heart was filled with a little discomfort and tension. Our wedding photos were very awkward. We didn't smile like everyone else, and the expressionless photos looked more like we were getting a divorce than getting married. When the staff handed us the marriage certificate, I could feel that the paper in Zheng Feifei's hand seemed so heavy that it made me breathless. She must have mixed feelings as she looked down at the document. From now on, she was not only my wife, but also a kind of relative to my mother-in-law. I can understand her uneasiness. After all, this is a hard reality to accept. She has always treated me as a junior, but now, our relationship has undergone such a huge change, suddenly from her best friend's son to her husband. I am afraid that even she herself cannot explain how much entanglement and confusion she must have. Should I buy you another car? She asked me softly, with an unnatural smile on her face. She was a wealthy woman, so any car or house was no problem for her. But when she gave me something like this, I just felt heavy in my heart. She cared about me so much and even gave me a bank card. I could feel her kindness, but I didn't know how to respond. I didn't need these things, and I didn't want her to think that I had changed because of her help. So I rejected her kindness and just smiled and said, I'm not short of money, and I also have subsidies for my doctoral studies. This was not to perfunctorily say this to her, but I really didn't want our relationship to deviate because of this. However, her insistence made me feel helpless for a moment, and she forced the gold card into my arms. I felt even more complicated, wanting to refuse, but afraid of hurting her feelings. Her kindness made me feel a little suffocated. but her concern for me also made it impossible for me to remain indifferent. When we said goodbye, Zhang Feifei was still confused. She hadn't fully accepted the reality of this marriage, and I didn't fully understand why I was standing here, spending such an incredible moment with her. She was still hesitating whether to tell her best friend, my mother Chuli. After returning home, she felt that the matter could not be concealed, so she decided to tell my parents in person. When she met my mother, she spoke cautiously and her heart was beating extremely fast. Zhang Feifei said softly, I have something to tell you. She lowered her head nervously and said, I got the marriage certificate. Her mother asked in surprise, why did you get married suddenly? Zhang Feifei explained, it was a man who proposed to me, and I agreed in a moment of confusion. The mother was angry and anxious. You are too impulsive. Zhang Feifei explained that he was of good character, but he was 7 years younger than her. The mother smiled and said, he is about the same age as my son. The mother looked at her good sister with a sly smile. Fei Fei, you are really amazing. You actually ate tender grass and found such a young boy. Good sister, I support you. Zhang Feifei lowered her head in embarrassment, her heart filled with shame. She didn't know how to face it, and ultimately she did not tell her mother the fact that we had obtained our marriage certificate. Zhang Feifei decided to repay her best friend, feeling guilty. She wanted to make up for her mistakes as much as possible and was ready to do something for Chuli. However, facing this sudden gift, Chuli was completely stunned. The house, which was originally worth 10 million yuan, was sold for only 1 million yuan, and a Mercedes-Benz was also given as a gift. This made her doubt several possibilities. First, Zhang Feifei was a philanthropist. Second, she had done something to let her down. Third, the villa might be a haunted house. Has anyone died in that villa? Chuli asked cautiously. Zhang Feifei was stunned, then shook her head and said seriously, Sister, don't get me wrong. I just thought that the villa was just sitting there, and since you were going to buy a house for you, Tao, I sold it to you. Actually, I wanted to give it to you as a gift, but I know your temper, so I'd rather let you pay a little, maybe 1 or 2 million as a token of my appreciation. Chuli rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Girl, you are playing tricks on me. I will pay you according to the price you paid for your villa. Of course, I can't afford that much money now. I will give you 3 million first, and the rest will be 700,000 per year. How about that? Zhang Feifei frowned and was about to speak when she was interrupted by Chuli. Feifei, you have helped me a lot. If I hadn't met you, I would still be working for someone else. Chuli held Zhang Feifei's hand and said softly, It's really your credit that I can open a beauty salon. You introduced so many clients to me. Chuli's beauty salon is very famous in the local area and has become the first choice for many wealthy wives. Zhang Feifei, as the president of a large company, often introduces others to her shop. Over time, the beauty salon has become a gathering place for local celebrities. Where is the car? Zhang Feifei asked in a low voice, somewhat unwilling to give up. Car? Chuli curled her lips. You mean Mercedes-Benz? You are still studying. Why are you driving such a nice car? Zhang Feifei bit her lip, feeling guilty. She didn't know what to do. She hesitated for a long time before saying, Yu Tao is studying for a doctorate at Xinda University. His home is so far from the school. It's actually quite convenient to have a car. Or you can buy a house near Xinda University. If you don't have enough money, I'll help you out. Chuli looked at her in confusion. Did you do something to offend me? She paused, giving me a car and a house. What are you implying? Zhang Feifei's heart suddenly tightened, and she replied awkwardly, How could I do anything to let you down? I was just thinking about you, Tao. After all, I'm his aunt. Isn't it okay for me to care about him? Chuli nodded and said with emotion, Chung Chung is so lucky to have an aunt like you. She paused and suddenly said with a smile, If possible, I want Chung Chung to recognize you as his godmother. Zhang Feifei was almost choked and quickly waved her hands. Sister, I think forget it. Don't talk about godmother anymore. Chuli smiled and then teased, You should focus on your man. Don't always be so nice to Chung Chung. Be careful that your man gets jealous. Zhang Feifei nodded, but her heart was filled with turmoil. She felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. What should I do? Sister Fong treats me as her own sister, but I secretly got a marriage certificate with her son. At the same time, Yu Tao was preparing materials for applying for a doctorate. He chose the most difficult doctorate exam, which required a high level of quality. Doctorates in this field usually have a certain number of core journal articles and need to pass a written test and an interview. As for his plans after rebirth, Yu Tao already had a general direction in mind. He planned to devote himself to academic research to make up for the regrets of his previous life. And he did have an advantage in this regard, because he could accurately grasp the dynamics of the cutting-edge field with the help of his memories of his previous life. Just then, Chuli returned home and called her son. Your Aunt Zheng has obtained the marriage certificate. Chuli patted the seat beside her, motioning Yu Tao to sit down, and then said, the other party is the same age as you. Hearing this, Yu Tao's heart suddenly trembled. He sat down next to his mother nervously and asked in a low voice, who did Aunt Zheng not tell you? She kept her mouth shut and refused to say anything, and I didn't ask. Chuli said softly, but I'm relieved that she finally figured it out. Although there is some suspicion of forced marriage, at least her lifelong event has been resolved. Chuli turned to look at Yu Tao and suddenly pinched his thigh. When do you plan to get married? Chuli asked seriously. Oh, Mom, it hurts. Yu Tao grimaced, let go. It hurts so much. Chuli let go of her hand and said unhappily, although I support you in getting a doctorate, you can't delay marriage. I tell you, you must get married by the age of 27 at the latest, otherwise the mother-son relationship will end here. Yu Tao suddenly had an idea, shrank his head, and asked cautiously, Mom, what kind of daughter-in-law do you have in mind? Well, Chuli paused, your Aunt Zheng is very good. You should follow her example in finding a girlfriend in the future. Yu Tao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly proposed, then I have a bold idea. How about I marry Aunt Zheng after she gets divorced? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the back of his head. What are you thinking, kid? Chuli glared at Yu Tao. Aunt Zheng just got the marriage certificate, and you're thinking about getting someone else's divorce? And Aunt Zheng is your aunt. What's the point of marrying her? Are you my brother-in-law or my son? Yu Tao touched the back of his head and explained awkwardly, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. How dare I hit on Aunt Zheng? Yu Tao knew that his mother would definitely reject the idea of marrying Zheng Feifei, but the problem was that he had already obtained a marriage certificate with Zheng Feifei. If she knew about it in the future, how would he face Chuli? He was a little worried that his mother would beat him to death. At this moment, Yu Tao's mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and found that a WeChat message had been sent to him. It was from Zheng Feifei. Yu Tao was a little confused when he saw the message from Zheng Feifei. Why did she contact me? Was it another money consolation from a rich woman? Who is it? Chuli, who was sitting next to him, saw her son in a daze and couldn't help but look in. Yu Tao quickly blocked her view so that she couldn't see the contents of the screen. Chuli frowned and asked earnestly, what's the matter? Shameful? Even hiding it from your own mother? It's okay, just a classmate. He stood up and walked into the bedroom silently, leaving his mother sitting alone on the sofa. Chuli's heart moved. This kid must be in trouble. She stared at her son seriously, thinking that he was probably in a relationship, and it must be a girl who sent him a message. Thinking of this, Chuli smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yu Tao returned to the bedroom and quickly typed a message on his phone. Yu Tao, Aunt Zheng, what's up? Soon, Zheng Feifei replied. Zheng Feifei, I was with your mother today, and she told me about getting the marriage certificate. Remember to keep it a secret, and don't let your mother know. I think she might not be able to accept it. Yu Tao didn't think much about it, and just replied, yeah. In fact, my mother was a little bit repulsive. I thought the conversation was over, but unexpectedly, Zheng Feifei sent another message. Zheng Feifei, what are you doing? Yu Tao was stunned for a moment, thinking, Aunt Zheng still wants to continue chatting? He decided to chat with her. After all, although Zheng Feifei looks strong, she is very fragile inside. Yu Tao, I am just preparing the application materials for my PhD. I have finished it, and will go to the university to submit them tomorrow. Zheng Feifei, that is impressive. Is this the end? Yu Tao was a little dissatisfied and continued to edit the message. Yu Tao, I am far behind you. To be honest, if I didn't study for a doctorate, I would work in your company. Zheng Feifei looked at the phone screen, smiled slightly, and continued to send messages. Zheng Feifei, after you graduate with your doctorate, you can come to work in my company, and I will arrange a senior position for you. But I don't think you will come. Maybe you will go to a national research institution to be a scientist? Zheng Feifei put down her phone and took a sip of wine. She looked slightly drunk and her eyes were blurry. She had not originally planned to look for Yu Tao, but on a whim, she inexplicably wanted to chat with him. She told herself that it was just to kill time. Her phone suddenly vibrated, and Zheng Feifei glanced at the screen with a slight smile on her face. Yu Tao, please accept my knee, Aunt Zheng. Aunt Zheng is really smart. Nothing escapes your eyes. Zheng Feifei smiled and responded mischievously. You are so talkative. Zheng Feifei, I'm a little tired. You should go to bed early, good night. Yu Tao, yeah, good night, Aunt Zhang. Zhang Feifei finished the last sip of wine and walked into the bathroom with light steps. A moment later, she was standing under the shower, the warm water washing over her body. Her thoughts were as tangled as the tide, and finally she decided to put on a thin silk nightgown, walked out of the bathroom, stood alone on the balcony, looking at the night, but her thoughts gradually drifted away. If Yu Tao was not Chu Lie's son, she would not feel so guilty. The next day, Yu Tao completed the registration procedures for Shunda University, prepared relevant materials, paid the fees, and went home. Doctoral registration review takes time, so he decided to plan his future path well. After deciding on his research direction, he decided to start with quantum communication. Yu Tao searched for information and thought about his plan. Quantum key distribution, improving efficiency, and striving to achieve practical application technology. If everything goes well, the Young Distinguished Scholars Award may beckoning to him. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the caller ID was Zhang Feifei. I'm at the gate of your community. Huh. Why did you come to me all of a sudden? Your mother is busy. I'll take you to dinner. She called you? I asked her. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Come out quickly. After hanging up the phone, Yu Tao hurriedly packed up and walked out of the house. At the gate of the community, he saw a Porsche Panamera. Zhang Feifei was wearing a black business suit, looking elegant and capable, mature and charming. Annie Zhang just got off work? Yeah. Zhang Feifei stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the car drove quietly to the destination. Along the way, the atmosphere was silent. I originally thought I was going to a restaurant, but as I drove along, I realized I was going in the wrong direction. This road seemed to be heading to her home. Chapter 7. He must be fooling around with a woman. What's going on? Didn't she take me to dinner? Why did she take me to her house? Could it be that Aunt Zhang herself is the meal she mentioned? That's what. This road seems to lead to your house, right? Yu Tao, who was sitting next to us, said cautiously, aren't we going to have dinner? Why are we going to your house? I'll cook for myself, Zhang Feifei said lightly. Can she cook? Why didn't I know this before? Yu Tao frowned and looked at Zhang Feifei who was driving. He felt a little apprehensive, fearing that he would be poisoned by her. After thinking for a while, he asked cautiously, Annie Zhang, can you really cook? How come I don't know? Is it edible? Zhang Feifei glanced at Yu Tao beside her and replied expressionlessly, your mother has eaten the food I cooked. Oh, that's fine. Yu Tao breathed a sigh of relief, his heart at ease. You seem to have no confidence in me. Do you think a woman like me should be ignorant of the world? Zhang Feifei said softly, I have been independent since I was a child. I can do a lot of things at home. Yu Tao, I am not only good at making money, I am much more capable than you think. Yes, yes, yes. My Aunt Zhang is really amazing. That girl is amazing. There are loud gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags waving, and huge crowds of people. Yu Tao smiled and praised. If anyone marries you as his wife, the ancestral graves will be filled with smoke. No, no, no. It should be all over the place. Little man. He is quite good at coaxing women. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips, a slight smile appeared between her brows, and she said softly, Didn't you marry me? Ask your mother whether the ancestral graves in her family have been blown up. This. I'll go home and ask her. Yu Tao smiled awkwardly and helplessly. For a time, the car returned to silence. Zhang Feifei was more embarrassed than Yu Tao about her slip of the tongue. She had been trying to avoid the issue, but she ended up bringing it up. She bit her lip and murmured, What do you like to eat? It will be all right. I'm not picky about food. Yu Tao shrugged and said absent-mindedly, Zhang Feifei responded and continued driving her car. For a long time, Yu Tao came to Zhang Feifei's home, a large flat of more than 200 square meters, which was decorated extremely luxuriously, but it was a bit deserted and gave people a feeling of emptiness. Sit wherever you like. I'll go to the kitchen and cook for you. Zhang Feifei said something and walked into the kitchen alone. Yu Tao sat on the soft sofa, playing with his mobile phone boredly. Then he turned his head and looked towards the kitchen. He saw Zhang Feifei wearing an apron and holding a kitchen knife, cutting vegetables skillfully. The movements were full of power and elegance. So you really can cook? Yu Tao was a little shocked. He never expected that the arrogant and cold female president could actually cook. Usually women like this don't know the difference between the 5 grains. But then again, Aunt Zhang is simply too perfect. She is an excellent woman who can both be a lady in the living room and go into the kitchen. No, she should be an excellent mature woman. Zhang Feifei, who was cutting vegetables, Annie Zhang, Let me help you. Before she agreed, he snatched the kitchen knife from her hand and quickly cut the vegetables on the chopping board. Zhang Feifei looked at him quietly, her lips slightly opened, but no words came out. Then she reminded him to use the knife safely and went to the stove to prepare cooking. Yu Tao, help me get the cumin powder and chopped parsley from the cabinet next to you. Okay, one. Yu Tao, take this dish out quickly and help me wash the pot. Yes, sir. Yu Tao, prepare the dishes and chopsticks. Once I finish cooking this dish, we can eat. Received one with the tacit cooperation of the two, for dishes and a soup soon appeared on the table. At this time, Zhang Feifei took off her apron, brought a bottle of red wine, and walked to her seat. Can you drink? Zhang Feifei asked. Come on. Yu Tao nodded, and then saw a goblet that was about to overflow was handed to him. So much? I can't drink much. Yu Tao said bitterly. This wine is not intoxicating. Zhang Feifei replied indifferently, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the food. You don't want to drink? Seeing that Zhang Feifei didn't pour herself a glass of wine, Yu Tao asked in confusion, do I drink it myself? I'm going to drive you back. Zhang Feifei said casually and continued eating the food on the table. This reason, I was speechless. Yu Tao also picked up the chopsticks, picked up the eggplant and put it into his mouth, and the next second, he was conquered by the taste. He didn't expect that the pretty rich woman next to him had such good cooking skills. TSK 1. It's so delicious one. Yu Tao looked at Zhang Feifei with surprise. Aunt Zhang, your cooking skills are comparable to the chefs in five-star hotels? Then you should eat more. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and muttered, this wine is pretty good. You should drink more too. Must one. Next. Yu Tao ate the food and drank the wine with big mouthfuls, losing himself in the wine and meat of the rich woman. After dinner, most of the dishes on the table were almost finished, including the bottle of expensive red wine. Zhang Feifei took out a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully. Then she looked at Yu Tao, who was sleeping on the side. Her plump red lips raised a slight arc, but soon a hint of sadness flashed between her brows. What to do? He's so drunk. How can I send him back? Or let him sleep at my place? Just as Zhang Feifei was hesitating, a cell phone rang on the dining table. It was Yu Tao's phone ringing. She leaned over to take a look and saw that it was her best friend calling. Didn't pick up. It rang again. Zhang Feifei still didn't answer. The next second her cell phone rang, and this time Zhang Feifei had to answer it. Feifei, do you know where my son is? This brat, I called him twice, but he didn't answer either of them. Chu Li said angrily on the phone. I didn't see him at home either. Zhang Feifei looked at Yu Tao, who was drunk, pursed her lips and whispered, maybe he had something urgent to do and his phone was not with him. Sister Yu Tao is 24 years old and has her own social circle. Don't worry too much. He must be fooling around with some woman. Chu Li snorted coldly and said seriously, Feifei, you may not know yet. Someone sent him a WeChat message yesterday and then deliberately avoided me. I guess the other party must be a woman. Well, so embarrassing. The woman who sent WeChat messages to your son yesterday was me, and the woman who was fooling around with your son today was also me. At this time, Zhang Feifei bit her lips tightly, her face full of shame, guilt, and helplessness. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, He has a MILF complex. Chapter 8, He has a MILF complex. Sister, you were still looking forward to Yu Tao finding you a daughter-in-law yesterday. Why are you so unhappy now? Zhang Feifei bit her lips tightly and said in a squeaking voice. The main thing is that I don't know what the other person looks like. What if she's a messy girl? What can I do then? Chu Li sighed and said earnestly, Feifei, find some time to ask him for me. He listens to you very much. He will definitely tell you if you ask him. I. Zhang Feifei looked at Yu Tao, who was drunk, and replied softly, let him tell you about this kind of thing himself. If only he could tell me. Chu Li complained angrily. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and calmly comforted her. It's normal for children to have their own thoughts when they grow up. I think what you need to do now is to stay calm. When the time is right, Yu Tao will naturally tell you. Chu Li on the phone sighed deeply and murmured, Okay, I'll listen to you. As soon as the voice fell, after a pause, he continued, Do you have time now? Do you want to go shopping together? I now. Zhang Feifei looked at Yu Tao, who was drunk beside her, opened her mouth and was about to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by her best friend. How about I come to your house and sit for a while? Hearing what her best friend said, Zhang Feifei was so scared that she trembled all over and said hurriedly, Let's go shopping together. I haven't been shopping for a long time. That's fine. Just go to the Starry Sky Business Hall we visited last time. Um, Hang up the phone. Zhang Feifei let out a long sigh, but soon began to wonder what to do with this handsome young man. She couldn't just let him lie there like that, could she? After thinking it over, she decided to help him to the sofa first and make plans after she came back. Yu Tao, Yu Tao, wake up quickly. Andy will help you lie down on the sofa for a while. Zhang Feifei tried to wake up the drunk Yu Tao, but there was no response after she pushed him. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly squatted down, put one of his arms on her shoulders, and helped him up from the chair. Why is it so heavy? But his body is quite solid. Zhang Feifei blushed as she slowly helped Yu Tao to the sofa, and then considerately found a blanket from the bedroom to cover him. Zhang Feifei was not in a hurry to leave. She sat on the side and drank water. When she put down the glass in her hand, her eyes couldn't help but glance at her best friend's son who was lying there. Suddenly, her thoughts wandered a little and an indescribable emotion surged from deep in her heart. I didn't pay much attention to him usually, but now I just look at him quietly. It turns out that Yu Tao is so handsome. When I think about it carefully, he does meet my standards for a partner. He is tall, handsome, smart, gentle, and quite good at coaxing people. He can make people laugh from time to time. It's a pity that he is Sister Fongfong's biological son. If you and Sister Fongfong are not mother and son, maybe I might try to be with you. Zhang Feifei couldn't help but stretch out her hand and gently stroke Yu Tao's face. But after a few seconds, the pretty rich woman trembled all over and suddenly pulled her hand back. Her cold and charming face had already turned red. Me? What was I doing just now? Why did I touch his face? Zhang Feifei didn't know what reason to use to explain what had just happened. In short, it all happened too suddenly, to the extent that it was impossible to guard against it, and it was impossible to explain this behavior with normal thinking. Maybe it's reminding me that I should find a man. Zhang Feifei bit her lip and muttered as quietly as a mosquito. In a large shopping mall, Chu Li was holding the arm of her best friend Zhang Feifei, and the two were strolling aimlessly on the street. Feifei, what kind of person do you think the girl who is dating Cheng Cheng is? Chu Li asked casually. I have no idea. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and asked softly, Sister, what does your ideal daughter-in-law look like? Chu Li smiled slightly. Of course I used you as a template, and the brat thought so too. You may not know that Cheng Cheng likes you very much. There is a word called goddess now, and you are Cheng Cheng's goddess. If it were in the past, Zhang Feifei would have just smiled and let it go. But now after hearing what her best friend said, she inexplicably felt a surge of emotion in her heart. No wonder he said that. He used to say that he was afraid I would rush into marriage and do something irrational. It turns out that this was his inner monologue. What a little bad guy. Will he like my cold and aloof personality? Zhang Feifei murmured. Of course. Chu Li held her best friend's arm tightly and said mysteriously, Let me tell you, Cheng Cheng has a little bit of a mature woman complex. In other words, he likes women who are older than him and have plump bodies. Yeah. Zhang Feifei raised her eyebrows slightly and said leisurely, Sister, there are so many mature women in your beauty salon. Please introduce one to him. What nonsense are you talking about? Those women are the same age as me, and most of them are married. Chu Li rolled her eyes and said unhappily. After that, she reached out and gently pinched her best friend's waist. Feifei, when did you become a bad person? How dare you make fun of me? Chu Li said angrily. No. Zhang Feifei replied awkwardly. You said it yourself. Yu Tao has a complex about mature women. I just thought that your beauty salon has so many mature women customers. Isn't it just right? You little girl. I didn't expect that after getting the marriage certificate, you actually started to become bad. Chu Li poked her best friend's waist and pretended to be angry and said, You've started to tease me. Let's see if you dare to do it again. Do you dare to do it again? The two sisters were playing like this until they passed a store selling men's jackets. Go in and take a look. Chu Li pulled her best friend in. What's so good about a place that sells men's jackets? Zhang Feifei was a little reluctant. Hey, I'm buying it for my son and you're buying it for your husband, so it's just right to buy it together. Chu Li replied. Final. Zhang Feifei was still dragged in. After a long time, when the two came out of the store, each holding a bag in his hand. Go home or go shopping again? Chu Li asked. I plan to go back. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and said softly, I have something to deal with tomorrow. That's fine. The two sisters parted ways in the parking lot and drove their own cars home. When waiting at a red light, Zhang Feifei looked at the shopping bag thrown on the passenger seat, wondering what to do with it. Give it to you, Tao? That would be telling Sister Fongfong that my husband is her son. Got it. Suddenly, Zhang Feifei had an idea, and a brilliant idea flashed through her mind. Inside a villa in a high-end residential area, Zhang Xinghua was sitting on the sofa with his lover watching TV when his cell phone rang. Zhang Xinghua glanced at the caller and hurriedly picked up his phone. Dad won. I bought you a jacket. When he heard that it was his daughter's voice and that she had bought him a jacket, Zhang Xinghua's face showed the smile of an old father. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. I'm afraid he has already been plotting something bad. Chapter 9. I'm afraid he has already been plotting something bad. Who's calling? Zhang Xinghua's wife Chu Chunyan saw her husband answering a phone call with a smile on his face and asked curiously. My daughter called and said she bought me a jacket and sent it to me right now. Zhang Xinghua said with a smile. You are indeed my sweet little girl. You even know how to buy clothes for your dad. That's great. Daddy doesn't love you in vain. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Don't be too happy too soon. As the saying goes, no one comes to the temple for no reason. There must be something else waiting for you here. Yo yo yo. My daughter is so good to me. Are you jealous? Zhang Xinghua looked at his wife's slightly angry expression and said with a smile on his face, I'm thankful that she didn't piss me off to death. Chu Chunyan curled her lips and said angrily, She's already over 30 years old. She doesn't even have a boyfriend. She always makes excuses. If I want to say a few words to her, she'll turn her face away. As soon as the voice fell, she reached out and pinched her husband's waist hard. It's all your fault, one. My daughter has become what she is now, all because of you, as a father who spoiled her. Chu Chunyan shouted angrily. Facing his wife's accusation, Zhang Xinghua was speechless, because that was the fact. He smiled awkwardly. Okay. She will find a man eventually, but she hasn't met him yet. When she does, I think Feifei will get married. Snort. You'll be on her side. Chu Chunyan let go of her hand and glared at her husband fiercely. After an unknown amount of time, the doorbell rang. Zhang Xinghua knew that his daughter had come, so he quickly got up and opened the door. Dad, the clothes I bought for you. Seeing her father, Zhang Feifei handed the bag in her hand to him. Okay. Taking the bag from his daughter, Zhang Xinghua smiled like an old father and said, Come in and sit for a while. Your mother and I are watching TV. No. I have something else to do tomorrow, so I won't come in. Please talk to my mom. After Zhang Feifei finished speaking, she turned around and left. After getting into her car, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away at high speed. Where's your daughter? Chu Chunyan saw that only her husband was there, but her daughter was nowhere to be seen. She asked in confusion, Are you leaving now? She has something to do tomorrow, so she won't come in to sit. Zhang Xinghua returned to the sofa with the bag, glanced at his wife, and said earnestly, Look at you. You have forced your daughter to not come in. There must be a bottom line for forcing marriage. In recent years, many parents have forced their children to death because of forced marriage. You know it. Chu Chunyan pursed her lips and said angrily, Do you think I want this? Do you think I am willing to do this? You don't care about anything and leave all the problems to me, and then ask me to take responsibility for the problems. Fine. From now on, I will no longer care about my daughter's marriage. You go and take care of it. Why do you get angry after hearing just 2 words from you? Seeing that his wife was about to give up, Zhang Xinghua had no choice but to give up. He opened the shopping bag in his hand, took out a brand new jacket from it, and praised it highly. Not bad. It's the style I like. While talking, get up and try it on. Huh. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Why is this jacket so small? Although Zhang Xinghua hadn't put it on yet, he already felt that the size was wrong when he got it in his hand. He couldn't help but wonder, even if my daughter got the size wrong, it shouldn't be so wrong. Let me see. Chu Chunyan took the jacket, looked at it carefully, and then looked at her husband's fat body, muttering to herself, It doesn't look like it was bought specifically for you. On the contrary, this one is more suitable for a young man. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Chunyan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to her husband, Is it possible that this jacket was originally bought by Feifei for a young man, but because of something else, this jacket was given to you? You mean, our daughter has a man? Zhang Xinghua asked in disbelief. I'm just saying maybe. Chu Chunyan looked at the jacket in her hand and said meaningfully, I'll find a chance to get a hold of her. Zhang Feifei returned to her home and saw Yu Tao still slumped on the sofa, but the blanket that was originally covering him had fallen to the ground. She walked silently towards the sofa, bent down to pick up the blanket and covered him with it, then picked up his mobile phone and unlocked it with his fingerprint. I found my best friend's WeChat and started typing a message. Yutao, Mom, I'm not going home tonight. After sending, Zhang Feifei bit her lips tightly, her brows full of guilt towards her best friend. Sister Fong Fong, my sister didn't lie to you on purpose. It was because of me. Anyway, if you forgive me again, I won't lie to you again. This time, Yutao's cell phone rang, and his best friend called directly to ask about it. Don't dare to answer. Zhang Feifei hung up the call silently. Yutao, it's not convenient for me to answer the phone now. I will explain it to you tomorrow. Then, Zhang Feifei helped Yutao turn off the phone, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. Just a moment later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. When the pretty rich woman came out again, she had changed into a light pink nightgown made of gauze. She took light steps, carrying her heavy body, and tremblingly returned to the sofa in the living room and sat next to Yutao. Looking at him quietly, looking at this handsome, strong and handsome young man, I couldn't help but feel waves rising in my heart. I will marry you. You marry me. The words he once said to me echoed in my mind. Combined with what Sister Fong Fong said today, I was afraid that the little scoundrel had been planning something bad for a long time. Do you really like it? Or do you just want to covet your aunt's body? Zhang Feifei reached out and pinched her best friend's son's face and questioned him angrily. It's not surprising that Zhang Feifei had this idea, because Chuli said that her son liked older but plump women, and she happened to meet this standard perfectly. Back to your bedroom. Zhang Feifei tossed and turned in bed, not feeling sleepy at all. Every time she closed her eyes, a feeling of guilt towards her best friend would sweep over her body. Thinking about it, Zhang Feifei picked up her phone, found a number and called. Hello? What can I do for you, beautiful CEO? A playful woman's voice came from the phone. Hardworking. Is there anyone with you? Zhang Feifei asked in a low voice. I'm home alone. Song Qin said softly. What's the matter? I want to ask a question. Zhang Feifei bit her lip and whimpered. I have a friend who got a marriage certificate with her best friend's son, and she kept it a secret from her best friend. Speaking of which, he asked cautiously, do you think my friend is a bad one? End of this chapter. Chapter 10. Buy me a pair of underwear. Chapter 10. Buy me a pair of underwear. After hearing what her best friend said, Song Qin was silent for a long time, and then she said cautiously, Ruru, tell me honestly, is this friend you? Zhang Feifei, who was lying on the bed, trembled all over and could not wait to refute. No, it's not me. It's really not me. It's a friend of mine. It's really a friend. Qin, you have to believe me. I would not do such a thing. Come to think of it. Song Qin smiled and said softly, this is actually normal. Falling in love with a best friend's son is not uncommon in society. There is a saying on the internet that as long as you are not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. The problem is, Zhang Feifei bit her lip and stammered. My friend feels very guilty now. She feels very guilty towards her best friend. Do you have any way to relieve this feeling of guilt? Well, if you let your friend give her best friend a grandson, I think all problems can be solved, Song Qin replied. This. I'm afraid this won't work. Zhang Feifei sat up, one hand tightly grasping a corner of the quilt, almost twisting it into a knot, and muttered. She got a marriage certificate with her best friend's son. She was forced to do so. She couldn't find a good man around her, so she could only start with someone she was familiar with. You should understand what I mean, right? It's an agreement to get a marriage certificate. I understand. If this is the case, my advice is to be lenient to those who confess and be strict to those who resist. Song Qin said, if you continue to hide it, the truth will be exposed one day, and then there will be no turning back. Frank? I don't dare. I don't have the courage. Zhang Feifei hesitated for a long time and said slowly, is there any other way? Way? What is the solution? You mean the way to relieve guilt? Song Qin replied helplessly, Sister, I am a cardiovascular doctor, not a relationship expert. You ask me how I know this. Besides, this is someone else's business. Why do you care so much? Concern me. I usually care about you. Zhang Feifei curled her lips and muttered softly. Yeah. Why don't I feel anything? Song Qin said resentfully, you come to me when you have something to do, but ignore me when you have nothing to do. It's been half a month since we last met, right? Tell me honestly, have you thought of your good sister? You know I'm a little busy at work. Zhang Feifei said awkwardly, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I have to go to work tomorrow. Song Qin said unhappily, you bad woman. You clearly knew it was my day off, but you still deliberately asked if I was free tomorrow. Is there any sister like you? After that, Song Chin took a deep breath and said quietly, let's make an appointment next time when we both have time. Um, then you should rest early. Hang up the phone. Zhang Feifei lay back on the bed, staring straight at the ceiling above her head, her mind in a mess. At the same time, after finishing her phone call with her best friend, Song Chin sat alone on the sofa in her home. A variety show was playing on the TV screen, but her eyes were fixed on her mobile phone. Facing the inexplicable call from Zhang Feifei, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. Ruru, does she have any other best friends besides me? Sister Fong Fong 1. Song Chin stood up suddenly, her face full of disbelief, and she was even a little at a loss. No. Did Ruru and Sister Fong Fong's son get the marriage certificate? The more Song Chin thought about it, the more possible it seemed. In order to verify her guess, she immediately opened her address book and found Chu Li's number. Just as she was about to call her, she silently locked the screen. Since Ruru could do such a thing, even if I asked Sister Fong Fong, she would definitely be kept in the dark. Of course, there is another possibility. It really happened to her friend. It shouldn't be that serious. Song Chin shook her head and forced herself to dismiss this ridiculous idea. But to be honest, if Zhang Feifei really got married with Sister Fong Fong's son, it would be too exciting. The next morning, Yu Tao, who was still asleep, slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the sofa in Aunt Zheng's house. Then a severe headache swept through his body. Ouch, I should have known not to drink so much. Yu Tao held his forehead and muttered to himself in pain. After adapting for a while, Yu Tao sat up from the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, drank it all in one gulp, and then sat there in a daze. Yu Tao did not care too much about lying on the sofa in Aunt Zheng's house. It is easy to guess why. This time, Zhang Feifei, dressed in a professional suit, walked out of the bedroom and saw that her best friend's son had woken up. She said softly, "Awake? Are you still feeling bad?" "Aunt Zhang, I don't feel uncomfortable anymore." Yu Tao looked at Zhang Feifei and said awkwardly but politely, "I'm sorry to trouble you." "No problem." Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and said, "I turned off your phone. Please turn it on yourself. By the way, I sent a message to your mother using your phone. Please read the chat history and make up a suitable lie." "Oh." Yu Tao reached out for his cell phone, turned it on, and looked through the chat history between Aunt Zhang and his mother. He was speechless for a moment. Finished. "I'm sure I'll be beaten when I get home." Just when Yu Tao was helpless, his cell phone rang. The caller was from an unknown number, but the number was from the local area. "Hello? I'm Yu Tao." "What one?" Yu Tao's body trembled, and he said excitedly, "Passed so quickly? Okay, one. I'll report now." After hanging up the phone, he said to Zhang Feifei, "Aunt Zhang, can I take a bath at your house?" "As you like. Just treat it as your own home." Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and asked in confusion, "What was that on the phone just now?" "My application for a doctorate has been approved. I'm going to report to Shunda University now. But I need to take a shower first, otherwise I'll reek of alcohol." Yu Tao stood up and walked towards the bathroom. He walked into the bathroom, quickly took off his clothes, and stood under the shower to rinse his body. While washing, he suddenly thought of something. Yu Tao looked down at his wet underwear and was petrified. What a tragedy. I forgot to take off my underwear. What should I do now? Not wearing it? But I'm wearing jeans. It would be a shame if I didn't wear them. On the other side, Zhang Feifei was sitting on the sofa drinking hot water. She had the habit of drinking hot water in the morning. Then, she heard her best friend's son calling out from the bathroom. "Aunt Zhang, do you have any underwear?" Zhang Feifei was stunned for a moment, then replied calmly, "Yes, but they are all ladies." "Well, what is that? Can you help me buy a pair of underwear?" Zhang Feifei was stunned. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Then wait a minute. Zhang Feifei stood up and walked towards the door. However, not long after she went out, Zhang Feifei came back with a blushing face. Yu Tao was taking a shower and waiting for Zhang Feifei to come back from buying underwear when there was suddenly a knock on the door. "Yu Tao, I'll leave the underwear at the door. You can get it yourself." Yu Tao was confused at this time. "So fast? Got a minute?" Quickly wiping the water stains on his body, Yu Tao stepped out of the shower area, opened the bathroom door, and reached through the gap to touch the underwear. When he saw the underwear in his hand, he was almost dumbfounded. Obtain. Brand new black hollow lace panties X1. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Isn't this my best friend's underwear? Chapter 11. Isn't this my best friend's underwear? Yu Tao looked at the brand new black lace panties in his hand. His eyes widened for a moment, His eyes were full of surprise and disbelief, and he was even a little caught off guard. Here, here, here. How can I get a pair of women's underwear? Yutao was almost going crazy at this time and asked Aunt Zheng to buy him a pair of underwear, but he ended up receiving a pair of women's lace underwear. Aunt Zheng? Aunt Zheng? Yutao opened the door a crack and called out cautiously, Hey, hey, did you take the wrong thing? Zheng Feifei, who was sitting on the sofa, pursed her lips and murmured, I suddenly remembered that the convenience store nearby doesn't sell underwear, so I gave you my own clothes. But don't worry, this one is brand new and has never been opened. Is this a brand new, unopened question? Is this a perverted question? I am a man who stands tall and proud, and if people knew that I was asked to wear a pair of lace underwear, they would laugh their heads off. Aunt Zheng, Yutao opened his mouth and said bitterly, I am a grown man wearing women's underwear. I feel extremely perverted. Zheng Feifei bit her lip and whispered softly, I'm not asking you to wear it outside. Underwear is worn inside. If you don't show it to others, they won't know you're wearing a pair of women's underwear. That's true. But, Yutao lowered his head and looked at the lace panties in his hand, his heart full of hesitation and helplessness. If he didn't wear them, his balls would be torn, and if he put them on, he would become a pervert. My goodness, this is pushing me into a desperate situation. Are there any cotton ones? Yutao asked quietly, I can't accept this lace. No, they are all of this type. Zheng Feifei answered, the blush on her face spreading to her neck and ears. Do you usually dress this sexy? Yutao was stunned for a moment, picked up the underwear in his hand and took a look. Then he couldn't help but think of the image of Zheng Feifei wearing hollow lace underwear. Although Yutao claimed to be a gentleman, sometimes he couldn't resist Zheng Feifei's kind of indescribable mature charm. Although I have never seen Zheng Feifei's plump body, from the way she dresses every day, I can vaguely see her curves and curves. I can imagine what kind of curves and curves are hidden under the serious formal attire. I didn't think much about it. I just said it briefly. After coming to his senses, Yutao hesitated again and finally put on the underwear humiliatingly. However, although it was humiliating, at least it protected his fragile crotch. When he walked out of the bathroom, Zheng Feifei looked up at him. Seeing the embarrassed and angry expression on her best friend's son's face, she knew that the young man had finally compromised, and she couldn't help but raise a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Put on some perfume. Hide the smell of alcohol on your clothes and pants. Zheng Feifei reminded considerately. Oh. Yutao nodded. When everything was ready, the two left the house together. On the way to Shenda, Yutao sat in the passenger seat, his butt twisting back and forth, his face full of pain. How? There's a needle on the seat? Zheng Feifei glanced at him beside her and asked lightly. Look. Yutao replied awkwardly. It's too tight, a bit uncomfortable. You're too big. Zheng Feifei replied casually, but soon realized that there was something wrong with her words, and it was a serious problem. For a time, the atmosphere in the car fell into a silent silence, and even the other person's breathing could be heard. Zheng Feifei blushed and explained hesitantly, I mean your butt is too big, so it's tight. I didn't think wrongly. Yutao smiled and answered softly. No? You really don't have any wrong thoughts? Zheng Feifei secretly glanced at the little man beside her, and when she saw him trying to hold back a smile, her delicate face instantly became even redder. Little rascal. He also said that he had no wrong thoughts. In the following time, the two did not have much communication until they arrived at the gate of Shenda University. Yutao was about to get off the car when Zheng Feifei suddenly spoke. You can come to my house if you have nothing to do. Zheng Feifei said softly, just think of it as coming to talk to me. Before Tao could react, the pretty rich woman stepped on the accelerator and drove away, leaving him standing there at a loss. Yutao did not expect that his doctoral application would be approved so quickly, but he has only passed the preliminary review, and there is still a re-examination waiting for him. After completing the relevant procedures, he left the Shanghai University campus and took a taxi straight to his home. It was already noon when he got home. He rushed into the bathroom immediately, took off his clothes, including the black lace underwear, took another shower, put on loose shorts, and collapsed comfortably on the sofa. Ouch! It feels so good. This kind of swaying feeling is so good that it's almost killing me. Yutao crossed his legs and murmured to himself. Maybe he was not completely sober yet and fell asleep again without knowing it. Sudden, the door was opened and Chuli walked in from outside. When she saw her son who did not return home at night, a nameless anger surged in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. There was nothing she could do because he was her own son after all. She found a blanket to cover him and walked silently towards the bathroom. Then she saw clothes scattered on the floor. She picked up a piece of clothing and put it to her nose and sniffed. A faint scent of perfume filled her nose. It seems. My son did stay with a woman last night. Chuli sighed. Even though she felt bad, she suddenly felt a little excited when she thought about being able to hold her eldest grandson in her arms. Why? That's good. Become a grandmother sooner and hold your lovely grandson in your arms sooner. Chuli continued to pick up the pants on the ground, and then she saw a pair of underwear that did not belong to her son. Black, lace, sexy panties. Stinky boy one. Why did you secretly take someone's underwear back? Chuli picked up the underwear, feeling embarrassed and a little worried at the same time. Was this something the brat wanted, or was it given to him by the other party? Although the results are the same, the nature is completely different. But why do you look so familiar? Chuli frowned and looked at the underwear in her hand carefully. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that she had seen it somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember where. Just as she was confused and hesitant, she suddenly shivered all over and her face was full of panic. This empty lace. Such a sexy style. That Feifei bought for herself when we were shopping together last month? End of this chapter. Chapter 12 today, I will kill my relatives for the sake of justice. Chapter 12 today, I will kill my relatives for the sake of justice. Although more than a month has passed, Chuli is very sure that the underwear in her hand is the one bought by her best friend. Because at that time, she also took the opportunity to make fun of Jing Feifei, saying that she was trying to seduce men. After all, such a seductive style was not what her best friend was like. Although Zhang Feifei's drawer was basically full of lace panties, there was not a single piece so bold and sexy as this. How did Feifei's underwear appear here? Chuli frowned, her face full of helplessness. Could it be that Chung Chung stole it? When this thought came into her mind, Chuli's heart almost sank. She couldn't help but imagine her son being thrown into prison, then put on prison clothes and taken directly to the execution ground. What awaited her son was a just execution. As the trigger was pulled, her son fell to the ground. With a plop, Chuli slumped to the ground, the light no longer in her eyes. It's gone. I raised my son in vain, and I never expected that after all the hard work and effort in bringing him up, I would end up having to send him off before me. After being sad for a while, Chuli stood up from the ground with difficulty. Although things had already come to this, she had to find a way to remedy the situation. Otherwise, she would have to watch her son go to jail. But how could she remedy the situation? Chuli stood there lost in thought. She thought of countless ideas in her mind, but rejected them one by one. Just when she was in despair, her son's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Mom, you're home so early? Chuli regained consciousness and rushed out of the bathroom angrily. She did not rush to confront her son, but went into the kitchen, got a kitchen knife, and ran straight to her son. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing his furious mother walking towards him viciously with a kitchen knife in her hand, Yu Tao was almost scared to death and quickly hid behind the sofa. I'm going to kill you today, you little brat. This will be considered a contribution to society. Chuli waved the kitchen knife in frustration. Of course, she didn't really want to kill him, but just use this method to achieve the effect of deterrence in the early stages. No. What happened to me? Yu Tao dodged hurriedly and asked in confusion. Are you talking about me not coming home last night? I was drinking with my friends outside, and then I got drunk. My friend helped me get a room, and I stayed in the hotel all night. I woke up halfway and sent you a WeChat message, and then I turned off my phone because it was running out of battery. We'll talk about this later. What I'm talking about now is the underwear. Chuli gave up chasing, took the underwear in her other hand to her son, and asked seriously, Explain to me, what's wrong with this pair of underwear? It's over. I forgot to throw it away. Seeing the underwear in his mother's hand, Yu Tao knew that something bad had happened. He felt extremely regretful, but since it had already happened, there was no point in regretting it. He gritted his teeth and replied, Mom, listen to my explanation. Actually, this is what happened. Line 1. Then I'll listen to your explanation. Chuli sat on the sofa, then pointed to the seat next to her and said, Sit here and explain to me. Isn't it bad? Yu Tao shrank his head and reminded carefully, Throw away the kitchen knife first. What nonsense. Get over here right now. Chuli yelled angrily. Yu Tao curled his lips, walked to his mother's side dejectedly, sat down cautiously, and murmured in reply. I know you are very anxious now, but don't be anxious, Mom. In fact, The course of this matter is very simple, just a few sentences. As for what the words were, it was nothing more than those words. So the course of the matter is not important, and then, stop one. Do you think I have Alzheimer's disease? Chuli glared at him. Is there any meaning in what you said? It's all nonsense. Speaking of which, he took a deep breath and said seriously, since you are unwilling to tell the truth, I will not show mercy either. This pair of underwear one. Chuli threw the black lace panties on the coffee table, pointed at them and asked, is this panty your Aunt Zheng's? Yu Tao was so frightened that his whole body froze, as if time had stopped at that moment. No, no. Yu Tao, who had regained consciousness, quickly denied it. How could this be Aunt Zheng's underwear? Mom, even if your son is extremely daring, he wouldn't do such a thing. If you really don't believe it, call Aunt Zheng and ask her if she's missing a pair of underwear. Looking at her son's righteous expression, Chuli began to doubt whether her initial idea was correct. After thinking for a while, she asked seriously, where did this pair of underwear come from? Who cares where it came from? It's not Aunt Zheng's anyway. Yu Tao curled his lips and muttered softly. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw my mother holding a kitchen knife, looking ferocious, and I immediately changed my words. My friend bought me a pair of underwear like this on purpose. My underwear got wet at the time, and I forgot to take it off when I took a shower, so I had no choice but to wear this pair. This reason. It does have some credibility. Julie frowned, thought for a while, took out her cell phone and called her best friend. Soon, the call was connected. Fei, are you busy now? Julie asked softly. Not busy. Sister, is there anything I can do for you? Zhang Fei said slowly. You. Julie hesitated for a long time, glanced at her son beside her, covered her phone and whispered, did a pair of your underwear get stolen? Last month, you and I went shopping, and you suddenly bought a pair of very, very bold styles. At that time, I even teased you whether you were going to seduce men. Zhang Fei, who was sitting in the office, was instantly frightened and her face turned pale. It was impossible that Sister Fongfong would ask about this matter for no reason, unless she saw the underwear Yu Tao was wearing. Little rascal, how did your mother find out about this? Zhang Fei was anxious, angry and helpless at this moment. She bit her lips tightly and murmured, I really don't know. I haven't worn it since I bought it, so it shouldn't have been stolen. After all, no outsiders have come to my house. The voice ends here. Zhang Fei suddenly had an idea and decided to teach that careless little scoundrel a lesson. She then said, Yu Tao came to my house a few days ago. Her anger had almost died down, but Zhang Fei's words ignited Chu Li's anger again. Okay, I see. Chu Li hung up the phone with gritted teeth, then sat there in silence. Mom, can you clear my name now? Yu Tao, who didn't know the seriousness of the matter yet, now had a look of uprightness on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, do you want to come to my house? Chapter 13, do you want to come to my house? Yu Tao, who thought the truth was out, looked at his mother's silence and thought she was ashamed. As her own son, he naturally wanted to add fuel to the fire. After coughing twice, he taught her earnestly, Mom, I have a few words to criticize you here. Don't jump to conclusions without knowing the truth. You've wronged your own son, haven't you? Yu Tao curled his lips and continued, but forget it this time. Next time you must be careful. You can distrust others, but you must trust your own son. Chu Li slowly turned her head and looked at her son, whose face was full of righteousness. The anger in her eyes was almost about to burst out. What's going on? Why does this make me even more angry? Yu Tao shrank his head and asked cautiously, what's wrong? Isn't the truth out? Why are you still so shameless? As soon as the words fell, Chu Li picked up the kitchen knife on the coffee table and shouted angrily, I will kill you little bastard today. Oh shit. Sorry Lang. Seeing his mother coming at him aggressively, Yu Tao immediately dodged and ran away, anxiously asking, Mom, am I not being wronged? Why do you want to sacrifice your own family for the sake of justice? Didn't Aunt Zhang tell you the truth? Unjust? What are you being wrongly accused of? Chu Li stopped and gritted her teeth and said, although your Aunt Zheng doesn't know whether it was lost, she said that you went to her house a few days ago. I asked you what you did at her house. Did you go to steal underwear? Went to her house a few days ago? Wait, this is not right. I was just reborn a few days ago, and I was busy helping Aunt Zheng drive away the scumbag. How could I have time to go to her house? Yu Tao pursed his lips and asked in confusion, did Aunt Zheng tell you this? What else? Did I make it up? Chu Li glared at him. Strange. Why did she say that? Yu Tao was confused. He didn't understand why Jing Feifei lied, and her lie was obviously directed at me. Mom won. Calm down. Let's calm down first. Yu Tao frowned and said seriously, impulse is the devil. Don't let your momentary impulse lead to irreversible consequences. Let's get back to the point. Aunt Zhang said she didn't know if she lost it. Does that mean the underwear is still there? After her son's reminder, Chuli gradually regained her sanity, pursed her lips, and muttered to herself, "That's right, but..." Speaking of which, he looked up at his son and asked seriously, "You really didn't steal your Aunt Zhang's underwear? Then what did you do at her house a few days ago?" I. Yu Tao opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. After a moment of hesitation, he tilted his head and said, "Guess? Guess what? Hurry up and answer me honestly." Chuli shouted with a dark face. Hey, one wrong step leads to all the wrong steps. Or I can just say that she gave me the underwear. Since she was the first to do so, then it's not too much to give her a taste of her own medicine, right? I was just passing by. I want to see Aunt Zheng, by the way. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yu Tao sat back on the sofa and answered leisurely, "I didn't stay long. Just had a cup of tea, and then Aunt Zheng sent me downstairs. I stayed in the living room the whole time." That. Chuli was about to speak when her cell phone rang. She answered it twice, then turned her eyes to Yu Tao and said, "This matter has not been finalized yet. I will look for your Aunt Zheng in the evening. After that," throwing him the sexy black lace panties, "hurry up and throw it to me," Chuli said with a look of disgust. When Chuli left, Yu Tao was the only one left in the huge room. Without saying a word, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed Jing Feifei's number. "Well? And you hung up on me? This is obviously a guilty conscience." Yu Tao called again, but she hung up again. Just then, received a WeChat message. "Zheng Feifei, what's the matter?" Looking at the innocent questions from the pretty rich woman, Yu Tao's face almost twisted with anger. Why didn't he realize that she was so sinister before? On the other side, Zheng Feifei stayed in her office, quietly waiting for someone's reply. "Yu Tao, Aunt Zheng, you really screwed me over. My mom almost killed me for the sake of justice." Looking at the content he sent, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise a slight arc, and she pursed her lips and silently edited the content. "Zheng Feifei, it's your fault for being so careless. Your own mother even found out about it. So I wanted to teach you a lesson so that you will remember it and avoid bigger troubles in the future." Snort. Little fool. After sending the message, Zheng Feifei leaned back in her chair with a thoughtful look on her face. Wouldn't it be a bit unsafe to keep his marriage certificate with him? What if Sister Fongfong does some spring cleaning and ends up finding the marriage certificate? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Just as I was daydreaming, I received news from that little rascal. "Yu Tao, this can't be entirely blamed on me. I didn't expect my mother to go home halfway through. Forget it. I have already fooled her about this matter. You just need to tell her that the underwear is still there. Don't say too much. The more you say, the more loopholes there will be, and you won't be able to cover it up later." Zheng Feifei pursed her lips and silently replied with a For Yu Tao, the matter has come to a temporary end, but for Zheng Feifei, she is still in some kind of dilemma. Did I go too far? I pushed the little bad guy into a fatal abyss. Thinking of this, she gently bit her sexy lips, and a hint of worry appeared on her cold and pretty face. When did I become so sinister? The key point is that this kind of dark heart seems to belong only to the best friend's son, Yu Tao. Why? Maybe. Zheng Feifei pursed her lips and muttered to herself, "Who made him a little bad guy? Not lost? That's fine." Chuli, who was still in the beauty salon, received a call from her best friend and learned that her underwear was not stolen. She finally put her mind at ease. "Feifei, the beauty salon is a little busy, so I won't talk to you now. I'll talk to you when I get back." The call was hung up in a hurry. Zheng Feifei sat on the sofa, looking at the empty room, when suddenly a strong feeling of emptiness and loneliness swept over her body. She opened WeChat and found a certain little bad guy. However, she was holding the phone but was slow to edit the content. After thinking about it, finally, I mustered up the courage and quickly pressed the virtual keyboard on my phone. "Zheng Feifei, are you there?" "Yu Tao, yes, what's up?" "Zheng Feifei, your mother should be home very late tonight. Do you want to come to my house?" End of this chapter. Chapter 14. The Drunk Pretty Rich Woman. Chapter 14. The Drunk Pretty Rich Woman. Looking at the content sent by the pretty rich woman, Yu Tao suddenly felt like he was having an affair. What's going on? What's going on with this inexplicable feeling of guilt? Yu Tao pursed his lips, hesitated for a long time, picked up his phone and started editing the content of WeChat. Yutao, my mother hasn't resolved the issue of me not coming home last night yet. If I don't come home today, I'm afraid she will explode. Aunt Zheng, you know my mother's temper. When she gets angry, even 10 cows can't pull her back. Only a moment later, the pretty rich woman sent a reply. Zheng Feifei, I didn't plan to let you stay overnight. I just asked you to come and chat with me, you little rascal. Don't get the wrong idea. Zheng Feifei, are you coming or not? In fact, Yutao didn't want to go. It was too troublesome to go back and forth. Just when he was hesitating about how to reply, his cell phone rang. He saw the caller was Zheng Feifei, the rich and beautiful mature woman. Yutao picked up the phone and said bitterly, Aunt Zheng, I'll pick you up now? Zheng Feifei asked directly. All right. That's troublesome. Yutao originally planned to refuse, but in the end he silently agreed. He didn't know why he suddenly softened his heart. Perhaps it was because Zheng Feifei in her previous life was too miserable, so now he had the urge to protect her. After hanging up the phone, Yutao stood up from the sofa and walked out of his house. I was smoking a cigarette at the entrance of the community and thinking about philosophical questions about man and the universe. Suddenly, a Porsche Panamera stopped in front of me. I put out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can next to me, then opened the car door and got in. When did you learn to smoke? Zheng Feifei smelled a faint smell of cigarettes from him, and she couldn't help but frown and said in a serious tone, Don't smoke anymore, it's bad for your health? New. Yutao buckled his seatbelt and responded casually. The two didn't communicate much along the way. Yutao tilted his head and looked through the car window at the city under the sunset, feeling a little touched in his heart. What's on your mind? Zheng Feifei suddenly asked. Nothing. I was just daydreaming. Yutao came back to his senses, looked at Zheng Feifei who was driving, and said leisurely, Aunt Zheng, I have always wanted to ask you something, but I don't know how to start. What's up? Zheng Feifei said lightly. What kind of man do you like? Yutao asked softly. Zheng Feifei pursed her lips and answered absent-mindedly, a simple man. After that, Zheng Feifei said, What about you? What kind of woman do you like? A simple woman, Yutao said with a smile. After hearing Yutao's answer, the pretty rich woman couldn't help but roll her eyes and said unhappily, Why are you imitating me? You are not honest. I'm not imitating you. It's just that we both agree on this issue. Yutao replied leisurely, To some extent, we both like simple and pure people and things. Sometimes, new happiness will appear in the day-to-day life. Zheng Feifei curled her lips and murmured, Can happiness really appear in a boring life day after day? Why not? Yutao shrugged. As long as you want to, even the most ordinary days can be romantic. It's hard to be alone. Zheng Feifei bit her lips lightly and whispered to herself in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Well, what are you talking about? Yutao asked curiously. Nothing. Oh. Yutao came to the house of the beautiful and wealthy woman again. He was sitting alone on the sofa. At this time, Zheng Feifei came to his side slowly with 2 bottles of red wine. I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to drink anymore. If you drink anymore, you won't be able to go home tonight. Yutao saw the bottle of red wine in the pretty rich woman's hand. His face was full of resistance. This is for myself. Just drink the juice. Zheng Feifei took the red wine and sat next to Yutao. She uncorked one of the bottles skillfully and then filled the goblet in front of her. She gulped down the wine in one gulp. I had heard from my mother before that Zheng Feifei was a drunkard, but Yutao didn't believe it. After all, how could such a mature and stable woman be a drunkard? Yutao looked at the rich woman who drank the whole bottle and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yutao, do you think I'm old? Zheng Feifei, who drank half a bottle of red wine in an instant, asked in a low voice. Under the subtle effect of alcohol, the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman at this moment is like a blooming flower, exuding the delicate and charming charm of a mature woman. Her eyes are full of tender confusion, and both sides of her face are illuminated by a touch of blush. No, I think your age is just right. Yutao unscrewed a bottle of juice and said softly, A 20-year-old woman is young, like a piece of sweet candy. You can't help but want to taste it, but you will get sick of it if you eat too much. A 30-year-old woman is like the best tea. It may taste a little bitter at the first sip, but the aftertaste is endless sweetness. Yeah. Zheng Feifei held the wine glass, looked at the red wine in the glass carefully, and muttered, I feel much better suddenly. Another one. Zheng Feifei turned to look at him and said earnestly, Don't use you anymore. It annoys me. It's out of respect. Since you don't want to listen, I won't tell you. Yu Tao smiled, looked at the pretty rich woman drinking water, and asked carefully, "What's wrong? You seem very disappointed." Zhang Feifei sighed. "I don't know what happened. I suddenly felt a little depressed. Is it possible? Too much work pressure leads to early menopause?" Yu Tao said thoughtfully. What do you mean by early menopause, you little rascal? Zhang Feifei gritted her teeth in anger, stretched out her hands to pinch the flesh on his waist, twisted it hard, and said angrily, "I'm only 31 years old. How come I'm entering menopause early? It hurts one." I just said that casually. Yu Tao didn't expect Zhang Feifei to take direct action, which was far beyond his expectations. "Humph, why didn't I realize you were so bad before?" After Zhang Feifei let go of his hand, she stared at him with blurry eyes, then picked up the wine glass and took a big gulp. "Where's that underwear?" Zhang Feifei asked softly after drinking a bottle of red wine. "Lost. You have to throw it away. After all, my mother has seen it." Yu Tao said casually. Zhang Feifei heard that he had thrown away the underwear. She immediately frowned, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her drunken face. He stood up suddenly and went to his bedroom alone. What's going on? Why did she go back to the bedroom? Before Tao could understand the situation, he saw a drunk, mature, wealthy woman walking out of her bedroom. Don't throw it away again. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Your mom said I have a big, but so I can have children. Chapter 15. Your mom said I have a big, but so I can have children. The drunk Zhang Feifei took a brand new pair of purple lace panties and forced them into Yu Tao's arms. Then she stared at him with blurry eyes and murmured, "If you dare to throw it away again, I will be rude to you, you little rascal." Looking at the dazed, pretty mature rich woman, and then looking at the seductive lace panties in his arms, Yu Tao was almost going crazy. He didn't expect that Zhang Feifei, who had been drinking, would be so fierce, which was very different from her usual cold and sassy female president style. What's wrong with this woman? How could drinking some alcohol turn you into this? Horrible. So fucking terrible. Yu Tao shrank his head and asked cautiously, "Aunt Zheng, are you drunk?" "No. How could I be drunk?" Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes, walked silently to Yu Tao's side and sat down, opened another bottle of red wine. But this time she didn't use a goblet. She drank directly from the bottle, like a tomboy. Hey. The goddess in my mind was destroyed just like that. It was the first time that Yu Tao saw Zhang Feifei being so free and easy. In the past, the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman always had the image of being calm and composed. But at this moment, she was just straightforward and free and easy, but it had more flavor of life. Generally, drunk people say they are not drunk. Yu Tao smiled and said softly. The pretty rich woman ignored him and drank the remaining bottle of red wine. In a blink of an eye, only half of the bottle was left. After putting the bottle down, she whispered, "Yu Tao. I'm here." Yu Tao responded. "Originally, I was planning to find a time to take you home, and then find a random reason to divorce you." Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and said leisurely, "You should know this, I told you. But now I don't really want to divorce you." "Why?" Yu Tao asked softly. Zhang Feifei bit her lip. Her blurred eyes revealed a hint of trance, and there was an indescribable complexity between her brows. She replied, "Maybe it's really because I'm old, and I suddenly started to feel lonely. I want someone to accompany me, talk to me, go shopping with me, and I want to find someone to tell my inner depression to. Can't my mother do that?" Yu Tao said, "Your mother is a woman. I want to find a man." Zhang Feifei turned to look at Yu Tao beside her. Her drunken face was full of delicate blush, and her eyes were sparkling with drunken charm. She whispered softly, "Your mother said that you have a MILF complex. You like girls who are a little older and have a fuller figure. Is that true?" WTF. Why did my mom even say this? Yu Tao smiled awkwardly but politely. This is half true and half false. Then I'll take it seriously." Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and continued. "Your mother also said that you have always liked me and regarded me as the white moonlight in your heart. This should be true, right? Aunt Zheng, you are drunk?" Yu Tao replied earnestly. Zhang Feifei suddenly revealed a gentle and sweet smile, stretched out her hand and pinched her best friend's son's handsome face, and said unhappily, "Little rascal, I suddenly found you to be quite cute. As long as you listen to me, I might have a sweet love affair with you." Is she really drunk, or just pretending to be drunk? Yu Tao frowned, carefully looked at the pretty, mature, wealthy woman beside him, thought briefly, analyzed calmly, hesitated to speak, and finally made up his mind and said carefully, Aunt Zheng, I want to have your body. Are you willing? Be greedy. By the way, I'll give you 2 more children. Zheng Feifei, who was already unconscious, leaned against the soft sofa and answered in a daze. Your mother said that my butt is big and perky, and I am suitable for giving birth to twins. And my breasts are also big, so it will be easy to raise children in the future. Confirmed. She was already drunk to the point of being in a trance. Yutao looked at the pretty, mature, wealthy woman who was drunk, then looked at the 2 bottles of red wine on the coffee table. He was speechless for a moment. If she had had a plate of peanuts, she wouldn't have been so drunk. What a guy! She forced herself to drink 2 bottles of red wine. If she didn't get drunk to death, who would? Just then, the pretty rich woman collapsed directly on the sofa. Alas, I am really impressed. Yutao sighed, silently tidied up the coffee table, then sat next to her, looking at her quietly, watching this pretty mature woman sleeping. Zhang Feifei's sleeping posture on the sofa is like a kitten, with her limbs slightly curled up, giving her an indescribable lazy and charming charm. Compared to her daily cold and noble beauty, her beauty in sleep is pure and peaceful, which is unforgettable. Hot. It's so hot. Zhang Feifei frowned, muttered to herself, and raised her delicate hands to unbutton her coat. Seeing this scene, the considerate Yu Tao took the initiative to unbutton the buttons one by one. When the slim-fitting women's suit was unbuttoned, what came into view was a white shirt that was about to burst out, and it felt like the shirt would burst in the next second. However, before Zhang Tao could figure it out, Zhang Feifei turned around, facing the sofa, and curled up her body. The consequence of this sleeping position was that the loose suit pants were outlined in a perfect curve because of her round and firm buttocks. Aunt Zhang? Yu Tao whispered in the pretty rich woman's ear, "Shall I help you to the bedroom?" Zhang Feifei moved her head slightly and replied hesitantly, "I can't walk anymore. Carry me." "Okay. I'll carry you to the bedroom." Yu Tao put one hand under her body and the other hand between her knees. Then he lifted up this ripe, curvy body with force. A bit heavy, but it's important for a reason. He walked into her bedroom, gently put her on the bed, took off her shoes, covered her with a blanket, and then turned and left. Back to the living room. Yu Tao hesitated whether to go home, but he was worried about the drunk rich woman. After hesitating for a while, he silently took out his mobile phone and called his mother. "Hello? Mom, that?" Yu Tao opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain to his mother. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart it." Chuli said unhappily, "I'm still busy. Tell me what's going on." "Tonight. I may not be able to come back tonight." Yu Tao answered cautiously. For a time, the phone fell into silence. After a long while, Chuli said, "Be careful and don't get sick." "Mom won. It's not what you think." I know. Anyway, don't mess around outside. I'm hanging up now. I'm busy now." Beep, beep. Before Tao could react, his mother hung up the phone. Finished. The misunderstanding deepened. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Isn't This My Underwear? Chapter 16, Isn't This My Underwear? The next morning, Zhang Feifei slowly opened her eyes from her sleep and instantly felt a severe headache. However, she was already accustomed to hangovers, so she was not distressed by it. After taking a few deep breaths, she looked quietly at the ceiling above her head and suddenly sat up from the bed. "Why am I here?" Zhang Feifei said to herself with horror, and then a lost memory came back to her mind. She seemed to have drunk a lot of red wine last night, and then she got drunk. Did he send me in? And how did he send me in? Did he take advantage of me? Thinking of this, Zhang Feifei looked at her clothes. She didn't know where her coat was, but her shirt and pants were still on. She breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lay down again. How come I drink? The key is whether I did anything out of line after getting drunk? Zhang Feifei bit her lips tightly, a hint of shame revealed in her misty eyes. Based on past experience, she would most likely say some strange words, but definitely not the kind that wanted a man. If her best friend's son heard it, wouldn't she be so embarrassed? But then again, this little rascal is quite honest. I thought that when he saw such a mature and plump woman, he would take the opportunity to take advantage of her, but I didn't expect that he didn't do it. Does this guy have a complex about mature women? Zhang Feifei curled her lips, leaned over, reached out to open the drawer next to her, and took out a red wedding photo book. She flipped through the photos on it, looking at the wedding photo of herself and her best friend's son, and a strange idea gradually emerged. Does this mean that this is his home in a certain sense? Does that mean that he has the conditions to live with me? Just as the pretty rich woman was daydreaming, there was a knock on the door. "Aunt Zheng? Aunt Zheng? Are you awake? Hearing the cry of her best friend's son, Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and murmured, He's awake. Is there anything wrong? I have prepared breakfast for you. Come out and have a bite. Yu Tao said softly. Wait a minute. I'll be right there. He even made breakfast for me. That little rascal is quite thoughtful. Zhang Feifei got out of bed, found a coat, and walked out of the bedroom slowly. The moment she opened the door, a faint fragrance wafted into her nose, making the rich woman feel hungry after her hangover. She came to the dining table in the living room and just sat down when Yu Tao came out with 2 bowls of porridge. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge. You drank so much last night, so have some porridge in the morning to warm your stomach. Yu Tao pushed one of the bowls in front of Zhang Feifei and handed her a small spoon. The pretty rich woman took the small spoon, scooped some, and put it into her mouth. The rich taste and unique flavor kept colliding in her mouth. Zhang Feifei, who was already a little hungry, immediately felt her appetite grow. How about it? It tastes good, doesn't it? Yu Tao glanced at the rich woman who was eating porridge and said softly, Eat slowly. There's more in the pot. Zhang Feifei responded, secretly glancing at him from the corner of her eyes, and asked absent-mindedly, Yu Tao, did I do anything strange after I got drunk last night? Strange behavior? It's simply too much. First, she gave me a pair of purple lace panties for no apparent reason, then she asked me some weird questions, and finally she wanted to give birth to 2 children for me, saying that she had big breasts and a fat butt and was easy to give birth to. Guess. Yu Tao replied with a smile. Guess if I guess one. Zhang Feifei looked up and rolled her eyes at him, pursing her lips and said leisurely, No matter what I did or said at that time, it was all unconscious behavior after I was drunk. You must not take it seriously. Also, forget everything about last night. New. Actually, you didn't do anything. Yu Tao said softly, Don't worry. Zhang Feifei didn't say anything, just sat there quietly eating porridge. She looked calm and composed, but in fact, there was a hint of hesitation and regret in her heart. Are you going to work today? Yu Tao asked casually. Zhang Feifei shook her head and replied calmly, It's okay if I don't go. As soon as the voice fell, I couldn't help but glance at him. Do you have anything to do today? Zhang Feifei asked. What can I do? Of course I'm fine. Yu Tao shrugged and said leisurely, Although I passed the initial review, there is still a re-examination waiting for me, so I am now an idle person, which is the legendary vagrant. Zhang Feifei hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, How about being my exclusive driver? I'll pay you 20,000 a day. What do you think? Yu Tao almost spit out the porridge in his mouth. He said helplessly, No, no, no. I can't be your exclusive driver. I'm free anyway, but don't pay me so much money. Zhang Feifei curled her lips. I don't have the habit of getting something for free. If you think 20,000 is too much, then 10,000 should be fine, right? This is my bottom line. Yu Tao shrank his head and asked curiously, Are you always so generous in the company? Zhang Feifei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Faced with this stupid question from her best friend's son, she didn't want to answer it at all. In the following time, the two of them ate breakfast in silence until the end. Zhang Feifei wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue while looking at the handsome young man who was cleaning the kitchen, her eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. Suddenly feel, It's nice to have a man at home. Yu Tao, you didn't go home last night, right? How did you explain it to your mother? Zhang Feifei asked. I told her I wasn't going home tonight, and my mother agreed. However, she seemed to misunderstand. She thought I was checking into a hotel room with a woman outside. Yu Tao answered casually while washing dishes. In fact, I have some credit for this, but there is nothing I can do about it. I can't tell your mom that you were with me the night before last. I'm going to take a shower. Then go shopping with me in the afternoon. Zhang Feifei stood up and walked towards her bedroom. Annie Zhang, wait a minute. At this time, Yu Tao came out of the kitchen and called out to the pretty and mature rich woman. Zhang Feifei was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at him, her eyes full of confusion. For you. Yu Tao handed the rich woman a pair of sexy purple lace panties. When the rich woman got the underwear, she froze where she was for a moment, with an expression of helplessness on her face. Isn't this my underwear? How did it end up in his hand? He stole my underwear? Looking at the stunned pretty rich woman, Yu Tao explained seriously. You got drunk last night and forced a pair of your panties on me. He also told me not to throw it away and told me to keep it well. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Crisis. Met his mother. Chapter 17 Crisis. Met his mother. Hearing what her best friend's son said, Zhang Feifei suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of surprise. disbelief, and even helplessness. I, I forced him to give me a pair of my underwear, and I told him to keep it well? Faced with the bloody truth, Zhang Feifei was so ashamed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, she didn't know that there was something even more shameful. You. I asked you before if I had done anything strange. Why didn't you tell me at that time? Zhang Feifei tightly grasped the sexy lace panties in her hand, turned her head slightly to the side, bit her lips and asked in a mosquito-like voice. I forgot. I just remembered it now. Yu Tao replied with a smile, but it's lucky. If I had brought it home, even if I had mouths all over my body, I probably wouldn't be able to explain it. My mother has such a bad temper that she can kill her own son in a minute. Zhang Feifei tried hard to calm her emotions and return to her usual calmness, but when she thought of the panties in her hand, the strong sense of shame still surged to every corner of her body. She hesitated for a long time and whispered, Have I done anything else strange? Well, you made me think of some weird moves. Yu Tao tilted his head, pretending to be trying to recall something, and said thoughtfully, Don't mention that I suddenly remembered it. You said that you have a big butt and big breasts, so you are destined to give birth to sons, and twins at that. In the words of your best friend, or what my mother said, you are a woman who is good at giving birth. Uh, I'm going to die. Zhang Feifei felt like her head was about to explode. She never expected that she would say such absurd things. Big butt, big breasts, and giving birth to a child. The key is twins. Oh my God. How can she live like this? Yes, one. You were still. Before Tao finished speaking, Zhang Feifei shouted impatiently. Enough, one. That's enough. Stop talking. Zhang Feifei was trembling all over, and she said tremblingly, I'm going to take a shower. You sit for a while. As soon as the voice fell, he ran into his bedroom, leaving Yu Tao standing there alone. Looking at the flustered back of the pretty and mature rich woman as she left, Yu Tao couldn't help but smile. What a lovely rich woman. Call. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman stood at the door, her back pressed against it. Her cold, pretty face was already flushed, even to her neck and ears. Her rapid breathing forced her chest to rise and fall constantly, like a surging river, rushing wildly. It's so embarrassing. It's really so embarrassing. How can I stand in front of him in the future? Otherwise, I should kill him and silence him. Zhang Feifei was thinking wildly. It was no wonder that she was so flustered. She always acted cold and aloof in front of him, but in the end, she tore the mask on her face with her own hands, revealing the unbearable desire and loneliness. What about forcing someone to give me underwear? What about having a big butt and big breast for childbearing? All of this is because I'm too lonely. Well, he's not an outsider anyway. So, let's just leave it that way. Zhang Feifei finally chose to compromise. After all, things had already happened, and there was no point in regretting it. It was better to accept the fact squarely. There is a bathroom in the bedroom, but it is rarely used for taking a shower. After Zhang Feifei stepped into the bathroom, she first took off her coat and then unbuttoned her shirt one by one. After only unbuttoning 2 buttons, the lapels immediately opened to both sides, and her open-minded mind was about to burst out. As all the buttons were unbuttoned, the white shirt fell down along the smooth shoulders. A beautiful and curvy body appeared in front of the mirror. Sister Fongfong is right. Zhang Feifei looked at herself in the mirror and murmured to herself, Indeed, a child won't die of starvation. Take off those pants and step into the shower area. White steam was rising. The pretty rich woman stood under the shower, feeling the warm water washing over her body. The warm feeling made Zhang Feifei get rid of the aftereffects of a hangover, and she felt extremely comfortable all over. Zhang Feifei got up quite late. When she came out of the shower, it was almost noon, so she planned to go out for lunch and go shopping in the afternoon. Yu Tao drove the rich woman's Mercedes and took her to a nearby shopping mall. They basically didn't talk much along the way. Zhang Feifei sat in the passenger seat, tilting her head through the glass, looking at the city street scenes while daydreaming. Suddenly, the rich woman's face turned a little red. My legs rubbed lightly against each other, and an indescribable shyness flooded my mind. I am really crazy. She actually wore that pair of purple lace panties. I even found a purple underwear just for the panties. I was confused and I was sure something was wrong. I always felt like things were moving in a weird direction. Aunt Zhang? After lunch, I'll go shopping with you, and then go to the movies. What do you think? Yu Tao asked. Zhang Feifei came back to her senses and responded softly. You seem to be worried? Yu Tao glanced at Zhang Feifei beside him and asked puzzledly. Nothing. Focus on driving. Zhang Feifei replied indifferently. Yu Tao didn't care and drove towards the parking lot. Soon the two came to a restaurant and chose a seat in a corner. Yu Tao took the menu and ordered food, while Zhang Feifei sat there quietly, fiddling with her mobile phone, looking absent-minded. At this moment, she secretly raised her eyes and looked at the handsome young man sitting opposite her. After spending the past few days together, she felt that he was quite good. Putting aside the issues of age and status, Yu Tao was simply a husband tailor-made for her. But even if they can ignore the 8-year age gap between each other, how can they overcome the obstacle of Sister Fangfang? Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and silently suppressed the absurd idea. No matter how hungry or lonely she was, she could not have a substantial relationship with Yu Tao. Just then, four wealthy ladies came into the restaurant and chose a seat by the window. At first, Zhang Feifei didn't pay attention to the four middle-aged women and was playing with her mobile phone, until she looked up inadvertently and happened to meet the eyes of one of the rich ladies. As a result, the next second, Zhang Feifei just stayed where she was. Her originally clear eyes were now filled with astonishment, and her brows revealed an emotion of panic. Sister Fang. In a huge restaurant, in a noisy environment, the two sisters were looking at each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Spring is coming to the heifer. Chapter 18 Spring is coming to the heifer. Zhang Feifei and Chu Li looked at each other. Compared to the former's frightened expression, Chu Li's face was full of smiles. Instead of working properly in the company, she sneaked out to date the boy. Looking at her good sister who was in a panic not far away, Chu Li winked at her and then moved her eyes to the back of the young man. His shoulders were quite broad. He must be very strong, but then again, why did he look so familiar? Chu Li looked at the young man's back, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Her good sister's mysterious husband always gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She seemed to have seen him somewhere, but she couldn't remember who he was. At the same time, after Zhang Feifei looked at her bestie, she was completely terrified and sat there in a daze. Yu Tao saw her strange behavior clearly. "What's wrong with you? It seems like I saw something terrifying." As he spoke, Yu Tao was about to turn around to see what Zhang Feifei had seen. Just as she turned her head, Zhang Feifei suddenly reached out and held her friend's son's face tightly and replied tremblingly, "Don't look back. Don't look back." "Ah. Oh, then don't look back." Although Yu Tao was very surprised by Feifei's behavior, he didn't care. When the pretty rich woman let go of her hands, he asked, "Then tell me what you saw. Why did you look so frightened for no reason, as if you saw a ghost?" "I would rather see a ghost than see your mother at this time." Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and whispered cautiously, "Anyway, just don't look back and don't speak loudly." When Yu Tao was still trying to pry the rich woman's mouth, Zhang Feifei's phone vibrated. She picked up the phone and took a look. The pretty rich woman bit her lip and quickly edited the message. "Chu Li, you little girl, instead of working properly in the company, you sneak out to date your lover." "Zhang Feifei, sister, the situation is not what you think. Put down your phone." Zhang Feifei looked up at her best friend who was not far away. Seeing her best friend smiling at her, she wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. "Aunt Zhang? Did you run into someone you know?" Yu Tao was really curious, but the pretty rich woman in front of him didn't let him look back, so he had no idea what was going on behind her. "Don't worry about it. Anyway, remember what I said? Don't look back and don't speak loudly." Zhang Feifei warned seriously. As soon as the words fell, the phone vibrated again, and Zhang Feifei glanced at it quickly. "Chu Li, hey, I caught you, but you are still stubborn. The guy sitting in front of you should be the man you got your marriage certificate with, right? From the back, his shoulders are quite broad, and he should be very strong. But for some reason, I always feel that this back is very familiar." After reading the message from her best friend, Zhang Feifei's heart rose to her throat. She held the phone tremblingly. She made several mistakes in the short sentence. "Zhang Feifei, it's just an illusion. Even my parents have never seen it. So how could you have seen it, sister? But then again, his body shape is quite similar to your son's, so maybe you treat him as your own son." Holding her cell phone tightly, she was so nervous that her palms were sweating. At this moment, Zhang Feifei regretted going out. If she hadn't gone out, she wouldn't have met Sister Fangfang. But it was useless to regret it. Since it had already happened, she could only find a way to deal with it. "Buzz. Your cell phone." Yu Tao gave a considerate reminder. Zhang Feifei picked it up and took a look at it, and was immediately frightened out of her wits. "Chu Li, I came to see your little husband." Zhang Feifei felt her scalp tingling. She raised her head and found that her good sister had stood up. She hurriedly shook her head and begged for mercy. Final. Under Zheng Feifei's sincerity, Chu sat down again helplessly. Next, I received her complaint. Chu, since you've already obtained the marriage certificate, why are you still hiding it? Is it so shameful? Can meet people. Only you can't. Because he is your son. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and looked at the little rascal sitting opposite her playing with his cell phone. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. How did she end up on this path? Never mind. Why bother with all this? The marriage certificate has already been obtained. Zhang Feifei sighed and sent a reply to her bestie on her phone. Zhang Feifei, keep it mysterious. When the time is right, I will let you meet him. Delaying tactic. There is no other way. We can only force it now. Just at this time, the waiter started serving the dishes, and then Chu sent a message with 3 words, dead girl, and did not continue chatting with Zhang Feifei. Compared to Yu Tao's excessive eating, Zhang Feifei had no appetite at all. She kept looking at her best friend not far away, fearing that she would suddenly stand up and look at the man sitting in front of her. Well, Aunt Zhang, why don't you eat? Yu Tao noticed that the pretty rich woman in front of him had hardly moved her chopsticks since the dishes were served. He picked up a shrimp considerately, peeled it for her, handed the shrimp to the bowl and said, "This curry shrimp is delicious." Zhang Feifei picked up the shrimp absent-mindedly, put it into her mouth and chewed it slowly. Aunt Zhang? What's behind me? Why are you so nervous? Yu Tao asked curiously, a little unwilling to give up. Don't ask so many questions. Zhang Feifei replied seriously, I'll tell you later. Okay. Yu Tao peeled another prawn and handed it to the pretty rich woman's bowl, saying with a smile, whatever you say, it's what I mean. Zhang Feifei ignored him. While eating the shrimps handed to her by the young man, she kept a close eye on her best friend's movements not far away. Seeing her best friend chatting enthusiastically with her 3 rich friends, her vigilance gradually relaxed. After a little thought and calm analysis, Zhang Feifei picked up her phone and sent a message to Chu. Zhang Feifei, sister, where are you going later? Moment. Received her reply. Chu, let's go play mahjong later. Zhang Feifei heaved a sigh of relief, sent a okay, picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Although meeting his mother here did make me a little surprised and scared, I don't know why, but I felt very emotional. It was that feeling of nervousness, fear, and excitement. Think about it. It would be hard not to be exciting to steal Sister Fangfang's son right under her nose. Thinking of this, Zhang Feifei couldn't help blushing. Oh my god, I feel like I'm about to become a bad woman. Just as Zhang Feifei was daydreaming, a hand slowly reached towards her mouth, holding a tissue. Zhang Feifei had no time to react to this sudden action. Look at you. This curry sauce is almost dripping. Yu Tao gently wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled unhappily. Coincidentally, this scene, Chu saw it. Chu reached out to wipe the corner of her best friend's mouth, and a motherly smile appeared on her face. Ouch. Spring has arrived for the heifer. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. The Two Sisters Conspiracy. Chapter 19. The Two Sisters Conspiracy. Zhang Feifei watched Yu Tao sitting opposite her as he slowly put his hand to her mouth and gently wiped it a few times. At the same time, she could still hear his gentle reproach to herself. In an instant, the pretty, mature, wealthy woman's face was almost completely red, and a strong sense of shame almost ran through her body. At this moment, she had completely lost all her rationality. She just stared blankly at her best friend's son wiping the corner of her mouth, feeling the ultimate care and protection brought by her fake little husband. Yeah, almost. Yu Tao pulled his hand back, looked at the dumbfounded rich woman, and asked softly, Do you still want to eat? Do you want me to peel another shrimp for you? I. Zhang Feifei didn't know what to say. Her thoughts were still on what had just happened. She gently wiped the corners of her mouth. It was undeniable that this extreme thoughtfulness almost drove her crazy. Now the surging emotions deep in her heart still didn't stop running. At this time, she looked not far away and found that her best friend was looking at her with a smirk on her face, which made the rich woman feel embarrassed. You still laugh. It's your son wiping my mouth. Zhang Feifei quickly turned her head away and replied hesitantly, That's enough. You don't have to peel it for me anymore. Oh, that's fine. Yu Tao nodded and continued eating his food. Zhang Feifei was still a little confused at this time. She secretly glanced at Yu Tao opposite her. Seeing his nonchalant look, she felt a little confused and puzzled. Why did he do this just now? Was he really concerned about me? Or was he trying to take the opportunity to tease me? But no matter what Yu Tao's purpose was, the feeling just now caused quite a shock in the heart of the pretty rich woman, especially the moment when his fingers touched the corner of her mouth. It seemed that a strong electric current was generated, and her whole body felt numb. Even now there is still some numbness. Almost. I'll go pick up the bill. Yu Tao was about to stand up when Zheng Feifei trembled all over and said hurriedly, sit for a while. Don't stand so fast. Dot. I feel like you're weird. It felt strange from the moment we walked into this restaurant. Yu Tao frowned and said seriously. Zheng Feifei pursed her lips, her eyes involuntarily glanced at her best friend not far away, and she replied leisurely, don't worry about it. I have my reasons anyway, you just need to be obedient. Besides, I like obedient men, not stubborn men. Little bad guy. It's so annoying. He keeps asking questions and doesn't listen to me at all. Okay. Then sit down for a while. Seeing that Zheng Feifei didn't want to answer, Yu Tao didn't intend to continue to force her. He picked up his phone and started browsing the website. Zheng Feifei stared at her bestie while looking at Yu Tao in front of her. She bit her lips and murmured, why did you do that just now? Well, what's the meaning? Yu Tao looked at her suspiciously. That's right. Zheng Feifei opened her mouth, turned her head slightly, raised her hand and stretched out a green jade finger, tapped her lips and said, why did you suddenly do that just now? Oh, I saw the curry sauce was about to drip, so I did it in a hurry. Yu Tao smiled and said, you are wearing light-colored clothes and pants. It will be ugly if it drips, and it will be difficult to wash it off. Zheng Feifei was stunned for a moment, then turned around and stared at him straight, a warm feeling creeping into her heart. She pursed her lips and said calmly, how many girls have been fooled by this trick? Yu Tao replied with a smile, you are the only one at the moment. I'm a woman, not a girl. Zheng Feifei rolled her eyes at her best friend's son and said angrily, what an idiot. As soon as the words fell, the pretty rich woman realized that the words were a little ambiguous, blushing and quietly observing him, and then she was relieved when she found that he didn't react. However, Yu Tao also realized that the words just now were a little ambiguous, but he didn't point it out. A woman like Zheng Feifei, who seems strong and calm on the outside, is actually very sensitive on the inside. An inadvertent move may hurt her. Of course, it may also move her. That's right. Give me your marriage certificate. I'll keep it for you from now on. Zheng Feifei suddenly remembered this and said earnestly, you are so reckless. I'm worried that your mother will find it one day. Oh. Yu Tao responded casually and didn't take the matter to heart. Just then, Zheng Feifei noticed that her bestie and her 3 rich wife friends stood up, and then she received a WeChat message. Chuli, I'm going to play mahjong. You and your husband can eat slowly. Zheng Feifei curled her lips, picked up her phone and sent a call. Finally, I managed to escape. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman let out a long sigh, and the heart that had been hanging in her throat finally settled back into her stomach. But is this the end? Of course not. Based on my understanding of my bestie, would she be the kind of person who would compromise? Is that about it? Can we leave now? Yu Tao asked. Zheng Feifei shook her head, stood up silently, and told him, just sit still and don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Yu Tao sitting there in confusion, feeling a little overwhelmed. Why aren't you coming out yet? Chuli, who came out of the restaurant, was hiding in a corner, observing everything secretly. Although she had an appointment to play mahjong with the 3 rich ladies, Chuli found an excuse and postponed the mahjong game for half an hour. She did this in order to catch her good sister and her young husband, and at the same time to see the true face of the legendary brother-in-law. What kind of man could make Zheng Feifei marry him? I waited and waited, but still no one showed up. Chuli was a little anxious and wanted to rush in right now. Ouch! It really makes me anxious. Does it take that long to eat a meal? Chuli was so anxious that she stamped her feet. The curiosity that was nagging her was almost driving her crazy. However, no matter how anxious she was, Chuli still waited patiently for her sister and brother-in-law to appear. When she thought of the scene of the little cow welcoming spring, she couldn't help but smile like a mother. In fact, it can be seen that this stubborn sister of mine is very happy now. Although she also admitted that there was suspicion of forced marriage, she never expected that this man was actually slowly healing her. Have to say, a person who doesn't want love will not care what others say. A person who always uses the excuse of not wanting to fall in love actually longs to be loved. I just know. Sister, you must be hiding. Just when Chuli was daydreaming, a familiar voice suddenly came. I turned around following the sound and found myself seeing Zheng Feifei standing behind me, staring at me with sharp eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. You little bastard are so lucky. Chapter 20. You little bastard are so lucky. Chu Li looked at her best friend behind her, and seeing her staring at her with a critical look, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she still smiled and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. How could I meet you here? Aren't you accompanying your little husband?" Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "That's enough, sister. There is a reason why I don't let you see him. As for the reason, it's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, when the time is right, I will naturally bring him to see you. You can see him every day." Chu Li pursed her lips, stepped forward and gently took her friend's arm, and said softly, "Isn't this just curiosity? I just want to see what kind of man can make you risk your life to get a marriage certificate, especially when I saw that guy wiping your mouth in the restaurant. Hey one." Chu Li poked her waist with her elbow and said meaningfully, "I'm so happy." Facing her good sister's sarcastic words, Zhang Feifei blushed instantly, bit her lips lightly, and murmured in response, "What? What happiness is dead? I don't feel happy at all. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Why are you still the same, you damn girl?" Chu Li rolled her eyes at her and said with a coquettish smile, "Don't think I can't see it. In fact, you really enjoy the feeling of being cared for by a man. I can see it from your eyes and expression." "Nonsense one. I." Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and said softly, "I don't enjoy it at all." Oh my God. Was my expression that obvious at the time? At this moment, the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman felt ashamed and helpless, and it was an indescribable feeling. "You won. A dead duck is just being stubborn," Chu Li said unhappily. "Do you remember what you said before? You said you hated it most when men touched you, but what about now? Oh, I even wiped your mouth for you. I think you'll be pregnant soon." The pretty rich woman is going crazy. How could this situation become associated with pregnancy? Hey one. I'm telling you. Chu Li leaned close to her bestie, leaned close to her ear, and said mysteriously, "Judging from his back and shoulders, the boy is really strong. You will be blessed in the future. Young guys are full of vigor and have endless strength." Faced with such heartbreaking words from her best friend, Zhang Feifei wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It would have been fine if she had just talked about these things at home. After all, no one would know if the door was closed. But she actually said these things in public. Oh my God. It was so embarrassing. Blushing. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Chu Li looked at her best friend with a rosy face and said with a smile, "When a woman faces love, in addition to feeling happy, the rest is sexual happiness. Even though my sister is now dependent on her son, she has been through it before." New. The more she argued, the more she heard unbearable things. Zhang Feifei finally compromised, nodded and whispered, "Didn't you want to play mahjong? Why didn't you do that suddenly?" "I found an excuse to postpone it for half an hour just to catch you and your lover." Chu Li sighed, stretched out her hand and gently pinched her best friend's waist, and said angrily, "You are so secretive that you don't even let me see you. I really love you in vain. It's not that I don't allow you to watch it, but if you watch it, you may not even be able to be sisters anymore. After all, he is your son." Okay, I know I was wrong." Zhang Feifei pouted and said reluctantly while pushing her bestie, "I'm going shopping with my husband later. Don't be a light bulb between us. Go play your mahjong." Final. Zhang Feifei drove Chu Li away, and even watched her drive away to avoid any accidents. Call. Finally left. Zhang Feifei let out a long sigh, then returned the same way to look for the little rascal she had abandoned. Coming. Yutao couldn't help but complain when he saw the pretty rich woman coming back. "I'll buy you clothes and pants later. Give me this one now, and I'll take it home and wash it for you," Zhang Feifei said to Yutao. On the way here, she thought carefully. Since Sister Fangfang saw her son's back, she must not wear this set of clothes and pants home today. Otherwise, she would be exposed. No. My mom will wash it." Yutao shook his head. "She just throws it directly into the washing machine." Zhang Feifei frowned and said unhappily, "I asked you to give it to me, so why are you so disobedient?" Little bad guy. He is getting more and more stubborn. Yutao smiled and said nothing more, but to be honest, this rich woman can be quite domineering sometimes. "Let's go. Go shopping with Auntie," Zhang Feifei said leisurely. The two left the restaurant and started shopping. This shopping trip almost cost Yutao his life. What kind of operation is this? You are a female CEO with hundreds of millions of assets. Shouldn't you buy everything? Aunt Zhang? Are you really just here to shop? Can you buy a few things? Yu Tao followed Zheng Feifei and said helplessly as he watched her walk to the next store with great interest. Start buying now. Zheng Feifei suddenly turned around and walked towards a nearby luxury men's clothing store. This one. This one. Take those two off too. And this one too. At this moment, the rich woman exuded the smell of money and was spending bills recklessly. Although Yu Tao was a second-generation rich man, Zheng Feifei shocked him too much. An ordinary t-shirt cost 3,800 yuan, and she wanted 3 at a time. And she dared to sell those tattered jeans for 18,000 yuan. But the rich woman didn't even blink. After the two came out, the rich woman, who had spent nearly 100,000 yuan, took Yu Tao to a high-end suit shop that specialized in custom-made suits. How much? 100,000. Is the cloth made of gold, or are the buttons made of gold? After getting the samples to try on, Yu Tao took the opportunity to ask about the specific price. The number quoted by the other party made him feel like a fool. Okay, go try it on first. Zheng Feifei didn't care much about it, but urged him to go into the fitting room. Final. Yu Tao still walked into the fitting room. At the same time, bored Zheng Feifei wandered around the store, looking at and touching suits of different prices. Suddenly, she felt that there seemed to be no difference between the 50,000 yuan one and the 100,000 yuan one. Not long after, Yu Tao walked out of the fitting room. How about it? Following the sound, my heart, which had been lonely for more than 30 years, seemed to be hit by something special. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, The Pretty Rich Woman's Money Offensive. Chapter 21, The Pretty Rich Woman's Money Offensive. Zheng Feifei, a beautiful and wealthy woman, had imagined what her best friend's son would look like in a suit. With his physique, he would definitely look very handsome. But she never expected that when she saw him in person in the suit, he was even more handsome than she had imagined. He was only 24 years old, but he exuded confidence and mature charm. No way. No way. I'm obviously immune to men. So why does my heart start pounding when I see him wearing a suit? The little rascal has such a straight posture, and although he is so young, he exudes a charming, mature charm. In particular, he has a melancholy and decadent temperament, as well as a hint of cynicism. When these characteristics are combined, it is just too heart-moving. Zheng Feifei has met many men, including many so-called handsome guys. However, at this moment, she found that those men were simply disgusting compared to her best friend's son. Aunt Zheng? What do you think? Yu Tao looked at the dazed Zheng Feifei and asked softly for her opinion. The pretty rich woman came back to her senses, suppressed the inexplicable surge in her heart, and replied leisurely, It's fine, but I always feel like there's something wrong. If a suit worth 100,000 yuan is like this, then a suit worth 200,000 yuan is also like this. Zheng Feifei bit her lip and said to the clerk beside her, Please help me get a set of 200,000 yuan trial samples so that I can see how they work. If they are suitable, I will pay the deposit now. When he heard that he had to pay a deposit on the spot, the clerk ran into the warehouse to get the set of samples worth 200,000 yuan. Aunt Zheng, I don't think it's necessary. Yu Tao frowned and said earnestly, That's 200,000. In the end, I only bought a suit. This is worse than being taken advantage of. The pretty rich lady curled her lips and replied calmly, I do. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'm not asking you to pay. Just be obedient. Also, you need to change your shoes and the shirt inside. I'll match everything for you today. Hey, I can't stand this fierce money offensive. Yu Tao was speechless for a moment, and at the same time, there was a big question mark in his mind. Other people's rebirths were all making a lot of money in business and step by step towards the peak of life. But why was my rebirth? A flash marriage with a rich woman? Although both of them were heading towards the peak of life, it was a bit humiliating. Yu Tao, what kind of car do you like? The pretty rich woman asked seriously. Hurry up and give me an answer. Battery car. Yu Tao rolled his eyes and said helplessly, I know what you mean, but it's almost enough. Besides, if you buy me a car, where will I park it in the future? You can't park it at my house. If my mother sees it, how can I explain it? Just buy another apartment and then buy 2 parking spaces and you can park there. The pretty rich woman replied calmly, Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. I'm so fucking. What a simple and crude solution. Before Tao could speak, Zheng Feifei continued. Your mother bought you a house. It was the villa I bought before, and I sold it to her. Zheng Feifei said lightly, I originally wanted to give it to her for 1 million yuan as a token of my appreciation. After all. Speaking of which, the pretty rich woman was a little embarrassed to speak, so she simply ignored it and continued. You also know your mother's character. She is a very strong-willed woman. She refused to accept it no matter what. I had no choice. In the end, I gave it to her at the original price. She first gave me 3 million, and then 1 million every year, a total of 10 million. Oh, actually, my mom made money. Yutao said with a smile. House prices are rising rapidly now. A rough estimate is that the value of that villa has increased by 5 million. Almost. But there are some things that cannot be solved with money. Before the rich lady could finish her words, the clerk came with new samples for trial. Yutao walked into the fitting room again, and Zhang Feifei waited obediently at the door, looking forward to a brand new little scoundrel. After a moment, when he appeared in front of her again, the pretty rich woman's heart was struck by something again. How much is the deposit? Where do I pay? Zhang Feifei took out her credit card without any hesitation. Watching the pretty rich woman pay the bill, Yutao felt complicated. Have I lowered the average level of those who are reborn? After coming out of the custom suit shop, it was almost time for dinner. The two put the shopping bags back in the car, then found a nice restaurant and went straight to the cinema after dinner. Yutao wanted to watch a comedy, but the pretty rich woman wanted to watch a romance. In the end, he had no choice but to follow the rich woman's wishes. The movie is in. The two of them walked into the theater together and sat down in a corner. There are many couples who come to watch this movie, and almost all of them are stuck together, as if their bodies are covered with super glue. However, Yutao and Zhang Feifei are different. Although they are a legal couple, they are a little far away from each other. Soon the movie began. Yutao, who was forced to watch a romance movie, had no interest at all, but as the saying goes, since he was already there, he might as well take a look at the plot. The story of this movie is very simple. It tells the love story of an older female boss and a young and strong guy. A simple encounter left a deep impression on each other, and after another unexpected reunion, the two fell in love. But the story is not over yet. The test for them has just begun. Conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, conflicts between husband and wife, family conflicts, cognitive conflicts. The subsequent plots all revolve around these contents. Yutao watched the movie for a long time but still didn't understand it. Being bored, he couldn't help but secretly glance at the rich woman next to him. He found that Zhang Feifei was watching the movie intently and seemed a little fascinated. Ouch. She wouldn't bring herself into the movie, would she? But when you think about it carefully, this movie is a bit like a true portrayal of me and her. Both are older female bosses and both are young and strong guys. But the difference is that in the movie they are truly in love, while his marriage with the pretty rich woman is a fake one. The movie is still going on, and then the plot reaches its climax. After going through all kinds of obstacles, they finally enter the palace of marriage. The hero and the heroine embrace each other passionately mouth to mouth, and at this time, the pretty mature rich woman couldn't help but pursed her lips, and for some reason a lot of saliva was secreted from her mouth. Yutao, have you ever kissed? Zhang Feifei asked in a soft voice, but the only answer she got was silence. The pretty rich woman frowned, turned her head and looked to her side, and saw the little rascal sleeping like a pig. Stinky man. You suggested going to see a movie, but ended up falling asleep in the cinema. However, although she was angry, Zhang Feifei did not wake him up and continued watching the plot of the movie, but her mind was no longer on it. Kiss, have sex, get married and have children. At this moment, the pretty rich woman's mind is full of these things. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Working as a gigolo in a nightclub? Chapter 22. Working as a gigolo in a nightclub? Ouch. I feel like my whole body is falling apart. As he walked out of the cinema, Yutao twisted his neck and muttered to himself in pain. Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes and said calmly, I was the one who suggested to watch a movie, but you fell asleep like a pig just after the movie started. I will never watch a movie with you again. It's so boring. Hearing the complaint from the pretty rich woman, Yutao smiled awkwardly and explained carefully, Actually, this is not my fault. I don't want to watch a romance movie in the first place. Zhang Feifei curled her lips and didn't say much, but she had already forgiven him in her heart. It was indeed her decision to watch the movie, and he was just there to accompany her. But then again, he fell asleep less than 10 minutes after the movie started, which was really a bit too much. The two returned to the car, and this time Zhang Feifei was driving. As for the itinerary, it was naturally to send the little rascal next to her home first, and then go home herself. There was no conversation between them along the way. The pretty rich woman was concentrating on driving, while Yutao was in a daze the whole time until they were stuck on a road. Come early tomorrow and take me to work. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and spoke to him leisurely. Ah. Oh, I see. Yutao then remembered that he was the full-time driver of the pretty rich woman and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely come early tomorrow and make breakfast for you. By the way, if I become your full-time driver, does it mean that I have to stay in the car during the day? I will arrange an independent office for you and will not let you stay in the car." Zhang Feifei replied, "Independent office." Yutao pursed his lips and said earnestly, "Then Aunt Zhang, can you give me an office closer to you? After all, it's a very happy thing to be able to work with a talented and beautiful female CEO. Even if I don't do anything every day, I can just watch how you hold meetings and listen to what you say and do every day." Zhang Feifei's face flushed slightly, and she felt a little angry in her heart. This flattery was all technique and no emotion. It was so fake, but for some reason, she quite liked listening to him say these words. "Don't give me that. The resources in the company's office are very limited. It's great that we can spare one room for you, and you still want to stay by my side." Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes at him and said leisurely, Unless you are my full-time driver in the future. Otherwise, as a temporary driver, forget it." "Well, it's a lost opportunity to make progress." Yutao sighed and muttered to himself with a look of disappointment on his face. Little rascal. It's getting more and more naughty. Facing the emotionless performance of her best friend's son, Zhang Feifei wanted to punch him twice. She bit her plump red lips and murmured, "Are you sure you want to study for a doctorate?" "Almost certain. Now I'm waiting for the notification of the re-examination, but generally there won't be any problem." Yu Tao replied. Zhang Feifei opened her mouth. The words lingered for a long time, and then she swallowed them back and said softly, "I have a relative in Shinda, and the relationship is quite close. If you encounter any trouble in Shinda, just come to me directly." Yu Tao didn't take it seriously and just responded casually, "Hello. Have you ever kissed?" Zhang Feifei recalled the plot in the movie and asked in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Why do you suddenly ask such a question?" Yu Tao looked at her doubtfully and asked curiously, "Suddenly I thought of it." Zhang Feifei turned her face away and answered calmly, "Have you ever kissed her?" "There's a trap. There must be a conspiracy here." Although Yu Tao didn't know what this pretty rich woman was up to, his intuition told him that he couldn't tell the truth. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. "No. When I was in school, I was very honest and focused on my studies. I didn't know much about love between men and women." Yu Tao replied, "To be honest, I am still a young and strong virgin." "You are a young, strong virgin? Then what am I? A horny old maid?" Zhang Feifei pouted. She didn't believe a word of what her best friend's son said, because after spending these days together, she found that this little man who seemed to have never been in love was actually very experienced. "Leave." While the pretty rich woman was still daydreaming, the little bad guy next to her reminded her and brought her thoughts back to reality. "I gently stepped on the accelerator and drove towards my best friend's house. You take these and leave these to me." The bag of new clothes was handed to Yu Tao, and she kept all the old clothes. Carrying the shopping bags, Yu Tao turned around and was about to leave, but before he had taken a few steps, he suddenly heard the voice of the pretty rich woman behind him. "Don't tell your mother about me being with you today," Zhang Feifei warned seriously. "Don't worry." Yu Tao waved his hand and walked slowly towards the gate of the community. Zhang Feifei watched his departing back until he disappeared from her sight. Then she came to her senses and looked up at a certain building. Ripples began to form in her heart, and she felt an indescribable shame and self-blame. "Sister Fong Fong, I seem to be a little overwhelmed. At first, I just wanted to borrow your son to deal with the pressure from my family to get married. But now, I kind of like the feeling of being with him, because it's so easy and comfortable when I'm with him." Then, with endless sighs, the pretty rich woman drove back. At the same time, Yu Tao returned home, threw the shopping bag on the sofa, and went straight to the bathroom. After a while, he heard the sound of running water. "It's really unlucky. I lost thousands again today." Chuli, who had just finished playing mahjong, returned home cursing, and then found that her son had already returned home and was taking a shower in the bathroom. Facing this son who had not returned home for 2 consecutive nights, Chuli didn't know what to say. After all, he was already so old, so she could only turn a blind eye. "Why are there so many shopping bags?" Chuli looked at several shopping bags on the sofa, picked up one at random in confusion, took out a t-shirt from it, took a look at it, and thought it was pretty good, then flipped over the tag. When the price appeared in front of her, Chuli stood up from the sofa abruptly. "How many? 3,800 for one piece?" After looking at the prices of all the clothes in the shopping bag, Chuli was stunned for a moment. A t-shirt costs 3,800 yuan, a pair of jeans costs 18,000 yuan. A belt costs 6,000 yuan, and a flight jacket costs 32,000 yuan. Where did he get so much money? Suddenly, Chuli shuddered all over. Thinking about the fact that her son had not come home at night for the past 2 days, a very scary thought emerged in her mind. Working as a gigolo in a nightclub? End of this chapter. Chapter 23. My son is kept by a rich woman. Chapter 23. My son is kept by a rich woman. It's no wonder Chuli has such a ridiculous idea. As she is in the local circle of wealthy ladies, she knows some things that others don't know, especially the secrets of those wealthy ladies. Among them are some old women in their 50s and 60s who like to go to high-end clubs to find young men to accompany them. Moreover, these ladies were very generous. As long as they could be made happy, hundreds of thousands of dollars would be a piece of cake. The key point was that the son was so handsome and strong. He was a piece of fat meat in the eyes of the ladies. Seriously speaking, after seeing their sons, the ladies who came to the beauty salon almost cried with envy. I'm definitely going to be a prostitute. I'm definitely going to be a prostitute one. Chuli clenched her fists tightly, her brows full of grief and indignation at the cruel reality. She knew very well how much money her son had, and that he definitely could not afford so many luxury goods. In addition, he had just graduated from graduate school and had no job yet. The only way he could make a lot of money was to work as a gigolo in a nightclub. The key point was that her son had the conditions, and they were very good. When this thought penetrated deeply into her heart, it was accompanied by all kinds of unbearable scenes, such as her son hugging an old woman in her 50s or 60s, calling her baby all the time, which almost made Chuli faint from anger. Coincidentally, Yutao came out of the bathroom, wearing only shorts. He wiped his hair with a towel and asked absent-mindedly, "Mom, when did you come back?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was frightened when Chuli looked up and glared at him fiercely. "What's wrong?" "It feels like I've eaten a firecracker." Yutao shrank his head and asked cautiously. Chuli took a deep breath, pointed at the shopping bag on the sofa, and said with a dark face, "What's the matter with these clothes and pants?" "Oh, clothes and pants. Of course I bought it, otherwise it could have been picked up." Yutao, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, answered lightly. "Purchase? Where did the money come from? These clothes and pants are not cheap. I calculated that they cost at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Chuli gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me the truth. Did you go to a nightclub to be a gigolo? What the hell? Go be a duck?" Hearing his mother's incredible guess, Yutao didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment, and said unhappily, "Mom, your son is a master's degree graduate from a prestigious university after all. He wouldn't do such a weird thing. Besides, although our family is not rich, we are at least middle class. To satisfy his vanity and sacrifice his soul, am I crazy? Then explain to me where these clothes and pants came from." Chuli asked seriously. "Someone bought it and gave it to me as a gift." Yutao shrugged and explained nonchalantly. However, although he looked very calm, he was actually a little panicked deep down inside. "I was afraid this was a little hard to explain. I couldn't tell my mom that it was your best friend who bought it for me. Not to mention how my mom would react. Aunt Zhang had already warned me in advance not to reveal the fact that I was with her today. Hey, I was so confused. I should have known better, and I wouldn't have brought it." "Other people? Which other person? Is she an old woman in her 50s or 60s? Chuli said coldly. "No, a 31-year-old mature woman with a curvy figure." Yutao hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "It's definitely not him. But as for who it is, I can't tell you yet. Anyway, don't worry, Mom. Your son is a law-abiding citizen and will never do anything dirty." Chuli sneered and walked silently towards the kitchen. When she appeared again, she was holding a kitchen knife in her hand. "Not one. Why are you suddenly holding a knife?" Yutao quickly hid behind the sofa and said in horror, Mom, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Let's talk it over. Why bother with knives and guns?" "Calm down? How do you want me to calm down?" Chuli yelled angrily. "You little bastard! You dare to be a gigolo? Do you still have me as your mother in your eyes?" "Ouch! I really didn't go to be a duck." Yutao said bitterly, "I can only say that the other party is a woman and quite young." Fart one. "Do you think I'm a child?" Chuli became more and more angry the more she thought about it. At this moment, she somewhat lost her mind and chased after Yutao and started slashing at him. Of course, she didn't really want to chop him. She just wanted to scare this debt collector who was born from her belly. "Oh my. Mom, I'm going to stay out tonight. You better calm down. You're too impulsive." Yu Tao grabbed his changed clothes and cell phone and ran out of the door in a panic. If you don't come back tonight, don't ever come back again. Chu Li yelled at the door, then slammed the door shut. In fact, dramas like today's are just a trivial episode in the past few decades. Conflicts between mother and son would break out every now and then, but no matter how much they quarreled, they would make up in the end. After all, they have depended on each other for so long, and many things do not need to be said. Yu Tao had been away from home for only 3 minutes. Chu Li, who was sitting on the sofa, was a little worried about him, but she didn't call him for the sake of face. After thinking for a while, she silently picked up her mobile phone and called Jing Feifei. Feifei, call Chung Chung and ask him to go home quickly. Chu Li said helplessly. Zhang Feifei was stunned when she received a call from her bestie. She clearly saw him walk into the community with her own eyes, and then he drove away. Why would Sister Fangfang tell him to go home early? What's wrong? Yu Tao hasn't gone home yet? Zhang Feifei asked softly. He ran away from home. Chu Li replied distressedly. Running away from home? What is going on? Are you fighting again? What's the reason this time? Zhang Feifei asked. Speaking of which, Chu Li suddenly felt wronged. A strong sense of sadness swept through her body. She bit her lips tightly. Tears kept rolling in her eyes, but she held back her tears, trembling and muttering, Feifei. Zhang Feifei noticed that her best friend was in a bad mood and suddenly became nervous. She hurriedly comforted her. Sister, I'm here. Don't be sad. Tell me what happened first, and I'll see if I can help you solve it. Finally, Chu Li still couldn't hold it back, because she thought of the scene of her son hugging his old daughter, and the sadness was like a flood that broke through the dam, surging through her body. Feifei 1. My son went to work as a duck behind my back. He was kept by a rich woman. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. The feeling of taking advantage of the opportunity. Chapter 24. The feeling of taking advantage of the opportunity. Zhang Feifei, who was lying on the sofa, sat up straight suddenly. Her eyes were full of surprise and panic, and she was even a little at a loss. Could it be that Sister Fangfang discovered something? Zhang Feifei bit her lip tightly and asked in a squeaking voice, Sister, why don't I understand? You said Yu Tao became a gigolo and was kept by a rich woman. I think this is a bit unbelievable, even whimsical. Yu Tao is a very good student and is still applying for a doctorate. He wouldn't do such a thing. I also know that this is ridiculous, and I also know that Chung Chung is very good and would not do such an unprecedented thing for her own future. But, Chu Li looked at the shopping bags beside her and replied angrily, reality is like a carving knife, leaving traces of pain. What's going on? Sister, please tell me slowly and I will help you analyze it. Zhang Feifei was so nervous that she was suffocating, but she had to pretend to be calm in front of her best friend and asked in a soft voice. Chu Li sighed and murmured, the situation is like this. I just came home from playing mahjong and saw that my son had returned. I didn't notice anything at first, but suddenly I saw a lot of shopping bags on the sofa. I took out a t-shirt at random and the price tag was 3,810 yuan. Speaking of which, Zhang Feifei slapped herself on the face a few times, feeling extremely regretful. After trying so hard and making so many calculations, I actually forgot the simplest thing. I am such an idiot. Super big idiot. Zhang Feifei suppressed her inner helplessness and regret and comforted her softly. Sister, the price on the tag and the final purchase price actually have little to do with each other. We two sisters often go shopping together. You should understand this better than me. I remember that the tag price of a windbreaker was 15,000 yuan, and you bargained it down to 2,000 yuan. After you bought it, you still felt that you lost a lot. 500 yuan should be enough. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. After hearing what her good sister said, Chu Li suddenly became more aware and muttered, yes, the tag price and the actual price are two different things. How could I have forgotten this? Sister, actually, it's not your fault. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to turn around at all. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and whispered slowly. Chu Li sighed, I was just anxious for a moment. However, as soon as the words fell, Chu Li slapped her thigh fiercely and said angrily, oh, then my son has suffered a great loss, right? At this moment, Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes. She was indignant about her son being kept by a rich woman. Now, when she heard that the tag price and the actual price were two different prices, she called her son a cheat. Isn't this too hypocritical? Damn stinky woman one. You actually had sex with my son for free. Chu Li was so angry that her face turned red and she cursed. No, I didn't take advantage of your son. Zhang Feifei curled her lips. Listening to her best friend's abusive words, she felt a little pain in her heart. Although she knew that her best friend was not scolding her, every word actually pierced deep into her heart. That's enough, sis. Stop scolding me. Yu Tao was being kept by someone just based on a few shopping bags? Isn't that too groundless? Zhang Feifei murmured, in my opinion, you should not worry too much. Yu Tao is already an adult. He knows what he can and cannot do. Besides, he has seen the world. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Why would he bother? Chu Li pursed her lips and answered thoughtfully, that does make sense. Although I'm not extremely wealthy, I'm still a little wealthy. A few tens of thousands of dollars is really insignificant. Maybe forget it. Maybe it's really my problem. Just when Zhang Feifei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had gotten away with this matter, she heard her best friend continue speaking. But this brat must be in love, and he even said it himself, that it was a gift from a woman. Chu Li said seriously. In love? It seemed like a very distant thing. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and pretended not to care. We are in love, it doesn't matter. Look at me, right? Chu Li smiled knowingly and said quietly, they married you at the age of 24. It's no problem for my son to have a relationship at the age of 24. Besides, I'm also anxious to have grandchildren, so I'm a little worried about what kind of person my future daughter-in-law will be. Zhang Feifei didn't respond, mainly because she didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, she whispered, I have something to tell you, but I don't know if Yu Tao has told you about it. Matter? This kid didn't mention anything to me. Chu Li asked, what happened? Yu Tao is applying for a doctorate, which requires a month or two of waiting. He will be idle during this period, so I want him to be my driver. I will pay him 20,000 yuan a day and, of course, give him an independent office in the company. She paused for a moment and asked softly, Sister, do you think this arrangement is appropriate for my sister? Suitable one. It's just perfect. I was worried about him running around every day. Now that you can help me take care of him, I feel relieved. But, Chu Li said seriously, 20,000 yuan a day. Isn't that too much? It should be. It's a reasonable price to hire a future PhD as my driver. In fact, the rich lady wanted to give more, but she was afraid that her best friend would not be able to accept it and might even become suspicious and eventually give a price that seemed incredible to outsiders. So, Sister One. Zhang Feifei bit her lip lightly. I'll call Yu Tao now and ask him to go home quickly. Why? It's probably going to be difficult. Don't think that Cheng Cheng doesn't care about anything on weekdays. In fact, his temper is just like mine. Chu Li sighed and said leisurely, forget it. Let it be. Anyway, he has the habit of carrying his ID card with him, so he will definitely find a hotel to stay in when the time comes. In the following time, the two sisters chatted for a while and then hung up the phone in a hurry. At this time, Zhang Feifei was sitting on the sofa, deep in thought. After hesitating for a moment, she silently unlocked her phone, found someone's number, and called it directly. Hello? Where are you? Of course I'm taking you home. Come to my house, not yours. Stand there and don't move. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feifei held the phone tightly, her brows filled with unspeakable guilt. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm taking advantage of someone's opportunity? End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Damn. I'm getting weirder and weirder. Chapter 25. Damn. I'm getting weirder and weirder. Yu Tao stood at the door of a convenience store smoking, waiting for the pretty rich woman to pick him up and take him home. Of course, it was to the rich woman's home. If nothing unexpected happened, he would most likely spend the night at her house. I don't know how long it was. I had smoked 3 cigarettes, and finally I saw a Porsche Panamera driving towards me quickly and then stopped steadily in front of me. Yu Tao opened the passenger door and got in. While fastening his seatbelt, he said softly, Thank you, Aunt Zhang, for coming to pick me up so late at night. You know that too. Go apologize to your mother tomorrow morning. Zhang Feifei looked at him and whispered softly. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? Yu Tao curled his lips and replied seriously, I think you should apologize. This is all your fault. I. Zhang Feifei was speechless for a moment. She glanced at the little bad boy beside her, bit her lip and said angrily, You little bad boy, you have no respect for your elders. I am your elder. Yes, one. You are my elder, but you are also my wife in legal terms. Yu Tao shrugged, looked at the somewhat exasperated pretty rich woman, and said leisurely, Aunt Zhang, are you going to keep this a secret from my mother forever? Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and replied helplessly, I don't know what to do either. Ever since I got the marriage certificate with you, every time I face your mother, I always feel that I owe her a lot, and I don't know how to make up for it. Maybe this path was wrong from the beginning. As soon as the voice fell, the corner of her eyes moved to him again. She opened her mouth slightly and whispered, "Be nice to your mother in the future. This is my compensation to her." Dot. I'm nice to her. How does that count as your fault? Yu Tao asked with a confused look on his face. You are so annoying one. Zhang Feifei suddenly got angry and stepped on the accelerator hard. Little rascal. He has become more and more disobedient and naughty recently. He was not like this at the beginning. He always listened to me and obeyed me. Why is he so rebellious now? Angry? Yu Tao looked at the pretty rich woman with a frown on her face and asked with a smile. No. Zhang Feifei replied coldly and continued driving. Oh, just don't be angry. Yu Tao responded casually and sat there playing with his phone. Zhang Feifei, who was driving, became even more angry when she saw his heartless look. She happened to encounter a red light and stepped on the brakes hard. The huge inertia threw him out of the seat, and his forehead hit the storage box on the passenger seat. Ouch! You did this on purpose, didn't you? Yu Tao rubbed his forehead and asked with a painful look on his face. Zhang Feifei tilted her head, forcing a smile on her face, and said unhappily, What do you think? I think you did it on purpose. Yu Tao rolled his eyes. I find that you are sometimes quite sinister. You like to play a trick on me every now and then, and after playing the trick on me, you put on an innocent expression to me. Any comments? I just like to play tricks on you. I am only mean to you. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman bit her lips lightly, revealing an inexplicable emotion between her brows, and said quietly, Who made you become more and more disobedient? Not obedient? I think I'm quite obedient, Yu Tao murmured to himself. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes and said, I don't care what you think. I care what I think. I think if you don't listen, you won't listen. Hey, look at this tyranny. Yu Tao laughed dryly twice and didn't continue arguing with her. However, after a brief bickering, the originally dull atmosphere changed a little, and the two chatted with each other all the way until they arrived at the neighborhood where the pretty rich woman lived. Entering the house of the beautiful rich woman, Yu Tao changed into slippers and sat down on the sofa. While peeling oranges on the coffee table, he picked up the TV remote control and randomly found a show to watch. Zhang Feifei was exactly what she wanted to see. She quietly walked into the kitchen, brought out 2 glasses of water, sat next to the little rascal, and handed one of the glasses of water to him. I've talked to your mother about you being my driver, and I've also told her about the salary. Zhang Feifei sipped the warm water in her cup and continued to talk to him. I'll transfer your salary to your mother, and there's also a bonus, which I'll give you separately. Yu Tao was watching Animal World, which was telling interesting stories about the mating of male and female lions. He was a little bit fascinated and ignored the words of the pretty rich woman next to him without even thinking. Did you listen to what I said? Zhang Feifei frowned and asked coldly. Yes. Yu Tao nodded woodenly, but his mind was completely on the lion's mating. Sudden, the TV was turned off. Yu Tao was stunned for a moment, looked at the angry rich woman, then calmly picked up the teacup, took a sip and said, You tell me. Zhang Feifei took a deep breath, suppressed her inner dissatisfaction, raised her hand and gently tapped the little rascal's head with her green jade fingers, angrily said, You little rascal are getting more and more presumptuous, and you are increasingly looking down on me. If you continue like this, be careful that your auntie will be rude to you. It looks like an education from an elder to a younger one, but in fact it is more like a wife's complaint to her husband. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and although there is a gleam of anger in her eyes, it is also like a kitten raising its paw, pretending to scratch someone, revealing a bit of mischievous charm. I dare not. Yu Tao smiled and asked softly, Did my mother call you? How did you explain it to her? Don't worry about how it is explained. I have solved it for you anyway. Zhang Feifei picked up the teacup, sipped the tea, and answered softly. All right. Yu Tao quietly reached out and touched the TV remote control. In the blink of an eye, the pretty rich woman snatched the remote control away. Don't look at it. It's already past 10. You can go to bed now. You have to get up early tomorrow. The pretty rich woman warned seriously. After that, holding the remote control, he walked towards a secondary bedroom and said as he walked, You can take a shower now. I'll prepare your bedding for you. Looking at her departing back, Yu Tao secretly felt something was wrong. Why do I feel like she has a strong desire for control? The pretty rich woman helped her best friend's son make the bedding, walked out of the second bedroom, and sat alone on the sofa. At the same time, The light was on in the bathroom, and the sound of running water could be heard from inside. I tried hard not to imagine the scenes inside, but I couldn't help but think of the sturdy body of the little rascal. Although I have never seen his figure, from the way he looked in the suit shop today, I can infer that the boy is quite strong. Suddenly, the pretty rich woman felt a little uneasy. She put her legs together and rubbed them gently, with a hint of confusion and astonishment in her eyes. Oh no, I seem to be getting weirder. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, is he here to catch someone cheating? Chapter 26, is he here to catch someone cheating? When Yutao came out of the bathroom, wearing only a pair of shorts, he swayed towards his second bedroom. At this moment, a pretty rich woman came out of the bedroom. Due to her loneliness problem, she had experienced some inexplicable things and was forced to go to the bedroom to change her pants. When the two met in the living room, the atmosphere became awkward. Zhang Feifei looked at the sturdy physique of her best friend's son, and she seemed to be hit by something deep in her heart, and even her breathing began to become difficult. Little bad guy, how can you be so lawless? He walks around the house in just a pair of shorts, with no sense of shame at all. But then again, he is exactly as I imagined, with a well-proportioned body, a faint sense of explosiveness, and obvious muscle lines. The key is that he actually has abdominal muscles. I didn't see it on weekdays, but I didn't expect that after taking off his clothes. I was so surprised. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman blushed and quickly turned her head to the side, panting slightly and said shyly, "Don't walk around in your underpants anymore." "New." Yutao responded casually and walked slowly towards the second bedroom in front of the rich woman. She couldn't help but glance over from the corner of her eye, and what she saw was the broad shoulders, the strong waist, and the round buttocks. For a moment, the heart of this pretty, mature, and wealthy woman who had been lonely for more than 30 years was pounding. "Aunt Zhang, good night." Yutao stood at the door and said to the dazed rich woman. Zhang Feifei came back to her senses and nodded, then turned and walked towards her bedroom. Closing the door, Zhang Feifei approached it, breathing heavily, raised her hand and touched her face, and found that it was still a little hot. She muttered to herself, "What's going on? Why can't I resist temptation? I just looked at his body, and it turned out like this." I tried to calm my emotions and return to my usual calmness, but the image of the little bad guy in my mind seemed to be imprinted in my memory and could not be shaken off. Whenever I thought of that strong body, it seemed to open a valve in my heart to release the flood. But then again, aren't all top students weak and fragile? Why is he the complete opposite? I don't want to. I don't want to. If this continues, I'm going to break down. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman shook her head vigorously, then fell on the bed with a thud, staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, her mind full of random thoughts. After a long time, he silently took out his cell phone, found a number, and called it. "Hard-working. Are you busy?" The pretty rich woman bit her lip and asked in a soft voice. "Not busy, just a little tired." Song Chin said tiredly on the phone. "What's wrong? What does the female president want to talk to me about?" "Stop it. I have something very important to consult you about." The pretty rich woman took a deep breath and asked earnestly, "You are a doctor. I want to ask you, after a woman has been lonely for a long time, will her heartbeat suddenly speed up when she sees a man? What does this question have to do with me being a doctor? I'm just lonely, and I want to find a man to relieve my loneliness. Why do you want to make it so mysterious and high-end, and even have something to do with medicine?" Song Chin said unhappily, but she fell silent the next second and asked excitedly, "Did you suddenly become horny and unbearable after seeing your husband?" "Pooh. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Can you be serious? We are discussing diseases. Don't bring in these dirty things." Yo. Look at this high-sounding appearance. I don't know you yet." Song Chin on the phone said with a sly smile, "You look like an iceberg on the outside, but in fact, your heart is surging magma. Feifei, I am not exaggerating. You are more reserved than anyone else." You. The pretty rich lady was almost furious, but she didn't know how to refute in a hurry. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Song Chin said leisurely, "Actually, your situation is very normal. I also have an accelerated heartbeat occasionally. From a medical point of view, this is related to adrenaline, which produces a hormone that can make people feel their heartbeat faster." "Oh," Zhang Feifei responded and asked in a squeaky voice, "This should have nothing to do with liking someone, right?" "Stupid one. Would you be attracted to someone you hate?" Song Chin paused and continued, "However, your situation is a bit special. After all, You have been lonely for so long. Snort. Do you have a marriage certificate? No, right? But I have one, Jing Feifei said angrily. As soon as the voice fell, the opponent's defense was broken directly. The clever rich lady quickly hung up the phone, leaving her best friend with no place to vent her anger. Should. It probably has nothing to do with liking someone. Maybe it's just like Qin Qin said, I've just been lonely for too long. Zhang Feifei sighed, looking at the ceiling with blurred eyes, her brows filled with melancholy. Bang, bang, bang. When the pretty rich woman was hesitating, there was a sudden knock on the door. Aunt Zhang? Do you want to eat glutinous rice balls? I found some dumplings in the refrigerator and cooked a pot. Yu Tao called softly from the door. Wait a moment. I'll be right out. The pretty rich woman sat up, took a few deep breaths, and slowly walked to the door. The moment the door opened, she saw the little rascal in clothes sitting at the dining table, eating dumplings in a bowl while browsing his mobile phone. At the same time, there was a similar bowl in front of another seat, steam coming out of it. Walking to the seat, Zhang Feifei looked at the 4 dumplings in the bowl, which were sprinkled with osmanthus and sugar. Suddenly, a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She picked up the spoon, scooped a dumpling, and slowly brought it to her mouth, blowing on it a few times. He opened his mouth slightly and bit off the glutinous rice skin, and instantly the sweet sesame filling flowed out from inside. Just then, unexpectedly, the doorbell rang again. Property? Didn't you pay the property management fee? Yu Tao asked curiously. Yes. I'll go check out the situation. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman stood up, walked slowly to the front door, and took a look at the situation outside through the peephole. In an instant, Zhang Feifei trembled all over and was so scared that she almost collapsed to the ground. The rich woman took several steps back, her eyes filled with fear, terror, and an expression of being caught off guard. Sister Fong Fong. Why is Sister Fong Fong here? Did she come here to catch someone committing adultery? End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Could this rich woman be you? Chapter 27. Could this rich woman be you? When Zhang Feifei saw Chu Li standing outside the door, she was instantly frightened and her legs could hardly stand. She took several steps back, holding onto the wall beside her, with a hint of despair in her fear and anxiety. What should I do? What should I do? Standing at the door was Sister Fong Fong. Did she hear some rumors and come here specifically to catch someone cheating? At this moment, the pretty rich woman had no idea what to do. Her clever brain also stopped working. Her heart almost broke when she thought about being caught by her best friend in a room alone with her son. But since the problem had already occurred, she couldn't avoid it and could only bite the bullet and solve it. But then again, isn't this an opportunity? First of all, Yu Tao ran away from home. In other words, he was driven out by his best friend. As Yu Tao's aunt, how could I bear to see him wandering on the streets? Taking him home to live is both emotional and reasonable, and it is the highest point of morality and emotion. So, why did Sister Fong Fong doubt? What was her basis for doubt? She was too grateful to express it. And this had happened before, and in the future, even if she found herself alone with her son in a room again, she would not think about that aspect. The pretty rich woman took a deep breath, turned her head and looked at Yu Tao, who was sitting on the sofa, then winked at him and whispered, Your mother is at the door. Yu Tao, who was eating rice dumplings, was startled when he heard Zhang Feifei's voice as thin as a mosquito. Then he stood up suddenly and subconsciously wanted to run away, but he stopped suddenly after taking a few steps. No, no. Why do I feel guilty about having an affair? There shouldn't be any problem running away from home and staying at Aunt Zhang's house for one night, right? Yu Tao quietly returned to his seat, eating the glutinous rice balls in his bowl calmly while nodding at the pretty rich woman at the door. When the two looked at each other, they reached a kind of tacit understanding in silence. Zhang Feifei took a deep breath, stepped forward and gently grasped the door handle, then slowly opened the door. Looking at her dusty best friend, she pretended to be surprised and asked in confusion, Sister, why are you here? Miss you. I just came over to chat with you. Chu Li smiled gently and then went into her best friend's house. As soon as she walked into the house, she saw a young man sitting in the living room, eating dumplings in front of him and staring at her. For a time, Chu Li was stunned, but she quickly came to her senses and said angrily with a dark face, You little brat, why don't you stay at a good hotel and come to disturb your Aunt Zhang? Yu Tao didn't say anything. Zhang Feifei walked up to her, gently took her arm, and said softly, Sister, you misunderstood Yu Tao. I was the one who brought him here. As his aunt, I couldn't bear to let him wander the streets, so I called him right away and brought him home. Speaking of which, Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and said apologetically, Sister, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just… Before the rich lady could finish her words, Chu Li gently held her jade hand and said earnestly, You don't have to explain so much. I understand everything in my heart. Feifei, I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, this family would probably fall apart. Nothing. Sister, you are making fun of me again. Zhang Feifei replied hesitantly with embarrassment on her face. At the same time, Yu Tao, who was sitting at the dining table, was eating the few remaining dumplings in the bowl, staring at his confused mother, and secretly complained in his heart that those were all things of the past, and now your best friend has already took me away from you. But there is one thing to say. This rich woman's acting skills are quite impressive. Look at how she doesn't blush or feel nervous, and how she's talking so caringly and lovingly about her best friend. She's as good as an Oscar-winning actress. Chu Li smiled at her bestie, then turned to look at her son and said unhappily, Have you finished eating? Have you taken a bath? Yu Tao nodded and responded casually. Then go to bed quickly. I'll take your Aunt Zheng to work tomorrow. You'll be her exclusive driver from now on. You must listen to your Aunt Zheng and don't do anything stupid, Chu Li warned unhappily. Ouch. I know this even if you don't say it. Yu Tao curled his lips, silently got up, took the bowl and walked into the kitchen, then walked alone towards the second bedroom. When he closed the door, the two sisters were the only ones left in the huge living room. Seeing that her son was gone, Chu Li reached out and gently pinched her best friend's waist and said unhappily, You? Why are you so confused? Although you are Cheng Cheng's aunt, you can't bring her home. If your husband finds out, it will easily cause misunderstandings. Won't. As long as you don't misunderstand, sister. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and answered slowly. What could I misunderstand? What is there to misunderstand? Did I misunderstand that you and Cheng Cheng were having an affair? I'm not insane. Chu Li laughed unhappily, and then continued. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Anyway, this is what I mean. Don't bring any men home in the future, including Cheng Cheng. Why is this situation different from what I imagined? The pretty rich woman opened her mouth. The words lingered for a long time. Then she swallowed them back silently and muttered, Okay, I'll listen to you. That's right. Chu Li nodded with satisfaction, looked at another bowl on the table and asked, Did he cook it? I was a little hungry, so Yu Tao cooked some dumplings for me. While the pretty rich woman was making up a lie, she did not forget to help Yu Tao. He has a conscience. Chu Li held her best friend's arm tightly and asked curiously, Where's your husband? Why doesn't he live with you? Still studying. Zhang Feifei replied in a murmur. Ouch, my dear mother. Chu Li showed a hint of shock on her face, winked at her bestie, and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so tender. You little hoof is really good. Zhang Feifei's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but glance at the second bedroom. She bit her red lips and said softly, That's enough, sister. Don't make fun of me anymore. If you make fun of me again, I'll get a divorce. Okay. Chu Li said angrily, but are you willing to give it up? Oh, okay. Don't ask me these anymore. Zhang Feifei pulled her best friend to sit on the sofa, pressed her body tightly against her, and snuggled up to her. Sister, will you forgive someone who has hurt you? Zhang Feifei asked casually. Well, Chu Li replied, it depends on what hurts me. The pretty rich woman hesitated for a moment and said softly, Let me give you an analogy. If there is a rich woman next to you, and she snatches Yu Tao away from you, what will you do? Chu Li looked at her and said jokingly, This rich woman is not you, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Cheating with her best friend. Chapter 28. Cheating with her best friend. Zhang Feifei stared at her best friend blankly, her mind still buzzing, her blurred eyes revealing some barely perceptible fear. When she came to her senses, she hurriedly shook her head and denied, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do such a thing? His tone was quite firm at the beginning, but it got softer and softer as he spoke. In the end, he didn't even dare to look Chu Li in the eye and turned his head away silently. I was just joking. Chu Li burst out laughing and said softly, But from another perspective, you actually snatched Cheng Cheng away from me. You see, starting tomorrow, my son will be inseparable from you. After all, he is your exclusive driver, and the key is that you like to work overtime. It turns out that I misunderstood what she thought. Zhang Feifei heaved a sigh of relief, and the heart that had been hanging in her throat fell into her stomach. She muttered, What I mean is what you suspected before. If Yu Tao was taken over by a rich woman around you, both mentally and physically, what would you do? Then it can only be a blood feud. Chu Li replied lightly. Although I am eager to have grandchildren, I don't want an old woman to become my daughter-in-law. The key is that this old woman is my sister. I absolutely cannot accept such a thing. After hearing what her best friend said, Zheng Feifei's face turned pale. She clutched her trouser leg tightly with one of her delicate hands, and her eyes were filled with guilt and helplessness that were difficult to conceal. But if you were my daughter-in-law, I would have no objection. Chu Li stepped forward and took her arm, smiling, and said, Fei Fei, I really had this idea before, not just once or twice. Her originally pale face turned red again, and she rolled her eyes at her best friend beside her, saying unhappily, Sister, your idea is really absurd. You actually want me to be your daughter-in-law. It's not illegal to think about it, and the key is that Chung Chung likes you very much. Chu Li smiled and continued, Of course, I'm just thinking about it. As long as you can think of it, there is nothing that cannot be done. In fact, a few days ago, I became your daughter-in-law legally. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and did not tell the secret on impulse. After all, she didn't know how her best friend would react when the bloody truth was revealed. Perhaps, as she said, the two of them would have a blood feud from then on. I almost forgot. I didn't pour you a glass of water. The pretty rich woman stood up and said softly, Sit down for a while. I'll go get you a glass of water. After saying that, he went straight to the kitchen, leaving Chu Li alone in the living room. In a short while, not only did they bring 2 glasses of water, they also cut some apples. Then the 2 sisters sat on the sofa and chatted about some family matters, but most of them were related to skincare and beauty. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I noticed that your skin is very shiny, and it's whiter and tenderer than before. It's true. Young men can really nourish people. Chu Li looked at her bestie meaningfully and smiled mysteriously at her. Isn't the young man very strong? Can you bear it, little hoof? Here we go again. Here we go again. Why is Sister Fangfang always so outspoken? Zhang Feifei curled her lips and replied softly, We never slept together. We just agreed to get married. It's hard for us to have any feelings for each other. I don't think so. Because from your appearance, Chu Li looked at her and said thoughtfully, You have very strong needs in certain aspects. In fact, you should know this yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have found a young and strong guy as your husband. Dot. Oops. The rich woman stood up with a red face and said angrily, Sister, that's enough. It's endless. I'm so annoyed. Look, he's anxious again. Chu Li pulled her back to her seat, patted the back of Zheng Feifei's hand gently, and said softly, You are also a married woman. There is nothing to be shy about. I tell you that the happiness of marriage is based on sexual happiness. Without sexual happiness, there is no happiness. Even if you are happy, you will not be happy after a long time. I know, I know. The pretty rich lady was almost going crazy and hurriedly changed the subject. Are you staying here tonight? It depends on whether you want me to stay. Is that even a question? Then if you let me stay, I will. The night is quiet. Zhang Feifei and Chu Li were lying on the same bed, chatting in private before going to bed. Suddenly, the cell phone placed next to the pretty rich woman's pillow rang. She looked and saw that it was a message from the little rascal sleeping in the second bedroom. Yu Tao, are you asleep? Your husband? Chu Li asked casually. Zhang Feifei bit her lip, locked the screen and replied calmly, Yeah? Miss you? Chu Li turned over and looked at her best friend beside her. In the dim environment, she could only see a vague outline. Without. He asked me if I slept. Zhang Feifei murmured. Oh. So how did you answer? Chu Li asked curiously. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and said lightly, I haven't answered him yet. This way. You just sent a message asking if you missed me? Chu Li began to help her bestie with advice, saying seriously, You should take the initiative when you should. Don't act so cool, or you might scare your husband away. The pretty rich woman wanted to refuse at first, but suddenly she had an idea. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. I guess Sister Fangfang could never have guessed that I would be chatting with her son on WeChat next to her. But Zhang Feifei tightly grasped her cell phone, an indescribable shame gushing from the bottom of her heart to her whole body. What's wrong? Hurry up and do it. Don't dilly-dally. Seeing that her best friend didn't move, Chu Li became a little worried about her. I'm a little embarrassed. The pretty rich woman explained in a squeaky voice. Is it because I'm by your side? Hey, give me your phone. I'll help you send it. Chu Li said angrily. No, no, no. I'll do it myself. The pretty rich woman hurriedly protected her phone and carefully warned, Sister, don't peek. Line 1. Hurry up and send it. Chuli said unhappily. Zhang Feifei opened her phone cautiously, then after reading 3 words, she turned around and nervously edited the reply. She even typed a word 3 times in a row before she got it right. It can be seen how nervous the pretty rich woman was. Feifei, are you shaking? I don't have any. While the two were talking, the phone accidentally fell to the ground. The pretty rich woman quickly leaned over and reached out to pick up her cell phone from the bed. My hand just slipped. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. He actually tickled my palm. Chapter 29. He actually tickled my palm. Chuli, who was lying beside him, smiled slightly and said softly, I see you are a little nervous. What's there to be shy about saying some sweet words to your husband? You are not a child anymore. You are not at the age of falling in love for the first time. You should be bold when you should be bold and flirtatious when you should be flirtatious. The pretty rich woman held her phone tightly, her face flushed as she retorted, Sister, what's the point of being flirtatious? Anyway, my situation is a bit special. If it were someone else, it would be fine. The key point is that the brother-in-law you are talking about is your son. At this moment, Zhang Feifei's heart was trembling slightly, with a hint of excitement in her nervousness and fear. What's special about the situation? I just want to ask you if you are lonely. If you are, then act quickly. If you are not, then do whatever you want. Chuli rolled her eyes and said unhappily, the one who is procrastinating is only because the other party has not left the school and does not understand. If it were another man, he would have been impatient a long time ago. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman curled her lips and replied leisurely, I've been used to it for a long time. No man. I'll live the same way as before. It's no big deal. I don't believe I can't live without a man. You won. Why are you so stubborn? Chuli said distressfully, Okay, do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep. As soon as the voice fell, he turned over and faced away from her. Seeing that her best friend had finally fallen asleep, Zhang Feifei heaved a sigh of relief, carefully opened her phone, and continued to edit the content that she had not yet finished. However, she was cautious and did not relax. From time to time, she turned her head to observe her best friend beside her to prevent her from pretending to sleep and peeking at her. Zhang Feifei, your mother and I sleep together. I was chatting with her just now, and now she is asleep. Is there anything you need? I locked the screen, looked up at the ceiling quietly, and waited for the little rascal's reply. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the quiet environment. Scent? The pretty rich woman was startled and angrily said, Sister, you scared me to death. Aren't you asleep? Chuli turned over to face her and replied with a smile, It's because I care about you. Care? Obviously, it's just gossip. Facing her good sister, the pretty rich woman acted more like an ordinary girl. She lost her former coldness and talked more often, and her emotions became more vivid. At this moment, she pouted her lips, and her brows were full of dissatisfaction with her best friend. You won. You really mean so much to me. I care so much about your relationship, and I'm afraid you'll ruin this relationship, but you treat my concern as gossip. Chuli said angrily, It seems like this sisterhood has reached its limit. Can you blame me? Who made you his biological mother? Just as Zhang Feifei opened her mouth, her cell phone rang and a certain bad guy sent her a reply. He replied, Hurry up, let me see it. Chuli said impatiently. No, number 1. The pretty rich woman protected her phone with her life and nervously refused, Sister, please don't get involved and just go to sleep, okay? How stingy. Look, I'm ignoring you. Chuli turned around and lay aside angrily. Zhang Feifei quietly turned on her cell phone and turned to look at her best friend beside her. As expected, she turned over carefully, and then the two sisters looked at each other. An awkward atmosphere arose between them, but an old hand is worthy of being an old hand. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, Chuli yawned calmly, turned over and went back, pretending nothing had happened. The pretty rich woman curled her lips and looked back at the phone screen. Tao, let's delete each other. My mom is very cunning. If she sees this, I will be doomed. Delete each other? Why do we need to delete each other? I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Zhang Feifei pursed her lips, quickly edited the content, and then sent it out. Send to a friend for verification. Did he really delete me? The pretty rich woman opened her eyes wide, staring at the phone screen in disbelief, her scalp tingling. Good. Deleting me is a relief. Adding me is a constant. You little rascal. You just wait and see. After plugging in the phone, he lay quietly on the bed with an angry look on his face. Actually, it was quite normal to do so if you think about it carefully, but Zhang Feifei felt like she was abandoned by the little bad guy, so she was a little angry. It's over? Chu Li suddenly asked. Zhang Feifei was not surprised and responded casually. Well, why are you still angry with this tone? Chu Li's face was full of confusion. Zhang Feifei gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to pay attention to him. What's going on? What on earth is going on? I saw that we didn't even talk much. How could Feifei be so angry? Although Chu Li was very curious about what happened, she did not ask to get to the bottom of it. After all, this kind of thing is something that one should avoid if possible to avoid getting into trouble. Besides, it is normal for a young couple to have some minor frictions. As the saying goes, there is no overnight grudge between husband and wife. They fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. They will probably be fine by tomorrow morning. The next morning, Zhang Feifei woke up from her sleep, opened her eyes and found that her best friend was gone. She didn't care about it. She stretched lazily, threw off the quilt, got out of bed, put on her work clothes, and then walked out of the bedroom. The moment I opened the door, I saw mother and son sitting together eating breakfast. The scene was quite harmonious, and it didn't look like they had had an argument last night. Are you up? Chung, go get your aunt a bowl of porridge. Seeing her best friend get up, Chu Li instructed her son. Yu Tao stood up obediently, went to serve porridge to his pretty rich lady, and then brought it to her. At this time, the pretty rich woman looked up, glared at the little scoundrel fiercely, then quietly reached out to touch his waist and pinched it hard, instantly causing him to grimace in pain, unable to bear the pain. I endured the pain and returned to my original seat. When my mother wasn't paying attention, I gently rubbed the place where I was pinched. At the same time, I secretly glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. I roughly guessed what the reason was. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be related to deleting her WeChat. Yu Tao pursed his lips. There was nothing he could do at this moment. He could only eat breakfast in silence. And at this moment, after finishing breakfast, Chu Li went into the bedroom to change her clothes. Yu Tao and the pretty rich woman were the only ones left in the empty living room. You deleted me. Zhang Feifei's face darkened as she muttered angrily. Then I'll add it back now. Yu Tao took out his cell phone and prepared to add the pretty rich woman back. The result was rejected. Delete if you want, add if you want. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at the little bad guy beside her and said angrily, Auntie is so cheap? Yu Tao put down his phone and looked at her straight. The rich woman's angry look is like the red glow under the sunset, charming with a hint of shock, especially her fierce eyes, which are like scorching stars, both scary and fascinating. After simple thinking and calm analysis, Yu Tao decided to take a risky move. He quickly stretched out his hand, grasped her fair and tender hand quickly and accurately, and held it tightly in his own, not adding it back. I will keep catching my mother until she comes out, Yu Tao said seriously. Faced with the little scoundrel's sudden action, the pretty rich woman was like a frightened deer. Her body trembled slightly. She struggled hard but found it was no use because he was holding her too tightly. I won't let you pass one. The pretty rich woman bit her lip and answered angrily. Yu Tao smiled wickedly. Okay. In that case, don't blame me. No matter what. Anyway, I won't agree. Let's see what you can do to me. The pretty rich woman tried hard to suppress the inexplicable emotion. Just when she thought the little bad guy was a paper tiger, she suddenly felt a piercing itch in the palm of her hand. Oops. He actually scratched the palm of my hand. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman twisted her body and covered her mouth tightly. She looked at him with her watery eyes, and her brows were full of pitiful expression. AI. One went a little too far, and the other finally couldn't hold it back, resulting in a sound of emotional release in the living room. With this exclamation of sweat dripping from her face, Chu Li rushed out of the bedroom in a panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Do my aunt's feet feel comfortable to touch? Chapter 30. Do my aunt's feet feel comfortable to touch? Chu Li, who had just changed her clothes, suddenly heard a sound of soul resonance coming from outside the door, as if it was the release of some kind of emotion. She was immediately frightened and rushed out, only to see her best friend sitting there steadily. What's going on? What happened just now? He quickly walked to Zhang Feifei's side and looked at her carefully. Only then did he notice that his best friend's face was flushed, even to her neck and ears. Nothing. I just accidentally hit my toe, so I screamed in pain. The pretty rich woman subconsciously turned her face to the side, not daring to look at her bestie, and whispered softly, "Sister, I made you worry. I'm fine." Little rascal, little rascal. I struggled so hard, but he still held on tightly and even scratched my palm. He was really getting worse and more naughty. Zhang Feifei's heart was filled with resentment towards someone, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable feeling brewing. She had to say that the moment he grabbed her hand, it seemed as if a mysterious force had struck deep into her heart, especially when she lightly scratched her palm. That kind of tingling and numb feeling was like millions of ants crawling all over her body. Ouch! You are too careless. Chu Li breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at her son who acted as if nothing had happened, and said unhappily, "Seeing your aunt in so much pain, why didn't you get her a bottle of safflower oil? You just sat there stupidly. How could you not be smart at all?" Yu Tao was embarrassed. He glanced at the pretty rich woman beside him and found that she was glaring at him fiercely. He quickly stood up and asked, "Annie Zheng, where's the medicine box?" "No, it doesn't hurt much anymore." The pretty rich woman stared at him with sharp eyes, and there was a hint of hatred in her soft words. "How can that be possible? It would be troublesome if you hurt your bones. I'd better go get the medicine box." After Chu Li finished speaking, she walked towards a room, leaving Yu Tao and Zheng Feifei alone in the living room again. In the quiet and silent atmosphere, the two of them kept sitting side by side. Yu Tao secretly looked at the pretty rich woman next to him, and their eyes happened to meet. The next second, Yu Tao moved his eyes back. "You little bad guy." The pretty rich woman bit her lip and said angrily, "It's getting more and more presumptuous. How do I know you're so ticklish?" Yu Tao shrank his head and said with a smile and embarrassment, "Then add it back? Add you a head one." The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "It depends on your performance. If you perform well, I'll add you back. If you perform poorly, forget about it in this life." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Li came back with a medicine box, sat next to her best friend, and took out a bottle of safflower oil from the box. I'm coming. I'm coming." Yu Tao, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, took the safflower oil from his mother and reached out to help her take off the slipper on her left foot, revealing a pair of flawless white jade feet. The beautiful feet of the pretty rich woman were petite and exquisite, and her toes were as delicate as pearls, making people want to hold them in their hands and play with them carefully. When Yu Tao's fingers touched the rich woman's toes, stroking and pinching them gently, the warmth from his fingers and the coolness of the safflower oil mixed together, and an indescribable feeling swept over his body. The feeling of shame kept gushing out from the bottom of her heart, but the words to stop it were stuck in her throat. She wanted to say it but couldn't, especially since her best friend was sitting next to her. What's more, this best friend was the mother of the little man who touched her toes. "Gently, gently one. Be careful not to hurt your aunt." Chu Li frowned and warned her son seriously. "Oh," Yu Tao responded. Then he applied some safflower oil on his fingers and gently kneaded the delicate toes, occasionally touching the gaps between the toes with his fingertips. The pretty, mature, and wealthy woman pinched her thigh, trying to use the pain to dispel the inexplicable feeling all over her body, but it was completely useless. The touch from her toes was like a strong electric current rushing into her body, affecting every corner of her body in the blink of an eye. "Okay, stop applying safflower oil." Zhang Feifei tried to stay awake to avoid being noticed by her best friend beside her. She whispered softly, "Yu Tao, thank you." "Fine. This is what I should do." Yu Tao raised his head and smiled at her, with a hint of mischief and malice in his smile, and then asked, "Auntie Zhang, is the service quality okay? On a scale of 1 to 5, can you please rate it?" The pretty rich woman was suddenly stunned and glanced at the little scoundrel beside her. She felt angry, anxious, and helpless. It was obvious that this was a conspiracy. If she gave him 5 points, it would mean that she could add him back on WeChat. If she didn't give him 5 points, his mother would sit next to her and her bestie would be embarrassed. "Auntie will definitely give you 5 points." The pretty rich woman pursed her lips and smiled at him, with a fierce gleam in her eyes. "Your praise is my motivation to move forward. I will continue to work hard in the future." Before Tao could finish his words, his mother patted him on the back of his head and took the bottle of safflower oil from his hand. "Don't be funny. Clean up the table, and then send your aunt to the company," Chu Li said unhappily. "Oh." Yu Tao cleared the table and washed the dishes. When he came out of the kitchen, the pretty rich woman was already wearing high heels and waiting for him at the door. "Sister, I'm going to work. Please close the doors and windows for me before you leave." Zhang Feifei reminded. Don't worry. Chuli nodded and looked at her own son. Chung Chung, drive slowly and be careful on the road. No. Yutao put on his shoes and went out with the pretty rich woman. The two walked all the way to the underground parking lot, remaining silent with each other. Yutao opened the back door for the rich woman, but Zhang Feifei ignored it, walked silently to the passenger seat, and opened the door herself. Alas, women! Yutao pursed his lips, returned to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and said softly, Fasten your seatbelts, we're off. Wait a moment. Zhang Feifei suddenly spoke. Yutao turned his head and looked at her puzzledly. The pretty rich woman leaned over, raised her hand and stretched out a green jade finger, gently tapped his forehead, and said angrily, If you dare to do this again, I will be really angry. This time Yutao didn't argue. He just smiled innocently. When the vehicle drove out of the community and entered the main road, the atmosphere returned to its previous quietness. The pretty rich woman tilted her head and looked at the pedestrians on the roadside, but her mind was in a mess and she didn't know why. The feeling of him kneading her toes still lingered in her heart. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Looking at this little man driving, her mind suddenly skipped a beat and she asked softly, Little bad guy, are your feet comfortable to touch? End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Which girl do you like? Chapter 31 Which girl do you like? After saying this unexpectedly, the pretty rich woman realized the seriousness of the problem, but it was impossible to take it back. At this moment, she tightly grasped her pants, turned her head away and bit her lips, her face flushed. What's going on? How could I say such frivolous words? Compared to the extremely ashamed rich woman, Yutao, who was driving, couldn't help showing a trace of surprise and confusion after hearing these words. But he quickly regained his composure and answered thoughtfully, It is comfortable, but I just didn't touch it long enough. I want to touch your beautiful feet forever. This little rascal, this little rascal, this little pervert. I just said it unintentionally, but he answered it. The key is the answer. The answer is too embarrassing. The pretty rich woman was already blushing, and at this moment her face was almost red. A strong feeling gushed from the bottom of her heart to her whole body, so that her breathing began to speed up and became noticeably heavier. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips tightly and said angrily, How dare you tease me, you little brat? You asked it yourself, so I'll answer it. Yutao shrugged and said with a smile, But to be honest, your feet are really beautiful, and they are white and soft. They feel really good to touch. By the way, do you feel comfortable when I touch your feet? Hearing the little scoundrel's words getting more and more excessive, the pretty mature rich woman was both angry and a little shy. She pinched her thigh hard, trying to regain consciousness with the pain, and suppressed her rapid breathing and angrily scolded, Yutao, I am your aunt. You have to respect me a little. Respect. Respect one. I have always respected you. Why don't we discuss this? The key is that you were the one who started it. Yutao answered seriously. I. That was a slip of the tongue. The pretty rich woman curled her lips and said earnestly, Let's get over this topic. Don't bring it up again. When you get to the company later, I'll have someone give you a high-level pass. You won't have any obstacles going anywhere. In addition, the company has a cafeteria, so you don't have to eat out. Finally, you are not allowed to have any contact with any women in the company. Yutao was not surprised by the last request. He had long discovered that this woman had a strong desire for control. In other words, she was very jealous. If he was not careful, it would be easy to upset her. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll stay in the office. After all, I have things to do and write related project plans. The pretty rich woman responded and then ignored him. A moment of time. The car drove to the downstairs of the company and parked in the exclusive parking space under the guidance of the rich woman, and then the two got out of the car together. Zhang Feifei didn't have any taboos and walked into the company with her best friend's son. Along the way, they met many employees of the company. Yutao observed their expressions from time to time and found that these people were deliberately avoiding Zhang Feifei's gaze, with a hint of fear between their brows. Certainly, Yutao was observing the company's employees, and the employees were also secretly observing him, all guessing who this man was and what his relationship was with President Zhang. When I arrived at the rich woman's office and sat down not long ago, Zhang Feifei's secretary came over. She was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. She had a hint of maturity, but not as charming as Zhang Feifei, nor as beautiful and plump as her. After the rich woman finished giving instructions, the secretary named Sister Zhang walked out. At this time, only Yutao and Zhang Feifei were left in the office. Wait a moment. The office will arrange it for you right away. After Zhang Feifei finished speaking, she started her day's work, leaving her little rascal there. As the saying goes, different trades mean different worlds. Although he didn't know what the pretty rich woman was doing, she looked very busy. Yu Tao didn't bother her. He sat there quietly flipping through his phone until the secretary Zhang arrived and broke the tranquility. Yu Tao was taken to a brand new office. It couldn't be said to be particularly luxurious, but it was fully equipped with relevant facilities, and it was obvious that only a general manager could have it. Tell me anything you need, Secretary Zhang said to Tao with a smile, her words full of respect for him. Yeah. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Zhang. Yu Tao also replied with a smile. After Sister Zhang left, Yu Tao sat in the office, smoking and thinking about random things. He turned his head to the side and looked down at the city through the huge glass. Suddenly, he felt a deep sense of guilt. God gave me a chance to be reborn, but I used it to hook up with rich women. This is such a serious sin. When it was time for lunch, Yu Tao walked out of the office in a daze and followed the group to the cafeteria to eat. The company cafeteria was outsourced, but the food was pretty good. After ordering a few dishes, he sat in a corner with his plate and enjoyed the sumptuous lunch alone. While Yu Tao was eating, he noticed that many people were secretly looking at him. Most of them were young girls. Just then, the appearance of the pretty rich woman in the cafeteria made everyone nervous. After picking the dishes, she looked around the entire cafeteria and spotted the little rascal hiding in the corner. She hesitated whether to sit over there, but considering there were so many people, she felt a little embarrassed. After pondering for a long time, she chose a seat farther away, but she could see him at a glance. Handsome guy. Can we sit here? Yu Tao, who was concentrating on eating, heard a crisp voice in his ears. He looked up and found 3 young and beautiful girls staring at him with smiles. Yu Tao looked around and saw that there was indeed no space available, so he nodded silently. Seeing that the handsome guy agreed, the 3 girls sat down immediately. Handsome guy? Which department are you from? It's like I've never seen you before. One of the girls with a ponytail stared at Yu Tao and asked in a soft and charming voice. I am your General Zheng's husband. Yu Tao answered seriously. Hearing Yu Tao's words, the 3 girls were stunned. Soon the girl with the ponytail reacted and said hurriedly, Sure, don't make such a joke. If the hag finds out, you'll be finished. Hag? What role does she play in the company? But his dark face is indeed scary. Yu Tao couldn't help but look at the pretty rich woman in the distance and found a pair of clear big eyes, also secretly watching him. Moment. The cell phone in my pocket rang. It was a text message from the rich woman. Zhang Feifei, which one do you like? Yu Tao curled his lips and edited the content quickly. Yu Tao, I want all 3. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Leaky Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Chapter 32. Leaky Little Cotton Padded Jacket. The so-called, a man of great skill is bold, means that people like Yu Tao, who clearly know that they are going to be beheaded, still stick their heads out. However, he does this not because he is really crazy, but as a way of self-protection by fighting poison with poison. The pretty and mature rich lady sitting not far away was originally very dissatisfied with the little rascal sitting with 3 girls. A faint feeling of jealousy welled up in her heart. Until she saw the reply he sent, she felt amused and angry. She glanced at the little rascal in the corner, silently picked up her phone, and quickly edited the content. Zhang Feifei, you little rascal, you have a big appetite. You even want to take them all in. Do you think you are the emperor? Do you want to have your own harem? Stinky man. I clearly reminded you not to have any contact with the women in the company, but you turned a deaf ear to my words. After putting down her phone, the pretty rich woman ate her lunch, her heart full of complaints about someone, but she was not really angry, because she actually saw what happened just now. It was the 3 girls who took the initiative to approach her, not some little bad guy who provoked them. Think about it. The little rascal is so handsome and strong, and is indeed very popular with girls, including mature women like herself. Zhang Feifei frowned, and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If one day in the future a woman appeared who was prettier than herself, with a fuller figure than herself, and was the type of mature woman that the little bad boy liked, she was afraid that she would not be able to keep him at all. Sister Fong Fong? What should I do now? How can I protect your son? Just as the pretty rich woman was daydreaming, Yu Tao, who was sitting in the corner, was chatting animatedly with 3 girls. Zhang Feifei glanced at him and was so angry that her face almost twisted. No wonder she waited for such a long time but didn't see any reply from him. It turned out that he was chatting with the girls. Look, he actually made the girls so happy that they were shaking with laughter. Damn this stinky man. The pretty rich woman really wanted to catch some bad guy, but this was just a fantasy. After all, there were so many people in the cafeteria. If she really did that, the consequences would be disastrous. Hello. Could you please pay attention to me? At this moment, Zhang Feifei couldn't eat it all. Her mind was completely on a certain little bad boy. Seeing that he ignored her and was chatting with the girls, she felt a sense of loss in her heart, as if her most beloved toy was snatched away by other children. Which department are these three girls from? Who is their supervisor? The resentment towards someone gradually shifted to innocent people. The pretty rich woman looked at the three girls and felt disgusted with them. She wished she could fire all three of them immediately. Wait and wait. Finally got the reply from the little rascal. The pretty rich lady almost flipped the table when she saw the message. "Yu Tao, I'm a bit busy now. I'll talk to you when I get back." Zhang Feifei raised her head and glanced at someone sitting in the corner. Seeing the three girls covering their mouths, with smiles and affectionate looks on their faces, she felt really angry at Tao for the first time. He stood up silently and left the cafeteria without looking back. At the same time, Yu Tao looked back and then said to the three girls, "It's almost time. I've finished eating too. It's time to go save the world." Without waiting for the three girls to say anything, Yu Tao turned and left, leaving behind only a mysterious and lonely figure. Zhang Feifei sat in the office in a daze, and her mind was filled with the lingering figure of someone and the joyful scene of him chatting with the girl just now. In fact, the pretty rich woman has noticed her own abnormality and has an inexplicable possessiveness towards her best friend's son. However, she has her own explanation for this change. After all, she has obtained a marriage certificate with the bad boy, which means that the bad boy belongs to her and no other woman is allowed to touch him except her best friend. Well, what's wrong with me? Why is it getting weirder? The pretty, mature, and wealthy woman rubbed the acupuncture points on her head while muttering to herself with a puzzled look on her face. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence in the office. Zhang Feifei calmed down and shouted at the door calmly, "Come in." As the voice fell, the door of the office was slowly opened, and a figure that he loved and hated slipped in from outside. When he saw that it was the little bad boy and the pretty rich woman, his face instantly fell. "What are you doing here? Where are those three girls?" Pretending to look at a document in his hand, he asked coldly, "Are you angry? That's not the case, is it?" Yu Tao sat opposite the rich woman, looked at the document in her hand, and reminded her considerately, "You hold it upside down? Dot. I can understand it even if I take it." The pretty rich woman looked up and glared at him, her seemingly cold face revealing a hint of embarrassment. "Yes, yes, yes. My Aunt Zhang is the best." Yu Tao smiled innocently and asked softly, "Are you hungry? I saw that you didn't eat much in the cafeteria." "It's none of your business." The pretty rich woman closed the document in her hand and clicked around with the mouse. "Of course it does." Yu Tao replied seriously, "You are my wife." When she heard the word wife, the rich woman's heart seemed to be hit by something. Her originally cold face began to turn red, and an inexplicable emotion surged through her body. "Dang, dang, dang, one. Look what I brought you, one." Yu Tao suddenly took out a plastic bag from behind him and said with a gentle smile, "Buy you dumplings. I remember you like this kind of dumplings very much. My mother has made them for you many times, so I went out and bought some for you. Eat them while they're hot." While talking, he took out a box from the plastic bag and put it in front of the pretty rich woman. Originally, Zhang Feifei was ready to lose her temper in front of him to teach him a lesson. It should have been a thunderous rage, and the key was that even the emotions were almost brewing. However, she never expected the result. When she saw the Spanish mackerel dumplings, all the accumulated anger disappeared without a trace. "What's wrong?" Yu Tao looked at the dazed rich woman and asked doubtfully, "Don't you like it?" Zhang Feifei came back to her senses, shook her head at him, and gently opened the lid. An instant fragrance wafted into her nose. The dumplings with thin skin and large fillings lay neatly in the box, waiting for her to enjoy them. Pick up a dumpling, dip it in some vinegar, and gently put it into your mouth. The moment it enters your mouth, the taste of seafood instantly fills your mouth, constantly stimulating your taste buds. "I'm going out first. If they stay here too long, people will get suspicious." Yu Tao stood up and walked towards the door alone. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman really wanted to call him to stop, but the words lingered on her lips for a long time before she swallowed them back helplessly. When Yu Tao left, the rich woman was the only one left in the office. Zhang Feifei hurriedly opened a drawer and took out an exquisite small gift box. Looking at the small box in her hand, The rich woman fell into deep thought. Dad, your birthday is next month, and this is the Rolex that my little one bought for you. But considering that you have so many watches, your daughter doesn't need this one. I, I'll buy you a tie. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. The watch still could not be saved. Chapter 33. The watch still could not be saved. As expected, the rich woman chose to work overtime, and Yutao naturally stayed to accompany her. Seeing that most people had left, Yutao pushed open the door of the rich woman's office and looked at the pretty and mature rich woman sitting in front of the computer working seriously. Not to mention that she had a unique charm, especially in this serious workplace outfit. If she wore a pair of black-framed glasses, it would be even more perfect. If possible, black stockings are also a must. How long will it take? Yutao walked slowly to the rich woman, sat down, and asked in a soft voice. If you're impatient, you can take a taxi home. Zhang Feifei replied to the little bad guy indifferently while operating the computer. I won't blame you. After all, overtime is not included. Does that make me sound like I'd leave you behind? Yutao rolled his eyes, got up and made himself a cup of coffee, then asked casually, Do you want me to get you a cup of coffee to wake you up? No. Drinking coffee late at night can easily keep you awake. Zhang Feifei glanced at the little rascal with his but sticking out and said softly, Are you bored this day? It's okay. Yutao returned to his seat with his coffee and said as he drank it, I also have my own things to do. Once I pass the retest, I will have to submit a relevant project plan. In fact, the time is quite tight, and I also have to check various materials, etc. The rich woman pursed her lips lightly, a hint of slight disappointment flashing across her brows. When she thought about him going to Shunda to study for a doctorate and leaving her side, she suddenly felt reluctant to let him go, and she couldn't keep him. After all, it was his own choice. Zhang Feifei responded and continued to operate the computer. In the huge office, the two people were busy with their own things. Apart from the sound of typing on the keyboard, there was no other sound. Yutao raised his head and glanced at the rich lady opposite him. She was wearing a simple white shirt matched with a black professional suit. The classic black and white colors showed her endless elegance. Her exquisite makeup and flowing black hair further highlighted her mature charm. How? What problem have you encountered with a frown on your face? Yutao asked puzzledly. The computer suddenly crashed. Zhang Feifei bit her lip, her face full of displeasure. She reached out and slapped the display screen, angrily saying, This crappy computer crashes every now and then. The computer is frozen. Why are you taking pictures of the screen? Yutao stood up, walked around the spacious desk, came to the side of the rich woman, and said, Let me show you. The pretty rich lady stood up and gave up her seat, standing obediently behind him, watching the little rascal with his, but sticking up doing all kinds of fiddling under the table. Although she didn't know what he was doing, it looked quite serious anyway. But then again, having a man by your side does make you feel reliable, especially a strong and handsome little man like this. And the key is that he is also a super academic master. The memory stick is loose. I've reconnected it for you. It shouldn't freeze again. Yutao got out from under the table and looked back at the pretty rich woman behind him. Is there no one in your company who can repair computers? I have a lot of things stored in my computer, and I don't want anyone else to touch them, Zhang Feifei replied. That's true. Yutao nodded and immediately made way. The pretty rich woman returned to her original position. She no longer had the heart to continue working. She secretly looked at the little bad guy opposite her and her best friend's son. She couldn't help wondering why she hadn't found him so good before. But sometimes he was quite bad. Well, not going to work anymore? Yutao noticed the dazed rich woman and thought she was a little tired, so he said earnestly, Are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage. While talking, he had stood up and walked around behind the rich woman. Before Zhang Feifei could react, he pressed down on both of her shoulders. Faced with this unexpected situation, this beautiful, mature and wealthy woman who had been lonely for more than 30 years could not help but tremble all over as if she had been electrocuted. An unprecedented strong feeling was gushing from the bottom of her heart to every part of her body. The little rascal had a very good technique, using just the right amount of strength each time. The originally stiff shoulders gradually relaxed under his kneading. How come he is so skilled? Zhang Feifei bit her lips lightly, her flushed face showing a hint of comfort. Even her breathing became a little rapid. Wait, something is wrong. I seem to be starting to act weird. The rich woman who was enjoying a massage suddenly noticed something. She found that her emotions seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Her heart, which had been lonely for more than 30 years, was now stirring. That's enough. Zhang Feifei pinched her thigh hard, using the pain to wake her consciousness, and murmured, I feel comfortable now. Feeling comfortable so soon? Okay, okay, okay. Yu Tao untied his hands, stood beside the rich woman, and asked with a smile, how was the service? Are you satisfied? The pretty, mature, wealthy woman tilted her head, not daring to look at him, fearing that he would notice her blushing face. She whispered softly, very satisfied. As long as you are satisfied. Are you hungry? Do you want me to go out and buy you some midnight snack? Yu Tao asked again. No. Zhang Feifei said quietly, I'm done. Let's go home together. As soon as the voice fell, the rich woman quickly stood up and walked hurriedly towards the door. Seeing this, Yu Tao quickly followed her. On the way back, the two did not communicate much until they arrived at the bottom of the floor. The pretty rich woman unbuckled her seatbelt and said to the bad boy driving the car, drive this car home directly. Don't forget to pick me up tomorrow morning. Because Chuli knew about this, Yu Tao did not refuse. He responded casually and said softly, don't worry, I won't forget. I will come to your house and make breakfast for you. By the way, give me a key to your house. Give it to you in the morning. Zhang Feifei opened the car door and walked straight towards the gate, but halfway through, she suddenly turned back. How? Yu Tao lowered the window and sat in the car. He looked at the rich woman standing beside him and asked in confusion, is there anything else you want to tell me? I. Zhang Feifei suddenly found it difficult to speak and squeaked and whimpered. Do you know what is the most important thing to become a qualified driver? Well, driving skills? Yu Tao answered thoughtfully. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes, raised her hand and stretched out a green jade finger, gently tapped his forehead, and said unhappily, time. Of course it's time. After that, she took out a small box from her bag and stuffed it into the little rascal's arms. Before Tao could come to his senses, the pretty rich woman ran away. Dad. Sorry. The watch still cannot be guaranteed. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Do you want to spend the night at your aunt's house? Chapter 34. Do you want to spend the night at your aunt's house? Yu Tao was sitting in the car, holding an exquisite little box in his arms. When he came to his senses, the rich woman was no longer in his sight. What the hell? Why are you suddenly giving this to me? Yu Tao picked up the box and shook it next to his ear, but heard no sound. He quietly turned on the lights in the car and looked at the box carefully. He saw the Rolex logo on the box and was stunned for a moment. Good job. It's actually a Rolex? When I opened this exquisite little box, I found that it was indeed a golden watch, which emitted a dazzling light under the light inside the car. Here. Is it for me? Yu Tao was a little overwhelmed holding the gold Rolex watch. Although he didn't know much about watches, the price of something he took out of the rich woman's bag must be very high, probably more than 500,000 yuan. After a long silence, Yu Tao put the watch back, took out his mobile phone and dialed the rich woman's number directly. The other party answered the call in a moment. It's too expensive. Yu Tao hesitated and said softly, I can't accept it. When will you take it back? At this time, the pretty rich woman had just walked out of the elevator and stood at the door of her home. When she heard him reject her kindness, she felt a little inexplicably touched. She pursed her lips and murmured, it's not that expensive, just a few 100,000. It was originally given to my dad, but he has a lot of famous watches, so he doesn't need a Rolex like this. Listening to the Versailles words of the pretty rich woman, Yu Tao was a little speechless. The key point was that she did have the qualifications for Versailles. He opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back and said helplessly, giving me such an expensive watch for no reason is just like saying that you don't deserve anything without doing anything. I am a little flustered now. As soon as the voice fell, Yu Tao asked nervously, are you greedy for my body? Just as she took out the key and was about to poke it into the keyhole, she suddenly heard Xiao Huai's words and accidentally poked it in the wrong direction. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes and angrily said, don't let your imagination run wild. How could I be greedy for your body? Auntie is not that hungry and thirsty. Oh, then I feel relieved. Yu Tao let out a long sigh and muttered to himself with lingering fear. Facing the little bad boy who suddenly became naughty and unruly, the pretty mature rich woman was both angry and amused. She gently opened the door of her house and said softly, I haven't given you any gifts for so long. Consider this watch as a gift from me. Then how can I repay you? Yu Tao asked cautiously. Before you start your PhD, drive me, take me to and from get off work, and make breakfast for me in the morning. This is the best reward. The pretty rich woman was lying on the sofa and replied softly, "That's all I ask. You should be able to do it, right? Or, shall I show you a spinning handstand and eating shit?" Yu Tao chuckled, "Otherwise it won't feel real." Zhang Feifei burst out laughing and angrily scolded, "Be serious, you little rascal. You are getting more and more naughty." Yu Tao smiled innocently, then said earnestly, "I hope this is the last time. Don't give me such expensive things in the future. I know what you are thinking, but I really don't need it. We don't owe each other anything. Do you know what I'm thinking? Actually, you don't understand at all." Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and replied angrily, "I can send it if I want to, and I can't if I don't want to. You can't control me." Yu Tao was caught off guard by her sudden arrogance and stubbornness. He didn't know what had offended her, so he said bitterly, "I'm just saying it. Don't say that again. I don't want to hear it a second time." The pretty, mature, wealthy woman pouted her plump red lips, with a hint of anger between her brows, and said leisurely, "I'm going to take a shower. You, go home early, be careful on the road, don't drive so fast, and send me a WeChat message when you get home." "That last bit can't be done." "Why? You always reject my friend requests." You add now. Zhang Feifei soon received a friend notification from WeChat. This time, she did not refuse and accepted it silently. Seeing someone appear in the list again, the pretty rich woman's thoughts were overwhelmed. It has to be said that some people will eventually come back to her after going around in circles. She had planned to leave him alone for 3 to 5 days to teach him a lesson, but he was added back in just one day. Zhang Feifei was wearing a pink gauze nightgown and walked out of the bathroom slowly. Her steps were light, but they felt heavy. "I picked up my phone and saw that the little rascal had sent me a message to let me know he was safe 5 minutes ago." The pretty rich lady sent him a okay, and then asked him about her best friend's whereabouts. "Yu Tao. She is playing mahjong and will probably go home in the middle of the night." Looking at the content he sent, Zhang Feifei pursed her lips, feeling a little regretful. If she had known that her best friend was playing mahjong and would play until so late, she should have let her son stay overnight. After a moment's hesitation, I picked up my phone and typed a message to him. "Zhang Feifei, do you want to stay overnight at your aunt's house?" When this message was sent, the pretty rich woman felt a little nervous, but also a little expectant. Soon, some little scoundrel replied, "Yu Tao, I don't want to. If you don't come, then don't come. It's like I invited you here." The pretty rich woman angrily threw her phone aside, reached out to grab a headrest and pounded it a few times. After venting her emotions, she finally regained her usual calm. "It doesn't matter. My life is functioning just fine without you in it." Just as the pretty rich woman was muttering to herself, the cell phone on the sofa suddenly rang. Thinking that some bad boy had changed his mind, she quickly took the phone to take a look, but the next second, her face was filled with disappointment. "Why is it Dad calling?" Although the call was from a man, the rich woman hoped it was from a young and strong man. Sighing helplessly, the rich woman answered the phone silently. "Hey, Dad." Zhang Feifei asked softly, "What's the matter?" "Next month is Dad's birthday. Will you come back, my dear daughter?" the middle-aged man on the phone asked gently. Zhang Feifei responded and murmured, "I will definitely come back, and I also bought you a gift, a very beautiful tie." Hearing his daughter's words, Zhang Xinghua asked in confusion, "You said it was a gold Rolex watch a few days ago. Why did it suddenly become a tie?" End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Let's Be Frank. I'm your brother-in-law. Chapter 35, Let's Be Frank. I'm your brother-in-law. Faced with her father's questioning, the pretty rich woman was a little overwhelmed for a moment. She didn't know how to answer him, and explained in a squeaky voice, "Well, this is a special situation. The gold Rolex watch, it's something. My dear daughter, you've been explaining for so long, but you haven't explained anything." Zhang Xinghua was not short of watches, but he was a little confused and curious. His daughter had clearly prepared something in advance, but it changed inexplicably, from a watch worth hundreds of thousands to a tie worth a few thousand at most. What happened in between? How do you want me to explain? I never told you that the watch was given to a young and strong man. Zhang Feifei's face almost turned red, and she answered hesitantly, "Anyway, the situation now is that the watch is gone, but there is a beautiful tie. Do you want it, Dad? If you want it, I will give it to you. If not, I will give it to someone else. I want one. My precious daughter gave it to me. Even if it's just a piece of stone, Dad would like it very much," Zhang Xinghua said with a smile, "but I'm still a little surprised. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Just then, Chu Chunyan, who was sitting next to Zhang Xinghua, took her ear away from her husband's mobile phone, poked him a few times with her elbow, and then shook her head vigorously at him, signaling her husband not to worry about this issue anymore. Dad won. Why do you have so many whys? Zhang Feifei curled her lips and said angrily, that's enough. Don't keep harping on this issue. If it's gone, it's gone. You have collected so many expensive watches anyway, so my Rolex won't hurt you, right? Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Xinghua smiled awkwardly and then said, Dad won't disturb your rest. Go to bed early. Good night, Dad. Zhang Feifei pouted and answered softly. After the father and daughter hung up the phone, Zhang Xinghua looked at his wife beside him with a confused look on his face and asked curiously, what's going on with our daughter? You are stupid. Of course she has a boyfriend. I think the Rolex I was going to give you was probably given to her boyfriend. Chu Chunyan rolled her eyes at her husband and murmured with a smile. The truth is beginning to surface in conjunction with the previous jacket incident. The girl is really good at hiding it. She didn't even let us know she has a boyfriend. Snort. I don't agree with this marriage. Zhang Xinghua said with a dark face. It was originally my Rolex, but it became his for some unknown reason. As soon as the words fell, the flesh around his waist was pinched by his wife. Is a Rolex more important, or is holding your grandchildren more important? Can't you tell the difference? You are the chairman of the board, but I don't think you are sensible at all. Chu Chunyan was almost furious. She twisted her husband's soft flesh with all her strength, making Zhang Xinghua grimace in pain and begging in various ways. When Chu Chunyan let go of her hand, she warned her husband earnestly, our daughter has finally found a boyfriend. Don't do anything fancy for me. You'd better persuade your daughter more. With her temper and personality, it's hard for them to break up suddenly when they are getting along well. Zhang Xinghua said helplessly, don't worry about that. I'll talk to her alone. Chu Chunyan replied thoughtfully. At the same time, after finishing the call, the pretty rich woman threw her phone aside and hugged the headrest tightly in her arms, with unspeakable shame between her brows. After deceiving her best friend, she now deceived her own father. Why does it feel like she is going down a darker and darker path? Well, are you moved or lonely? Zhang Feifei pouted, her misty eyes staring at somewhere. Her thoughts were already in a mess. She was a little confused about the relationship between her and the little bad boy. They seemed very close to each other, but she always felt that there was an invisible barrier between them. But what is certain is that he is really good to me. Although he is naughty and plays tricks on me occasionally, but apart from these small problems, what remains is all care and love. In this bohemian and tempting world, if there is a person who can be honest with me, give me a sense of security, and take good care of me, then he will definitely be more attractive than this world. Little bad guy, why are you becoming more and more annoying? The pretty, mature, wealthy woman bit her lip, her complex emotions mixed with some indescribable touches. She didn't know how to explain this feeling. Maybe she just wanted to find him. Even if we don't have much to talk about, I feel safe as long as he sits next to me. The next morning, Yutao got up early, put on his clothes, and put the marriage certificate in his pocket. When he walked out of his bedroom, he found that his mother had gotten up early. Mom, what time did you come back last night? Why did you get up so early? Yutao asked curiously. A little bit. Chuli brought a bowl of porridge from the kitchen, placed it in front of her son, and said, I got up so early because I wanted to make breakfast for you and your aunt. I'll go back to my room and take a nap after you leave. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen again, and when she reappeared, she was holding an insulated porridge bucket in her hand. Take it away later. Chuli ordered. Oh. Yutao responded casually and ate his breakfast. Chuli sat next to her son, looked at him carefully, pursed her lips and asked seriously, are you hiding something from me? Well, no. Yutao ate his porridge calmly and did not show any sign of abnormality when answering his mother's questions. Who is that woman outside? Chuli asked seriously. Aunt Zhang. Yutao shrugged and said lightly. Nonsense one. I am saying, apart from your Aunt Zhang, who is the woman who bought you clothes? Chuli rolled her eyes and asked unhappily. You guess? Yutao replied playfully. I guess you're a. Chuli was so angry that her back teeth were about to break. She said seriously, Yutao, I'll give you one last chance. Who is that woman? Faced with his mother's relentless pressure, Yutao found it a little difficult to resist. He couldn't tell her that it was her best friend, etc. Why not? I chose to do the opposite and openly admitted that I was a legal couple with Aunt Zhang, just to see if my mother would believe it. I bet there's no bullets in Mom's gun. Why? I originally planned to get along with you as your son, but what I got in return was all kinds of suspicion. Yutao put down the dishes in his hands, turned to look at his mother beside him, raised his hand to straighten his clothes, and said meaningfully, "No more pretending one. I am your brother-in-law, I am telling you." End of this chapter. Chapter 36. I'm lonely and want you to accompany me. Chapter 36. I'm lonely. I want you to accompany me. Yutao openly revealed his secret, and then sat there as if nothing had happened, eating the pork ribs porridge cooked by his mother, without any panic expression on his face. After hearing what her son said, Chu Li first stood there stupidly, looking at him in confusion and a hint of astonishment, and then her expression began to become fierce, and her fierce eyes seemed to be able to spew out anger that could directly swallow up her son. "You little bastard! What nonsense are you talking about all day long?" Chu Li was so angry that she stretched out her hand and pinched her son's arm fiercely, and said angrily, "Your Aunt Zheng already has a man in her own family. Put away your little tricks. What about becoming my brother-in-law? I think you deserve a beating." The bet was right. There were indeed no bullets in my mother's gun. Yutao endured the pain with a grimace and pleaded with his mother. It hurts. I was just joking." "That's not how you joke." After Chuli released her hand, she glared at her own son with eyes wide open and said earnestly, "Don't have any improper thoughts about your Aunt Zheng. She is now a woman with a family, not a single woman as before. So you have to be sensible and know the distance between you and each other." Yes. I know all this, Mom. You don't need to say anything more." Yutao shrugged and continued to eat his breakfast. Chu Li sighed and murmured, "If you don't want to answer who that woman outside is, I won't force you to do anything, but I have one requirement. She must be a good girl. If you dare to bring a messy woman into the house, I will definitely not agree to you marrying her. Did you hear me, brat?" New. Yutao still looked absent-minded. He did not take his mother's advice to heart at all. Chu Li also noticed her son's impatience. While she was filled with emotion, she felt a little helpless. Although it was a good thing that her son grew up, he became more and more disobedient as he grew older. Other people's sons were mama's boys, but her own son was a debt collector. After breakfast, Yutao left with the porridge bucket and drove the luxury car straight to the home of the beautiful and wealthy woman. For a long time, Yutao arrived at the rich woman's house, pressed the doorbell twice, and waited quietly for the door to open. Zheng Feifei, dressed in black business attire, appeared in front of him. She was still full of charm and grace, but it was a pity that the loose trousers covered her long, beautiful legs, and I didn't know whether she was wearing stockings underneath. "Morning." Yutao said hello and walked into the house. While changing into slippers, he said to the pretty rich lady beside him, "Your best friend made porridge for you. Dot. Call her your mom from now on." Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes and strolled towards the living room. "It's all the same." Yutao muttered something and walked silently to the kitchen with the porridge bucket. Then he came out with a bowl of porridge, handed it to the rich woman, and said softly, "My mother asked me this morning who the woman who bought me clothes was." "How did you answer?" Zhang Feifei picked up the spoon, scooped some porridge to her mouth, and took a mouthful. "I answered truthfully and said that you bought it. I also told her that I was her brother-in-law." Yutao sat next to the rich woman and answered softly. The next second, the pretty rich woman was choked, her face flushed, and she coughed a few times, then turned her head and glared at him angrily, asking through gritted teeth, "Did you really say that to her? How can this be false? It must be true." Yutao smiled slightly, and before the rich woman was about to explode, he continued, "She insisted on telling me who that woman was. I really had no choice but to use my ultimate killer move and use the truth to fish in troubled waters. I bet my mother's gun is out of bullets. It is one. I admit that I risked my life, but I made the right bet. My mom really didn't have any bullets in her gun." Yutao said with an unfathomable look on his face. "She would never believe it, and even taught me not to destroy my family and not to be a male mistress." In the end, the question of who that woman outside was naturally left unresolved. The pretty rich woman didn't say anything. She just sat there and looked at him, but her face was livid. Her eyes were cold. An invisible anger was burning. Her hands were tightly clenched into shy little iron fists. It seemed like she was controlling her emotions, but in fact she was accumulating strength. At this moment, her anger had reached its peak and could explode at any time. "Damn little scoundrel. What if your mom has bullets in her gun? Come here, one. Put your head over here." The pretty rich woman gave the order coldly with a sullen face. "What?" Yutao looked at her warily. "Hurry up," the pretty rich woman urged angrily. Final. The little rascal still stretched his head over, and the next second, the green jade fingers poked him hard on the forehead several times. If you do something dangerous like this again, be careful or I will be rude to you. The pretty rich woman poked his forehead a few times, then reached out and gently pulled his ear and asked angrily, "Let me ask you, if your mother believed you, then what would you do? Have you ever thought about this problem?" Ouch. Wrong one. Lady, spare my life. Yutao tilted his head and pleaded with a look of pain on his face. Seeing the little rascal in so much pain, the rich woman couldn't bear it anymore. She let go of her hand and poked him again, murmuring, "Be a good boy in the future. Don't cause trouble for your aunt. It's obvious that all these things were caused by you." Yutao muttered softly. What did you say?" The rich woman straightened her back, raised her voice several degrees, and threatened softly, "Say it again." No. I said remember it." Yutao smiled innocently, then took out a marriage certificate from his trouser pocket and handed it to his mother's best friend. "Here's the marriage certificate for you." The pretty rich lady responded, picked it up and flipped through it. When she saw the wedding photo of the two inside, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly closed the book and ate the bowl of porridge in front of her. In the huge living room, the two sat side by side, but there was silence between them. Yutao. Zhang Feifei suddenly broke the silence. While eating the delicious pork ribs porridge, she said calmly, "Can you go back later tonight?" "How? What's the matter?" Yutao asked curiously. "Lonely. I want you to accompany me." The pretty rich woman pursed her lips, not daring to speak her true feelings, and replied softly, "The drain in the bathroom seems to be blocked. Can you help me clear it tonight?" End of this chapter. Chapter 37. This cow is good at plowing the land. Chapter 37. This cow is good at plowing the land. After hearing the request from the pretty rich woman, Yutao was confused and a little bit surprised, and couldn't help but have some strange ideas. The little rascal pursed his lips and asked cautiously, "Is this water pipe in good condition?" "Well, is there a difference between proper and improper things?" The rich woman was also puzzled and murmured, "It's the drain pipe in the bathroom." "Sure." Yutao shrank his head and said cautiously, "Is it just the drain pipe in the bathroom? What else?" The pretty rich woman looked at him and saw the little bad boy thinking about something. Combining the topic they had just discussed, she thought about it and analyzed it calmly. Suddenly, she realized something. With a strong sense of shame, her face instantly turned red. She bit her lips tightly and said angrily, "What are you thinking about, you little pervert?" Cough. "It's right to ask carefully." Yutao smiled awkwardly but politely, and then agreed seriously, "Since it's a real sewer pipe, leave it to me. I can poke it quickly, fiercely, and accurately. People nickname me the big iron stick stabbing director." Bah, bah, bah. "You little pervert. As the saying goes, like mother, like son. Your mother likes to talk about some obscure things. I didn't expect that you inherited her style." The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes, stretched out her green jade finger and poked his head fiercely, saying angrily, "Little rascal, stop talking about weird things in front of me, otherwise, don't blame me for turning my face against you. How can poking a sewer pipe become something weird? Besides, you were the one who asked me to poke it," Yutao defended. I. The pretty rich woman was speechless for a moment. Thinking carefully, she realized that it was indeed she who started it. But who would have thought that his thoughts were as dirty as her mother's? Is this little scoundrel a top student? How come there is no trace of a top student? He is just a little hooligan. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Yutao saw that the rich woman was about to crash, so he asked softly, "Where are the keys? Have you prepared them for me?" The rich woman responded and gave him a key. After putting away the key, Yutao sat quietly next to the rich woman, reading an article written entirely in English on his mobile phone. At this time, Zhang Feifei looked over secretly and saw the little rascal sitting there, reading a foreign paper. His focused look was quite charming, at least to her. It was hard to take her eyes off him. "What are you looking at?" the pretty rich lady suddenly asked. "It's about the feasibility of transmitting large amounts of data using the photon quantum Hall effect." Yutao replied softly, "This is an article from Nature Physics. It's very close to my future research direction, so I'll see if there's anything I can learn from it." Oh, the rich woman didn't understand what he was saying at all. Even though she was once a top student, there are different levels among top students. Zhang Feifei was just entering the field of top students, while Yutao was standing at the top of the top student pyramid, looking down on all the so-called top students. After Zhang Feifei finished her breakfast, the two left the house together. The pretty rich woman still sat in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and said quietly, I have a meeting at 1:30 p.m. Please help me take it to the Triumph Hotel, then do whatever you need to do, and pick me up at 4:30. I don't have anywhere to go, so I'll just stay in the car and wait for you to come back. Yutao silently stepped on the accelerator and answered casually, "Whatever." Zhang Feifei glanced at his wrist, bit her lip and asked softly, "Why don't you wear the Rolex I gave you?" "It's too expensive. I can't afford it. If it gets bumped somewhere, I'll be heartbroken for a long time." Yutao explained with a smile. The pretty rich woman didn't say much. Since it was a gift, it naturally belonged to him. She had no right to ask too much. She sat quietly in the car, looking at the street scene of the city and the pedestrians passing by, and her thoughts slowly flooded. "Hello, little rascal. What do you mean by love?" the rich woman asked in a low voice. "Love?" Yutao curled his lips and smiled gently. "Aunt, will you find a man you love?" "Certainly." "Finding a man you don't love, isn't that asking for trouble?" the pretty rich woman replied. "You may love someone today, but not tomorrow." Yutao said quietly, "Because people change, we can easily find resonance in different people, or in layman's terms, feelings. Many people will say, 'I don't have feelings for you anymore,' but in fact they have found new resonance in others." Speaking of which, Yutao paused and continued, "You asked me what love is. Love is not a momentary feeling. It is a responsibility, a mutual sacrifice, mutual respect, and mutual compromise. True love is definitely not a momentary feeling, but a long-lasting commitment." The pretty rich woman pursed her lips, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion, and asked softly, "Does it mean that grievance is all there is to love?" "It could also be the determination to do something even though you know it's impossible." Yutao replied with a smile. The rich woman was slightly stunned, then quietly turned her head and looked at him secretly out of the corner of her eye. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. She opened her mouth but swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. "Little rascal, Annie can't guess what you are thinking. You are becoming more and more difficult to understand in Annie's eyes. But there is one thing, Auntie is very sure. You have quietly occupied Annie's heart without knowing it." Chuli was staying in her beauty salon, looking at the recent financial statements and smiling from ear to ear. "Sister Fong Fong? What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came to her ears. Chuli looked in the direction of the voice. The next second, she was stunned where she was. Then she stood up with a look of surprise on her face and took the woman's arm. "Chin Chin one. I've been waiting for you." Chuli looked at Song Chin Chin excitedly and said with a smile, "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" "I'm not prepared at all. I just wanted to give you a surprise." Song Chin Chin said with a smile, "Are you busy? Did I disturb you?" "It's okay. I'm not very busy right now." Chuli said softly, "Come on, come on, come on, come on, let's sit down and talk." The two sisters came to the office together, and then Chuli busied herself serving tea and snacks, entertaining Song Chin Chin in various ways. "Sister, Feifei got the marriage certificate. Did you know about this?" Song Chin Chin put down the teacup, looked at Chuli who was sitting next to her, and asked in a low voice. "Ouch. She told me about it a long time ago, and I also saw the back of my brother-in-law by chance." Chuli leaned close to Song Chin Chin's ear and said mysteriously, "He's so strong. He's like a bull. The key is that you can tell at a glance that this bull is very good at plowing the land." End of this chapter. Chapter 38, A Sudden Visit from a Good Sister. Chapter 38, A Sudden Visit from a Good Sister. Chuli, who was sitting next to her, and asked curiously, "Sister, what do you mean? What do you mean this is a cow that is very good at plowing the fields?" Chuli blinked at her and said meaningfully, "Look, Feifei is a fertile field, but it's a pity that this field has never produced any crops." "Why?" "Because there were no cows to plow the field, so it became abandoned over time. Now a calf has finally appeared. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, I tell you." Chuli talked a lot in Song Chin Chin's ear, which made the doctor blush and wish she could find a hole to crawl into. The content was too embarrassing and was not something a young girl should listen to. "Sister, it's almost done. I'm still single and can't listen to these things," Song Chin Chin said with a blushing face. Chuli rolled her eyes and said quietly, "Don't you think I don't know? I secretly got a boyfriend, and he's your senior in college. Feifei has told me all this." "Ah, she told me all this?" Song Chin Chin was stunned for a moment, feeling anxious, angry, and helpless. She had clearly told her best friend not to tell anyone else, but she turned around and told Sister Fong Fong. But then again, Sister Fong Fong was not an outsider. Although she had only met her a few times, every time she came to the beauty salon to see her, She would give her many things and also provide free skincare services. How? Not happy? Fei Fei is your sister, so why am I not? Chu Li asked with a smile. Song Qin quickly took Chu Li's arm, leaning against her tightly, and said softly, Sister, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean that. It's just that the little girl claimed to keep it a secret for me, but I didn't expect that she would tell the secret to me. Actually, she let it slip herself. She didn't tell me on her own initiative. Chu Li replied gently, Although we rarely meet, I am really happy for you to see you happy. Thank you, sis. Song Qin nodded and expressed her gratitude sincerely. All right. Let's continue talking about Fei Fei. Chu Li pursed her lips and said distressedly, This little girl is so protective of her food. I have not been able to see my brother-in-law's true face until now. The last time I saw my brother-in-law's back was purely accidental. There are not many such opportunities, but when I see my brother-in-law's back, I always feel like I have seen him somewhere, but I just can't remember who he is. Hearing Chu Li's words, Song Qin suddenly raised her eyebrows and asked cautiously, What is Yu Tao doing recently? I remember he seems to have graduated from graduate school, right? He has graduated with a master's degree, but he is going to study for a doctorate. Now he is Fei Fei's exclusive driver. He is free anyway, so I think it's good. Besides, Chu Li paused here, then glanced at Song Qin and said bitterly, Forget it. Family disgrace should not be made public. Well, what happened to Yu Tao? Song Qin looked at Chu Li and said earnestly, Sister, if you still regard me as your sister, then tell me what happened and I will see if I can help. Actually, it's nothing, actually. Chung seems to be in love. Chu Li replied. Isn't this a good thing? How could it become a family scandal? Song Qin asked puzzledly. Chu Li pursed her lips, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then slowly said, If he were dating an ordinary girl, I would definitely be very happy, but it just so happens that the other party is a little bit unusual. I suspect that he is being kept by a rich woman. Song Qin didn't seem to be very surprised. She pursed her lips and asked quietly, Does Fei Fei know about this? What does she think? She. It feels like a play on words. Chu Li shrugged her shoulders and said leisurely, Please persuade me to be more open-minded. How can I be open-minded about this kind of thing? When I think of my son being held in the arms of an old woman, kissed and bitten, and even going to bed with the old woman, my heart is really cold. Song Qin bit her lip lightly. A smile flashed across her brows, and she comforted her softly, Sister Fong, I think you shouldn't think too much about this matter for now. There may be many unexpected twists and turns. What kind of reversal could there be? Chu Li looked at her puzzledly. I don't know either. But time will give the answer. Song Qin said softly. In the afternoon, Yu Tao successfully picked up the rich woman. Since he had been notified in advance, he took Zheng Fei directly home, with the purchased vegetables in the trunk. The two didn't talk much along the way. Zheng Fei sat in the passenger seat, flipping through the documents in her hand, while Yu Tao concentrated on driving at the most stable speed so as not to disturb the pretty and mature young rich woman. Back at the rich woman's house, Yu Tao walked into the kitchen carrying the dishes, ready to show off his cooking skills. Zheng Fei was sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating oranges and looking at the little rascal in the kitchen with an imperceptible touch on her face. It's nice to have a man at home. Soon, a sumptuous dinner is ready. The rich woman sat at the dining table, picked up an eggplant with her chopsticks, and slowly put it into her mouth. Then she nodded at him and said with satisfaction, It's delicious. If you take on the task of cooking dinner in the future, I'll pay you. It's not about money. It's my duty to cook dinner for Auntie. Yu Tao handed over a bowl of rice and said with a smile, It's my greatest honor in my life to let Auntie Jing eat hot meals every night. Stop being naughty and eat your meal quickly. You still have to poke the drain after dinner. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. Then the two of them ate the delicious meal. Although they chatted occasionally, they didn't chat too deeply. I don't know how much time had passed before Yu Tao cleaned up the dishes on the table, gave them a bath, and was finally taken into the bedroom of the pretty rich woman. There is always a subtle fragrance in a mature woman's room. Yu Tao sniffed and smelled a faint sense of loneliness and solitude in the air. At the same time, the elevator door suddenly opened on the floor where the pretty rich woman was. A mysterious woman walked out from inside, went straight to the rich woman's door, gently pressed the doorbell, and then hid aside. A moment of time. Then I heard a click of the door opening. Surprise one. Song Qin rushed out from the side. In the bright corridor, the two sisters were looking at each other, one with a smile on her face, and the other with fear on her face. The next second, Song Qin looked at Zhang Feifei and slammed the door shut. Dot. Hello one. Open the door. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. She treats you as her own sister, and you want to be her daughter-in-law. Chapter 39. She treats you as her own sister, and you want to be her daughter-in-law. Yu Tao was fiddling with the drain pipe in the bathroom. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman standing beside him looked at him. Her expression showed both amusement and helplessness as she saw him fumbling around. The little rascal said he was a professional at poking pipes, but it turned out he was just bragging in front of me. Can you or won't you? Hey, can you please stop bothering me? Let professionals handle professional issues. Zhang Feifei curled her lips and didn't say anything else, just watching him messing around quietly. But then again, looking at the little rascal squatting on the ground with his butt raised so high. How come his butt is so round and straight? She really wanted to go up and give him a hard kick. Are you losing your hair? Why are you pulling out so much hair? The pretty rich woman was not happy when she heard this. She pouted and retorted angrily, You are the one losing your hair. This is obviously a normal metabolic phenomenon. Yeah, it seems that there is no problem. Yu Tao took the wire he had prepared in advance and poked around in the clogged sewer pipe. Suddenly, he heard a sound. He turned around and looked at Zhang Feifei behind him, asking in a low voice, I think I heard the doorbell. Is there anyone coming to your house? The pretty rich woman was stunned for a moment, then listened carefully. She did hear the doorbell ringing faintly. She frowned and replied leisurely, It should be your mother again. I'll go open the door for her. After saying that, he walked out of the bathroom silently, left his bedroom, and headed towards the door. I looked through the peephole on the door and found that there was no one outside. This was not strange. Sister Fongfong liked to do this, doing some childish tricks, and then suddenly jumping out from the side to give me a so-called surprise. Well, you're almost 50. Why are you still so childish? Zhang Feifei sighed. With a faint smile on her face, she reached out for the door handle and gently opened the door. The next second, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Surprise one. The pretty rich woman looked at Song Qin standing in front of her. Her head was buzzing for a moment, and her eyes were full of surprise and unpreparedness. In the bright corridor, the two sisters were looking at each other, one with a smile on her face, and the other with fear on her face. Bang! After slamming the door shut, the pretty rich woman stood behind it motionless, still digesting the shock she had just received. She really didn't expect that the person knocking on the door was her other best friend Song Qin. Song Qin's appearance was totally unexpected and very unreasonable. Hello one. Open the door. What do you mean? Did you see me close the door again? Song Qin, who was outside the door, was almost furious. She banged on the door of the pretty rich woman and shouted loudly. Zhang Feifei took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging emotions deep in her heart. She carefully opened a gap and used her body to hold the door frame to prevent her good sisters from rushing in. She asked vigilantly, What are you doing here? She is very nervous now. There must be a big problem. Song Qin rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Since when do I need a reason to come to your house? Didn't you always want me to accompany you? Why do you change your mind now? The past is the past. Now I have a hidden man in a golden house. Zhang Feifei bit her lip and replied softly, Today is not the right day. You, just go back to where you came from. You, Zhang, Yin, Ruwan, isn't that a bit too much? Song Qin was so angry that her face almost twisted, but she was extremely excited in her heart. The more abnormal her good sister's behavior was, the more problems there were. There is someone in the house. Zhang Feifei replied with a squeak, Don't come in. Can you come back tomorrow? Song Qin smiled slightly and asked meaningfully, Is he Sister Fongfong's son? In an instant, a trace of fear flashed across the face of the pretty wealthy woman. Her body seemed to be hit by an invisible force. She couldn't help but tremble all over, and then became stiff as a stone. Her breathing became rapid and heavy, and every breath was accompanied by trembling, as if the air was mixed with the smell of fear. I went to see Sister Fongfong in the afternoon. Sister Fongfong said her son is your driver. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Yu Tao in the room, right? Song Qin said mysteriously. Have you gone to see Sister Fongfong? Zhang Feifei looked at her with a complicated expression. What? No? Song Qin smiled and rushed in while her good sister was not paying attention. Oh, you. The pretty rich woman was almost knocked over. When she came to her senses, her best sister was already standing in the house. Yu Tao? Yu Tao, where are you? Aunt Chin Chin is here. Song Chin Chin put on slippers and shouted loudly in the house. Moment. Yu Tao walked out of the bedroom and saw Song Chin Chin in the living room. He was stunned at first, but soon came to his senses and said with a smile, "It's Aunt Song. Long time no see." It's been a long time indeed. What are you doing in Fei Fei's room? Song Chin Chin looked at him and asked softly. Ah, oh, that's it. Yu Tao replied calmly. Aunt Zheng asked me to help her unclog the pipe. The drain pipe in the bedroom bathroom is blocked, so they're unclogging the pipes. Okay, okay, you continue with your work. I'll chat with your Aunt Zheng for a while. When you're done, come and keep us company. Song Chin Chin said with a smile on her face. Watching Chu Lie's son walk into her best friend's bedroom, Song Chin Chin grabbed the rich woman's arm and pulled her to sit on the sofa. Looking at the pretty mature woman next to her and her frightened and uneasy expression, her heart was filled with joy, but at the same time, a little shocked. She and Sister Fongfong are as close as sisters, but Fei Fei secretly got married to Sister Fongfong's son. Oh my god, what on earth was she thinking? Pipeline repair. It's time to repair it. Song Chin Chin nudged her best friend with her elbow and asked meaningfully, "Are you comfortable?" Dot. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with whether you are comfortable or not? Zhang Feifei knew very well what Song Chin Chin was talking about, but at this moment she pretended to be confused and said unhappily, "Yo yo yo. Are you pretending to be confused?" Song Chin Chin rolled her eyes, then took her best friend's arm and said softly, "Fei Fei, do you know why I came here suddenly? It's because I guessed your secret. Are you doing this to Sister Fongfong? Sister Fongfong treats you as her own sister, but you want to be her daughter-in-law. Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Feifei's heart trembled suddenly, but she forced herself to remain calm and said, "I don't have this idea at all." "Yeah, you just don't want to admit it?" Song Chin Chin was not surprised. Looking at the stubborn rich lady beside her, she said leisurely, "It seems that I can only teach Sister Fongfong a lesson. Some things are like bystanders see more clearly than those involved in the game. I will help her sort out the clues, and maybe she will suddenly see the light." This time, Zhang Feifei suddenly grabbed her hand, her eyes full of pleading. "Please, don't do that. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. She has told you everything. Now it's your turn. Chapter 40. She has told you everything. Now it's your turn." Seeing her good sister begging her desperately, Song Chin Chin couldn't help but smile knowingly. She held her arm tightly and said softly, "Does this count as admitting it?" I. Zhang Feifei had no choice but to admit it. She pursed her lips and murmured, "Indeed, Yu Tao, Fongfong's son, and I got a marriage certificate together, but the situation is not what you think. We don't have any emotional foundation, and we got the certificate just to deal with the pressure from our family to get married." Hearing what her good sister said, Song Chin Chin frowned immediately and said seriously, "Aren't you harming him? To deal with this kind of marriage at home, you can find someone else but Sister Fongfong's son. Sister Fongfong is so good to you, and you actually? Who knows what kind of stinky man you will meet? I met a scumbag on my last blind date." Zhang Feifei curled her lips and continued, "But Yu Tao is different. After all, he is Sister Fongfong's son. I know him inside and out, so I just... So you extended your evil claws to him?" Song Chin Chin rolled her eyes, stretched out her hand and pinched her best friend's arm fiercely, and said unhappily, "I said, why are you so confused? How can you do such a thing? I really have no other choice, otherwise I wouldn't have resorted to this trick." At this moment, the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman was like a child who had made a mistake. She huddled her head on the sofa, no longer showing the cool and aloof look she had in the company. Song Chin Chin wanted to say something, but seeing her pitiful appearance, she couldn't bear it and said helplessly, "There is no other way now. You should give Sister Fongfong 2 big fat boys. For the sake of her 2 grandchildren, she should forgive you." Dot. Are you interested? Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes at her sister and said angrily, "Are you teasing me on purpose?" "I teased you on purpose? It was you who teased Sister Fongfong on purpose." Song Chin Chin said unhappily, "Sister Fongfong now suspects that her son is being kept by a rich woman. Although she is not wrong, could she have thought it would be you? I'm already trying my best to compensate her." Zhang Feifei pouted and answered in a low voice. "Compensate? Is it right to compensate with money? Do you think this kind of thing can be solved with money?" Song Chin Chin sighed and said earnestly, "Fei Fei, the harm you have caused to Sister Fongfong cannot be simply measured by money." Zhang Feifei hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Then what should I do?" "Give Sister Fongfong 2 grandsons, and all problems will be solved. Song Qinchin said seriously. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman rolled her eyes and said angrily, again, don't you think it's not chaotic enough now? It's already so messed up. What difference would it make if it gets messy, eh? Song Qinchin curled her lips and said leisurely, to be honest, you two can just turn your fake relationship into reality and try to fall in love. In case you spark love between each other, the key is that you two are quite a good match. Look at you Tao, a handsome young man who just graduated from the campus, and you, a battle-hardened strong woman, and a lonely, pretty, mature, rich woman. Speaking of which, she nudged her best friend with her elbow and said with a smile, are you excited? What's your heartbeat? If I really do this, how can I face Sister Fong Fong? Zhang Feifei pouted. Then should I call her mom or continue to call her sister? Does she call her son brother-in-law or son? Yo. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Song Qinchin smiled mischievously and said softly, in fact, you already like him, right? It's just that due to the pressure of the world, you dare not face your true feelings and have always suppressed this shallow love in your heart. After hearing what her best friend said, the pretty rich woman seemed to be hit in the heart by something. She didn't know if this was love. She kept thinking about being with him. Even if they did nothing together, she felt comfortable all over with him by her side. Impossible. Although I got a marriage certificate with him, it doesn't mean I will be in love with him, let alone have a child with him. Zhang Feifei said lightly, everything is just to deal with the pressure from my family to get married. When the storm is over, I will divorce him. Song Qinchin smiled and said softly, I don't think so. Others may not understand you, but would I not understand you? If you really just want to deal with your family's pressure to get married, would you bring him to your home? Would you let him be your exclusive driver? You won't. You will just turn a blind eye and not be bothered. Song Qinchin said softly, also, you let Yu Tao become your driver. It seems to be a compensation to Sister Fong Fong, paying him 20,000 yuan a day. In fact, you want to embezzle. The pretty mature rich woman is going crazy. Her scalp is numb. The stinky woman doesn't want to be a doctor, but becomes a detective. The key point is that she was right. The compensation to Sister Fong Fong was fake, and the real intention was to keep him by her side. Nonsense one. Zhang Feifei curled her lips, her eyes involuntarily looking towards the bedroom, and whispered, and don't be so excited. Be careful that he hears it. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. You usually seem quiet, but I didn't expect that your actions would be so earth-shattering. Song Qinchin looked at her mischievously, then stood up and prepared to go to the bedroom to find Yu Tao. You. What are you doing? Zhang Feifei was quick to grab her best friend's wrist and said angrily, are you going to look for him? Ouch. Why are you so nervous? I'm just chatting with my eldest nephew and reminiscing about the past. What has it got to do with you? Why are you so concerned? You don't acknowledge that he is your husband. You are really meddling in other people's business. Song Qinchin shook off her best friend's restraints and walked quickly towards the bedroom. Oh, I'm really going crazy. Zhang Feifei was almost going crazy at this moment, but now was not the time to release her emotions. Something worse was happening right now, and she had to stop this tragedy immediately. The pretty rich woman stood up and walked hurriedly towards her bedroom. When she grasped the door handle and tried to push the door open, she found that the door was locked. Yu Tao, the woman outside has already explained everything to me. Now it's my turn to interrogate you. My policy is very clear and simple. That is, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Song Qinchin stood beside Yu Tao, looking at her confused nephew, and said meaningfully, go ahead. Tell me everything about your situation. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 The Lonely Heart is Touched. Chapter 41 The Lonely Heart is Touched. Looking at Song Qinchin who was interrogating him, Yu Tao's face was full of confusion, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. Aunt Zheng explained everything? She told Aunt Song about getting the marriage certificate with me? In a short period of time, Yu Tao thought of many possibilities, but in the end he still believed what Song Qinchin said. It was very likely that the pretty rich woman outside could not withstand the pressure and told the secret buried in her heart. The key point was that Aunt Song was not an outsider. She was the closest person to Aunt Zheng except for his mother. Yu Tao didn't know much about Song Qinchin. He didn't have much contact with her in his previous life. He only knew that she later married a doctor and gave birth to twin daughters. She lived a happy life. Me. Since you already know everything, I shouldn't need to explain it anymore, right? Yu Tao rolled his eyes and answered ambiguously. Different one. There are some details that your Aunt Zheng didn't tell me. I need to get some information from you. Don't worry. I will keep it a secret. Song Chin winked at her eldest nephew and said with a fake smile, You Tao, tell me the truth and don't hide anything. Dot. What do you want to ask? Yu Tao shrank his head, ready to argue with her again. Song Chin rolled her eyes and said unhappily, What? Are you going to argue with me? Don't want to tell the truth? Okay, go find your mom tomorrow and I'll tell you. Just then, there was a loud banging on the bedroom door. Bang, bang, bang. Open door one. The surname Song one. Open the door for me quickly. Zhang Feifei, who was locked outside, banged on the door and shouted at the top of her lungs. Outside. Don't worry about the outside. Explain everything to me first. I don't know what to say. How about Aunt Song give me a hint? Line 1. Song Chin looked at him meaningfully, looked at Sister Fong's beloved son, and said with a smile, You and Feifei, that is, your Aunt Zheng, have you two ever slept with each other? I thought he would ask about the marriage certificate, but he went straight to bed. Yu Tao replied helplessly, How could it be possible that she is my mother's best friend? My mother treats her as her own sister. How dare I? Don't you dare? But your mother said that you are into mature women, the kind that are a little older and more voluptuous. You like them to the point of feeling itchy in your heart. Song Chin said softly. No, Mom, why do you tell everything to others? Yu Tao's scalp was about to split. He had seen strangers spread rumors before, but this was the first time he had seen his own mother spread rumors. When did I ever say that I was a MILF lover? My goodness, now that 3 people have become a tiger, I am afraid that I will never be able to take off the hat of a MILF lover. Open door 1. You stinky bitch. If you don't open the door for me, I'm going to get angry. The pretty, mature, wealthy woman at the door was about to lose her mind, and swear words were already coming out of her mouth. Dot. How about opening the door first? Yu Tao shrank his head and reminded carefully, It feels like it's going to explode on the spot. Leave her alone. It's just talk. It won't cause any trouble. Song Chin smiled and said softly, She has already confessed to me about getting a marriage certificate, but she said there's nothing between you two. It's just a fake marriage to deal with her family's pressure to get married. Yes. Any questions? Yu Tao asked back. You. Song Chin smiled even brighter, poked her nephew's head lightly with her finger, and said angrily, You really don't understand women at all, but this can't be entirely blamed on you. After all, a top-notch mature woman like Zhang Feifei has a much more complicated mind than a little girl. It's normal that you can't guess it. At this point, Song Chin leaned close to Yu Tao's ear and said meaningfully, Your Aunt Zheng is very thoughtful and has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. You should be careful. Don't fall into her trap without knowing what's going on. And you should be more careful about your body. She hasn't had a man for more than 30 years. You're on your own. After that, Song Chin left, leaving her eldest nephew in the bathroom. Yu Tao pursed his lips, subconsciously touched his waist, and thought to himself, With my kidney function, there shouldn't be any problem, right? I can't kill people indiscriminately, but I should be able to scream. On the other side, when Song Chin opened the door, she saw her best friend who was furious and glaring at her. Before she could say anything, Zhang Feifei pulled her out and closed the door. What did you say to him? Zhang Feifei asked angrily. Nothing. I just asked him if he likes you, and told him to be careful. I mean physical safety. After all, you, a tigress, have been hungry for more than 30 years. Now you have caught such a delicious piece of fat meat. I'm afraid my nephew can't carry it, Song Chin replied wickedly. The pretty rich woman looked at her in amazement, and then a strong sense of shame surged from the bottom of her heart and went straight through her whole body. She wished she could bang her head against the wall and die. Oh my God. Oh my God. How can I live after this? Go one. You go one. Get out of my sight now. Zhang Feifei dragged her best friend out of the house and then slammed the door. Hello one. Feifei. Remember that love is a verb one. The pretty, mature, and wealthy woman standing behind the door almost blushed when she heard her best friend's advice. She pursed her lips and secretly pouted in her heart, then ignored her and walked silently towards the bedroom. Gently pushing the door open, the pretty rich woman walked to the bathroom door, saw that he was still busy cleaning the drain, coughed twice, and asked leisurely, Not done yet? Almost. I'll prepare some unclogging agent later to melt the mucous membrane in the pipe. Yu Tao squatted there and explained in a soft voice. Zhang Feifei responded, walked in, stood beside the little rascal, and watched him poke the sewer. I. The pretty rich woman tried to open her mouth, but she didn't know how to say the words that came to her lips. Aunt Song didn't tell me anything. Even if she told me, I wouldn't take it to heart. Yu Tao said gently. Oh. The pretty rich woman bit her lip and looked at the little rascal squatting beside her. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage and murmured, If I say that I am not lonely at all, will you believe it? Let her. Of course I believe it. Yu Tao turned around and smiled at her. Why? Do you believe everything I say? The rich woman asked in a low voice. Yes. Yu Tao squatted there and replied softly, Because you deserve my unconditional trust. In an instant, a sweet and warm current flooded the rich woman's heart. It was the feeling of a lonely heart being touched. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. How about you sever the mother-son relationship? Chapter 42. How about you sever the mother-son relationship? The pretty, mature, wealthy woman looked at him quietly. Looking at this playful and mischievous boy, it seemed that a certain string deep in her heart was touched. She bit her plump red lips tightly. An indescribable emotion gushed out, and she turned her head slightly to the side and said unhappily, Poke it cleanly. As soon as the voice fell, he slipped out in a hurry, walked quickly back to the sofa in the living room, reached out and grabbed a headrest and hugged it tightly in his arms, his face full of complex expressions and at the same time, a hint of tenderness. Little bad guy. This guy has a very sweet mouth, and he has a lot of tricks to coax me. It seems that I am really too lonely and alone. Such fake lies can actually make me happy. Zhang Feifei curled her lips, her brows showing helplessness and some pain. She finally had the desire to explore men, but this man happened to be the son of her best friend. Although she was also quite young and in the golden age of a mature woman, the other party had just graduated from college. Suddenly, she felt so guilty. Just then, Yu Tao walked out of the bedroom and said to the pretty rich woman who was sitting on the sofa and thinking about something, It's almost cleaned up. Do you have any baking soda at home? Go look for it yourself. I have forgotten whether it is there or not. The pretty rich woman came to her senses and quickly turned her face to avoid the little scoundrel's eyes, mumbling, Are you going to go back later? That's about right. After Yu Tao answered, he walked into the kitchen, searched everywhere, and finally found the baking soda he wanted. Then he poured some vinegar on it, took the prepared solvent, and stepped into the rich woman's bedroom. Seeing him busying around, Zhang Feifei felt reluctant to let him go, but she couldn't find a suitable reason to keep him. She couldn't tell him that her aunt wanted him to stay overnight because she was too lonely. After a while, Yu Tao came out of the bedroom again and said to the depressed rich woman, Okay, it's done. Zhang Feifei responded, looked at the little rascal who was about to leave, patted the seat beside her, and said seriously, Come here. Annie wants to talk to you for a few words. Although he didn't know what the rich woman was up to, Yu Tao was still very obedient. He walked quietly to Zhang Feifei's side and sat down. Of course, he didn't sit too close to her, but there was a distance between them. What's up? Yu Tao asked curiously. Does it have to be something to ask you? Zhang Feifei poked his head and said angrily, You little rascal, remember this, if I want to find you, I'll find you. If I don't want to find you, I won't find you. Don't ask so many whys. I don't like to hear them. Ouch. Look at this domineering look. How can he be so cute? Yu Tao smiled and said, Yes, yes. From now on your words are the imperial decree. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at him, pulled back her jade hand, and said softly, Little rascal, have you ever thought that there would be such a day in the future? Getting a marriage certificate with your own mother's best friend and your own aunt. No, it's too exaggerated after all. Yu Tao replied, What about you, Aunt Zhang? Have you ever thought that there would be such a day? Getting a marriage certificate with your best friend's son? Neither do I. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and said softly, But I have thought about what my future husband will be like. What? Yu Tao asked curiously. The pretty rich lady glanced at the little scoundrel beside her and said unhappily, Why are you asking about this? Curious. Yu Tao smiled and said, Let me first tell you what I used to ask of my wife. As long as she was similar to you, it would be fine. Snort. You have quite high requirements. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes at him and asked leisurely, Why do you want to find a woman like me? There are too many reasons. I don't know how to answer for the moment. Yu Tao shrugged. Then just name a few. Well, let me think about it. She's pretty, has a good figure, and is rich. No more? No more. Think about it again. That's all I can think of for now. The rich woman had originally looked expectant, but now her face was gloomy and her eyes revealed anger, as if she was going to eat Yu Tao alive in the next second. Pretty, plump, rich. Me. Are these the only advantages I have? Zhang Feifei's back teeth were almost broken. She thought she could hear some coaxing words from him, but she never expected to hear these words. Aunt Zhang, when I first met you, you seemed to have just graduated from college, and I was probably preparing for the high school entrance exam. Yutao said, after that, I only saw you occasionally during the winter and summer vacations every year. I even remember that there was a year when I didn't see you from beginning to end. After hearing his words, the rich woman realized that they were so far apart. She had just graduated from college, and the husband who got the marriage certificate with her was now in the third grade of junior high school. Thinking of this, a strong sense of shame surged through my body. It's been so long that I finally get to see you every day. Yutao pursed his lips, turned his head to look at the rich woman beside him, and smiled softly. I heard a saying when I was in school. I don't know if Aunt Zhang has heard it. That is, if you meet the right person at the wrong time, then God will definitely separate you for a period of time, and then meet again at the right time. Although no specific meaning was expressed, the pretty rich woman felt an inexplicable emotion surge up from deep within her heart, like a blooming flower, releasing some unspeakable emotion. Almost. I have to go home now. I'll pick you up for work tomorrow. Yutao had already stood up and was walking towards the door. At this time, the pretty rich woman came to her senses, looked at his departing back, and couldn't wait to follow him. Wait one. I'll take you downstairs. The two of them walked downstairs and saw the Porsche parked in a temporary parking space. Seeing the little rascal open the car door and get in without looking back, the rich woman's heart seemed to be hit hard, and even the air was filled with the smell of loss. It's a good walk. There is not even a trace of nostalgia. Zhang Feifei pouted, her face full of displeasure towards someone. Just as the rich woman turned around and took a few steps back, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was that annoying little bad guy calling. Zhang Feifei answered the phone, but didn't rush to speak. Good night. The pretty rich woman still didn't say anything, but she couldn't help but look back, accompanied by the dead tone after hanging up and the car's silhouette moving away. All that is left is the longing for that little rascal. Zhang Feifei bit her lip and secretly complained in her heart. Sister, why don't you sever your mother-son relationship and help your sister? End of this chapter. Chapter 43, what do you want your aunt to do? Chapter 43, what do you want your aunt to do? You're back? Chuli, who was watching TV on the sofa, heard the sound of the door unlocking and then saw her son coming back. She asked softly, why did you come home so late today? Is your Aunt Zhang working overtime? I sent her to a meeting in the afternoon, then went straight home, made dinner for her, and helped her unclog the drain in the bathroom. Yutao sat next to his mother, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, gulped down the drink, put down the cup, and said helplessly, I'm so tired. Tired already? Chuli rolled her eyes and said unhappily, before your mother opened the beauty salon, she had to support you, a debt collector, while working 2 jobs outside. Have you ever seen me say I'm tired? You've had a comfortable life for a few years. You've forgotten how hard it was before. Ouch. My dear mother. Yutao collapsed on the sofa and said helplessly, haven't you read To Live before? This book says that you should never believe that suffering is worthy of praise and praise. Suffering is suffering. Suffering will not bring success. Suffering is not worth pursuing. The reason for suffering is that it cannot be avoided. As soon as the voice fell, Yutao paused, then continued, our family is getting better thanks to your best friend. If it weren't for Aunt Zhang, you and I would have suffered so much. Stinky brat. Chuli was speechless for a moment, but she was right about one thing. Zhang Feifei was the first contributor to the family's growing wealth. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and murmured, my mother, and I really owe your Aunt Zhang too much. I feel like we can never repay it in this lifetime. No. Now she owes you. Yutao curled his lips and replied leisurely, then you should pay more attention to her on weekdays. Although Aunt Zhang has obtained the marriage certificate, she still can't do without you, a good sister. That's for sure. The relationship between your Aunt Zhang and I has long surpassed that of ordinary best friends. Chuli glanced at her half-dead son and asked, are you hungry? Do you want me to make you a bowl of egg fried rice? Never mind. I'd better take a shower and get into bed. Yutao stood up and walked slowly towards the bathroom, leaving his mother still sitting on the sofa. At the same time, the pretty, mature, wealthy woman had already finished her shower and was wearing a gauze black nightgown, showing off her charming figure. She was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, facing the noisy TV, her thoughts already flying to a certain little scoundrel. Me. Am I in love with him? Zhang Feifei bit her lip, reached out and grabbed a headrest, hugged it tightly in her arms, stared at the cup on the coffee table with blurry eyes. At this moment, she felt a little confused. The rich woman was not sure whether she fell in love with her best friend's son, but there was one thing that could give her an answer. After spending these few days together, a certain little rascal has become a part of my life. The days with him around me feel particularly fulfilling, but when he is not around, my heart feels empty, just like this house. Even the air is filled with the smell of loneliness. Well, the rich woman sighed deeply. She originally thought it was just a fake marriage to deal with the pressure from her family, but she never expected it would turn out like this. She would actually be attracted to a naughty boy. The key point is that he is her best friend's son. She couldn't believe that such a rebellious thing would happen to her. What should I do? Do you plan to continue getting deeper and deeper into this, or does the relationship end here? But then again, am I really willing to give up? Although the road ahead is full of thorns and various problems are in front of me, including the unbridgeable gap, but the little bad guy is too good. If I give up and give it to him, I will definitely be jealous. Suddenly at this moment, the cell phone on the coffee table rang, breaking the silence in the room and bringing the daydreaming rich woman back to reality. I picked up my phone and took a look. It was a WeChat message from the little bad boy. "You Tao, are you asleep?" The rich woman hesitated for a moment and silently sent him a reply. "Zhang Feifei, not yet. I just took a shower. What do you want to do?" The rich woman pouted and secretly thought to herself that something had better happen to you. "You Tao, it's okay. Just asking you. I'm sleepy, bye, good night." Looking at the contents sent by the little scoundrel, the pretty rich woman was so angry that she was about to smoke. Her brows were full of anger towards him. She wished she could pull him out of the bed right now, beat him up severely, and then throw him into the trash can. "Zhang Feifei, you don't need to pick me up tomorrow. I will go to the company by myself." The rich woman thought he would admit his mistake to her obediently, but she still underestimated Yu Tao's evilness. "Yu Tao, is that true? That's great. I can finally sleep in tomorrow. I'm going to sleep until noon. Oops. I'm so angry." Zhang Feifei was so angry that she stood up and stomped her feet hard on the spot. This time, someone sent another reply. "Yu Tao, okay. I won't tease you anymore. Let's meet at the same time tomorrow." The pretty, mature, wealthy woman pouted. Her irritable mood eased slightly, but she was still a little unhappy. "Zhang Feifei, I want to eat the breakfast you make. The breakfast you make for me personally. It must be made in my home, otherwise I won't eat it. Urgent." Small emotions break out inadvertently. The rich woman threw her cell phone onto the sofa and buried her head in the pillow. She felt nervous and a little ashamed, just like a little girl confessing her love to her dream boy. Just when the pretty rich woman was still caught off guard, the WeChat notification sound rang in her ears, and her heart suddenly trembled. He reached for his phone and looked up secretly. "Yu Tao, yes." Although it was just a simple word, it made a certain pretty, mature, and wealthy woman feel so happy. She didn't know why she was so happy. Maybe it was because besides her father, there was finally another man who could satisfy her unreasonable demands. The pretty rich woman picked up her phone, sat there hesitating for a long time, seemed to have made up her mind, and typed quickly on the screen. "Zhang Feifei, why are you so nice to me? Yu Tao, does this require a reason? Zhang Feifei, don't you need it? Yu Tao, of course." The rich woman looked at the dialogue box with him, a hint of tenderness revealed between her brows. Although the little scoundrel did not answer her, his words seemed to have given the answer. "Oops. What should I do? What should I do?" The rich woman threw her phone aside, fell on the sofa, hugged her headrest to cover her head, and her two slender legs kept kicking the sofa. "Little bad guy. What should I do, auntie?" End of this chapter. Chapter 44. I recognize a brother named Zhang Xinghua. Chapter 44. I recognize a brother named Zhang Xinghua. The next morning, Zhang Feifei woke up from her sleep. She was drowsy and vaguely heard a sound, as if it came from outside the bedroom. However, she did not think much of it. She reached out for her mobile phone, looked at the time on it, and determined that some bad guy had come. She was still wearing the same black professional women's suit, paired with a white shirt. Although she was a rich woman with a casual dressing style at home, she was always conservative in the workplace and would not easily show off her charming body. When the rich woman opened the bedroom door, a fragrant smell hit her nose and made her feel a little hungry instantly. "Are you up? Breakfast is ready. It's just a simple vegetable and rice. I wonder if you are satisfied." Yu Tao came out of the kitchen carrying a casserole. Seeing the wealthy woman in formal attire, he smiled and said, "Hurry up and wash up, then you can have breakfast." The rich woman responded casually and walked into the bathroom silently. Not long after, she came out and went straight to the dining table. Yu Tao personally served her a bowl of rice porridge with vegetables and then served himself a bowl. He sat next to the rich woman, eating it in small bites with some pickled cucumbers and mustard tubers. It was comparable to delicacies from land and sea. The pretty mature rich woman took a light taste and found it tasted very good, so she slowly let down her airs. Of course, she was not like the man next to her. She was still so delicate and elegant. At the same time, she secretly watched him out of the corner of her eye. It must be said that since the arrival of the little rascal, this house has felt like home. Is there anything going on today? Yu Tao suddenly asked. Probably not. Zhang Feifei raised her eyebrows slightly and said absent-mindedly, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Just asking. If I have nothing to do all day, I plan to go fishing outside, Yu Tao said casually. When she heard the word fishing, the rich woman frowned, feeling a little reluctant. It was not because she disliked this leisure sport, but because there was already a man in the family who was fishing, and many conflicts had broken out in the family because of fishing. Do you like fishing? Zhang Feifei asked lightly. It's okay. I used to go fishing with my mentor, and I learned it slowly. But I was fishing with lures, not fishing like them. Of course, I can fish too. Yu Tao curled his lips and said with emotion. Thinking about it carefully, I haven't touched a fishing rod for about 2 years. Suddenly, I felt a little itchy last night, so I decided to go fishing today. The rich woman pursed her lips, glanced at the young man beside her, and said leisurely, Why do you men like fishing so much? What's the fun of fishing? This. I don't know, actually. But every time I feel stressed, I go fishing. I find a reservoir and sit there for a whole day, and slowly the stress is relieved. Yu Tao replied, especially when fighting a fierce big fish, the effect of relieving stress is better. After hearing Yu Tao's explanation, the rich woman suddenly understood her father a little. However, her father didn't look like he was going there to relieve stress. How could he go there for 3 days and 3 nights to relieve stress, driving an RV to the side of a pond in the deep mountains and forests? The key point was that every time he came back, he didn't see many fish. Then go ahead. Remember to pick me up at 5:30. The rich woman said softly. Rest assured. I will definitely not forget it. Yu Tao patted his chest and assured righteously. After sending the pretty rich woman to the company, Yu Tao drove straight to the reservoir 20 kilometers away. Of course, he took the highway. After arriving at the reservoir, I took the fishing gear I had prepared in advance, found the boss, paid the fee, picked a location I thought was where the fish gathered, sat there and started to mix the bait, poured all kinds of powders into a small plate, mixed with a little water, and stirred it constantly. Plop. A large lure was thrown into the water, and then Yu Tao sat on a chair, fishing quietly while smoking and browsing his phone. Oops. That's not how it's done. Didn't you read the document above? The document clearly states that happiness and a safe home should be the priority. If you do it this way, something big will happen. Just as Yu Tao was stunned, the voice of a middle-aged man came from not far away. Following the voice, he saw a man with a big belly sitting on a chair, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, talking leisurely. Fortunately, the call did not last too long, and soon the man started fishing quietly. In a short period of time, Yu Tao had already caught 5 big crucian carps, while the middle-aged man not far away had not caught anything yet. This made him so greedy that he stood up silently and walked towards Yu Tao. Little brother, what kind of bait are you using? Why is it so effective? Asked Yu Tao curiously. They are all fish baits available on the market. The main thing is that I'm in a good location. Brother, you see, this happens to be a bend, and the fish will gather here. Yu Tao pointed to the area in front of him and explained carefully. Oh, one. There is also this routine. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Yu Tao and asked awkwardly but politely, Young man, can I discuss something with you? Yu Tao saw through the middle-aged man's thoughts at a glance, picked up the fishing rod with a smile, and said, Brother, I know what you mean. It's okay. I'll give you this spot. I'll go fish somewhere else. I wish you a good catch today. Ouch. The middle-aged man was delighted. He quickly took out a bag of whole golden leaves from his pocket and stuffed it into Yu Tao's pocket. He said gratefully, Thank you so much, little brother. In the eyes of anglers, fishing spots are even more important than life. Yu Tao's ability to give up an excellent fishing spot is a huge sacrifice in the eyes of this middle-aged man. No problem. Then Yu Tao carried his fishing gear to the middle-aged man's fishing spot, sat on a small stool, and started fishing. Result. The polarity is reversed. Yu Tao was catching fish like crazy, But the middle-aged man who got the best fishing spot was just like before, not moving at all on the water. As time passed slowly, it was noon before we knew it. Yutao took out the snacks he had prepared and planned to just deal with it. But then the middle-aged man came over and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, come on, come to my RV and sit down. By the way, I have a few questions for you. The middle-aged man handed Tao a cigarette and said, Sure. Sorry to bother you, brother. Yutao did not refuse and agreed directly. The relationship between men is so simple. Even though they don't know each other, it only takes the time of smoking a cigarette for them to start calling each other brother. What's your name, bro? Your surname is Zhang, as in Zhanghe, and your given name is Xinghua, as in Xinghua, which means to prosper the country and secure the nation. What about you, little brother? Me? I'm not worth mentioning. Brother, just call me Xiao Cheng, the Cheng with a bright future. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Your son has been missing for a long time. Chapter 45. Your son has been missing for a long time. In the trailer, Yu Tao and his brother Zhang Wuxing were sitting at the dining table eating delicious instant noodles. After all, being able to eat a bowl of fragrant instant noodles near a reservoir where there was no village or shop nearby was an ultimate enjoyment. Brother, I have to admit it. Zhang Wuxing looked at Yu Tao sitting opposite him and said with emotion, Brother, I have been fishing for a long time, but I didn't expect that I really don't know anything in front of you. Just the selection of fishing spots, including how to match baits, I really don't know anything like you. No. In fact, young people learn quickly and have more time. Successful people like you probably only go fishing occasionally, so it's natural that they don't know some things, Yu Tao replied with a smile. Zhang Xinghua looked at him curiously and asked with a smile, How come I am a successful person? From the temperament you exude, including your words and deeds, I feel that you are Lu Bu among men and red hair among horses. Yu Tao explained earnestly, Brother, don't think that I am bragging or trying to please you on purpose. This is my true feeling. Zhang Xinghua laughed, looked at his younger brother, and said meaningfully, I find that you are not an ordinary person either. Me? I am just an ordinary student. Of course, I am a doctor, a doctoral student, said Yu Tao. Ouch. He looks so young, but he's actually a doctor? Zhang Xinghua was surprised. Yu Tao shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly, What's the use? In the end, it's still a life of hard work. But I have also figured it out. People live to struggle. In fact, it's pretty good. Just like my brother's name, it means to prosper the country and protect the people. I contribute my own strength to the country. I don't have much ability, so I can only contribute to the country in the field of science. Zhang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, Brother, you have such awareness. I am really pleased. It also shows that I did not make a mistake in choosing you. I did not recognize you as my brother in vain. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me and I will solve them for you. Of course. I will definitely contact my brother when the time comes. I'm just afraid that he won't recognize me as his younger brother by then, Yu Tao said with a smile. That's something I don't like to hear. Zhang Xinghua rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Is that the kind of person you are, brother? Luckily, we're not at the table right now. Otherwise, you'd have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment, Letty. Yu Tao picked up a bottle of Waha purified water beside him and said seriously, Then use water instead of wine. I will punish myself by drinking half a bottle. Saying, Gulp down half the bottle. It was just this kind of action that suited Zhang Xinghua's taste, making him feel that he had met him too late. Brother, I've been very free recently. If you want to go fishing, you can ask me to go with you. Yu Tao said, We can go fishing together in the future. Studying for a doctorate is a little different from studying. I can squeeze out a day or two, but a week is hard to do. Your words are enough. Actually, I also go fishing occasionally to relax. Zhang Xinghua handed Yu Tao a cigarette and said leisurely, Brother, you should be less than 30 this year, right? 24. Yu Tao answered, and then asked his brother, Brother, you are less than 40 this year, right? Under 40? I'm already 53 this year. Zhang Xinghua said with a laugh, but my mentality should be similar to yours. I just want to be young and playful. Of course, the premise is to do my job well. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Xinghua then asked, Brother, do you have a girlfriend? No. What? Brother, do you want to introduce me to a girlfriend? Yu Tao said with a smile. It depends on whether you need it. There are indeed many single female employees in my company. If you want, I will naturally help you. Zhang Xinghua said. Yu Tao sighed and said with emotion and helplessness, I really don't dare to have such an idea, mainly because someone disagrees. If someone agrees, I don't have any objection. Who is it? Why do people have to control even a marriage proposal these days? Zhang Xinghua asked in confusion. My wife, actually, I'm already married. Yu Tao spread his hands and said with a smile, if I go out and find a concubine, I'm afraid the one at home will be unhappy. Are you all married? Zhang Xinghua was surprised, but soon regained his composure and said, it's better to get married early, start a family first, and then start a career. Brother, your child should be quite grown up now, right? Yu Tao asked. I have a daughter who is already in her 30s. Zhang Xinghua sighed and replied bitterly, she is not married yet. She seems to have a boyfriend, but I don't like her very much. Forget it. Let's leave it as it is. Oh, then if I see my brother's daughter next time, how should I call her? Yu Tao asked in a low voice. Small problem. You call me brother, and you call her sister. Let's talk about our own things. Zhang Xinghua waved his hand and said nonchalantly, each one of them? But if you don't care, why should I care? Brother, are you free tonight? How about going to my house for dinner? Zhang Xinghua invited Yu Tao with a hint of expectation between his brows. Yu Tao wanted to refuse. After all, there was a pretty rich woman waiting for him, but facing the old man's passionate, sincere, and expectant eyes, he couldn't bear it. Think simply, analyze calmly, and hesitate to speak. Brother, I'll give my family a call. After Yu Tao finished speaking, he walked out of the car to inform the pretty rich lady. Zhang Feifei had just finished lunch and was about to take a break in her office when she received a call from the little bad guy. Snort. You little rascal. And he knew to call me. Because someone was not around, the pretty rich woman was in low spirits the whole morning and had no interest in working. However, when she saw the call, the loneliness seemed to have found a place to vent. Hello. What's wrong? Why are you calling me suddenly? What's the matter? The rich woman answered the phone and asked in a soft voice. I have a dinner party tonight, so I can't come to pick you up. You can take a taxi back by yourself? The little rascal on the phone squeaked and whined. I met a guy while fishing. He was so enthusiastic that he insisted that I go to his house for dinner. Hearing what the little scoundrel said, the rich woman almost fainted from anger. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, go ahead. I can go home by myself. Without giving him a chance to speak, the rich woman hung up the phone. Zhang Feifei tightly grasped the phone, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After thinking for a while, she directly called someone's biological mother. Sister, I want to eat the food you cook. Can you come pick me up? Your son? Your son has been missing for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. The boy has a really sweet mouth. Chapter 46. The boy has a really sweet mouth. Chuli was staying in her own beauty salon when she received a call from her best friend. When she heard her best friend say that she wanted to eat the food she cooked, she naturally agreed. However, when she asked about her son, the answer she got almost made her explode. What did you say? This brat has been missing for a long time? Chuli stood up suddenly and asked angrily, did you go to the company by yourself this morning? Zhang Feifei pouted and continued to complain to her good sister. It was your son who sent me to the company this morning, but after he sent me there, he went fishing. He said that his hands suddenly felt itchy last night and he hadn't touched a fishing rod for a long time, so he didn't know where to go fishing. He just called me and told me to take a taxi home this afternoon. For a time, Chuli was so angry that her scalp was about to split. She looked ferocious, as if she could eat her son alive in the next second. She panted slightly and gritted her teeth and said, this is not an itchy hand. This is clearly an itchy skin. Feifei, don't worry. I will definitely educate your eldest nephew well. If I don't break his legs tonight, I will take your surname. The rich woman couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and suddenly felt a little worried because she knew that her sister could really be ruthless. She remembered one time. The little bad boy had his feather duster broken by Sister Fong Fong for some reason. If she hadn't protected the little bad boy, he might have been beaten to death. No. Sister, don't be impulsive. I'm not complaining to you about anything. The pretty rich woman bit her lip and murmured, it's not a good thing for you Tao to stay by my side all the time. After all, he has his own life, I think. What is happening? I was clearly complaining. Why did I suddenly plead for him? Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and continued to talk to Chuli on the other end of the phone. Fishing is also good. My dad likes fishing very much. Whenever he feels stressed, he will go fishing alone. Although he doesn't catch many fish, he feels much more relaxed when he returns home. Okay. I know you're speaking for that brat. Don't think I can't hear you. Chuli took a deep breath and said seriously, it's a bit difficult to give him a beating. This brat's feet are greased, and he slipped away without you noticing. You can't catch him, but I can teach him a lesson for you. Um, the pretty rich woman responded softly, and then said, Sister, come pick me up at 4:30 in the afternoon and go directly to your house. I want to sleep with you tonight. Is that okay? Hey there. I'm happy to do that. Chuli said with a smile. I'll go buy some groceries now and make you a sumptuous dinner tonight. Hang up the phone. Zhang Feifei put down her phone and gently pressed her head, wondering what was going on in her mind. It was afternoon. Yu Tao in advance, but he sent the address to Yu Tao and asked him to go there by himself. At this time, Yu Tao was carrying the health products he bought and looking for a villa in a high-end community. He originally wanted to buy some cigarettes and alcohol, but considering that his brother was a successful man and naturally had no shortage of these things, and it might also cause dissatisfaction from his sister-in-law, he simply bought some high-end health products. It should be this one, right? Yu Tao looked at the house number, then glanced at the address on his phone, pondered for a moment, walked forward and gently pressed the doorbell. A moment of time. The door in front of him slowly opened from the inside, and a middle-aged woman appeared in front of Yu Tao. You are Xiao Cheng, right? Chu Chunyan looked at the young man in front of her and said gently, Your brother has been waiting for you for a long time. Come in quickly. After that, seeing the gift in Yu Tao's hand, she began to complain to him, Xiao Cheng, sister-in-law wants to criticize you. Why are you holding something when you come? I'll accept it this time, but don't do it next time. It's my first visit, and I don't have something in my hand. I feel unsure. Yu Tao said with a smile, but then again, sister-in-law, you are really young. Just now I thought you were Brother Zheng's daughter. Brother Zheng told me before that he had a daughter in her 30s, and I thought that was her. Ouch. I'm still young. I'm already 50 years old. How can I still be young? Although he said this, his face was filled with a bright smile. No, no, no. Really young one. Yu Tao said seriously, sister-in-law doesn't look like a 50-year-old woman at all. Instead, she looks like she's in her 40s. No, she should be 38 or 39. No woman can resist being praised for her youth. At this moment, Chu Chunyin was laughing so hard that she was shaking with joy. Originally, she had a prejudice against Tao, especially since the two of them called each other brother after all. There was an age difference of almost 30 years between them. But now Chu Chunyin was very satisfied. No way. The young man in front of me is really good at coaxing women. Xiao Cheng, you have a very sweet mouth. All right, let's not stand here anymore. Come in quickly. Chu Chunyin welcomed Yu Tao in, and then said softly, You two brothers, sit down for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Xiao Cheng is here. Hurry up, the tea is ready for you. When Zhang Xinghua saw Yu Tao, he waved to him hurriedly. Yu Tao looked at his brother sitting on the sofa, then glanced at his sister-in-law in the kitchen, and said seriously, Brother, I will go and help my sister-in-law first. I'm afraid my sister-in-law can't handle it alone. Before Zhang Xinghua could react, Yu Tao walked into the kitchen. In just a moment, Yu Tao took control of the entire kitchen, and then Chu Chunyin, who was in the way, came out. Why did you come out? Is Xiao Cheng cooking in there? Zhang Guoxing asked puzzledly as he watched his wife come into the living room. Chu Chunyin replied with embarrassment. Xiao Cheng thought I was clumsy, so he kicked me out. What's this? The guests are cooking in the kitchen and the host is sitting in the living room. Zhang Guoxing was speechless. He just stood up but was pulled back by his wife. You'd better not go in. You're just causing more trouble. Chu Chunyin said unhappily. Just let Xiao Cheng take care of himself. Speaking of which, Chu Chunyin said with emotion, but then again, Xiao Cheng is really good. Let me tell you, this little brother of mine is a doctor. Zhang Xinghua couldn't help but boast. Chu Chunyin rolled her eyes and said unhappily, You call him brother and younger brother. What will your daughter do? When Xiao Cheng sees your daughter in the future, will he call her niece or sister? Sister. He calls me brother and our daughter sister. We can just talk about our own affairs. Zhang Xinghua answered casually. You're over 50 years old. How can you be so unreliable? Chu Chunyin was almost mad with anger. She stretched out her hand and pinched her husband's waist hard, saying in exasperation, Ouch! You gladly accepted the title of sister-in-law, didn't you? Zhang Xinghua said with a grin. Don't think I didn't hear you laughing like crazy at the door. I. Chu Chunyin was speechless and said helplessly, I can't do anything about it. Xiao Cheng is so sweet. Just then, Zhang Xinghua leaned close to his wife's ear and said carefully, Honey, I want to invite Xiao Cheng to come on my birthday as well. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Open the Door to the Shura Field. Chapter 47, Open the Door to the Shura Field. When Chu Chunyin first heard that her husband wanted to invite Xiao Cheng to his birthday party, she was inevitably surprised and confused. But when she saw Xiao Cheng busying around in the kitchen and heard his happy words, she suddenly felt that this idea was not impossible. It shouldn't be like that. But Xiao Cheng is not a stranger. He knows his place and is aware of the general situation. I'm just afraid that he doesn't have time. Chu Chunyan replied thoughtfully. Don't worry about that. We can always find time. I'll mention it to Xiao Cheng when we have dinner. It depends on what he wants. Zhang Xinguo really likes this little brother and feels that he has met him too late. Chu Chunyan nodded and then said, Old man, do you think our son-in-law will come? Who is it? The man who stole my watch, right? You can come if you want. I don't care. Zhang Xinguo was still a little upset about that incident and replied nonchalantly, It's better not to come. Out of sight, out of mind. He stole my watch for no reason. Chu Chunyin rolled her eyes and reached out to pinch her husband's waist. She said unhappily, Before your daughter had a boyfriend, you were clamoring for grandchildren. Now that your daughter has a boyfriend, you are sneering at him. What do you want? I was just saying it casually. If my daughter really brings her son-in-law back, what else can I do? Of course I will serve her in various ways. Zhang Xinguo replied helplessly, Be gentle. Don't pinch the kidney inside. It's best to pinch it one. Chu Chunyin glared at him fiercely, then loosened her hand and continued. If my daughter really brings her son-in-law home on her birthday, you better put away your airs and stop acting so superior. Okay, okay, okay. Whatever you say is what it is. After all, you are the head of the family. Zhang Xinguo replied bitterly. Yu Tao cooked very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 6 dishes were placed on the table. When Chu Chunyin picked up the chopsticks and tasted the dish of fish-flavored eggplant, her taste buds were instantly conquered. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Xiao Cheng, your craftsmanship is quite good. Chu Chunyin praised. It's just SOSO, actually. They're just some mediocre home-cooked dishes. Compared with the ones in hotels, they're not good enough for other people. Yu Tao replied with a smile. No, I think it's great. Chu Chunyin picked up the braised bamboo shoots again and asked curiously, Xiao Cheng, did you learn this cooking skill somewhere? Without. Because I come from a single-parent family, I have learned to be independent since I was young. Yu Tao poured Coke, stood up with the cup, and said to the couple, Let's not talk about this for now, brother and sister-in-law. I'll use Coke instead of wine and toast you first. As soon as the voice fell, he drank up the Coke in the cup in an instant and started burping after finishing it. Zhang Xinghua and Chu Chunyin, a couple, looked at Yu Tao in front of them and liked him more and more. At this time, Chu Chunyin picked up some dishes and handed them to Yu Tao's bowl, saying softly, Xiao Cheng, if you have nothing to do in the future, come to your brother's house more often. Just think of it as coming to accompany us. Yu Tao nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, Since my sister-in-law has said so, I will not be polite. I will treat this place as my own home from now on. I will come here every now and then to eat and drink for free. I am afraid that my brother and sister-in-law will get annoyed with me if they see me every day. Chu Chunyin rolled her eyes and said angrily, What are you talking about? Are your brother and I such stingy people? That's right. I heard from your brother that you are married? Chu Chunyin asked. Hold head high. Yu Tao smiled innocently and said, We just got the marriage certificate but didn't have a wedding. However, from a legal perspective, we are married. That means we're married. A wedding is just a formality. The main thing is to get 2 marriage certificates. Chu Chunyin suddenly became curious again and continued to ask, Is your wife a doctoral student like you? Me. Yu Tao replied awkwardly, Actually, my wife is 7 or 8 years older than me and is a senior executive of a company. 7 or 8 years older? Isn't that about the same age as our daughter? Zhang Xinguo was surprised and asked doubtfully, There is such a big age gap between you two. Don't you have any problem with that? Without a reply from Itao, Chu Chunyin rolled her eyes at her husband and said unhappily, What do you know, old-fashioned guy? Sister-brother relationships are popular in today's society. There's a saying that goes, a woman who's 3 years older than a man holds a golden brick, but a woman who's 70 or 8 years older holds a golden mountain. Do you understand? It's more than just a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. It's true that a woman who is 70 or 80 years older is a gold mountain. The pretty rich woman in my family is not only a gold mountain, she is simply an endless oil field. Xiao Cheng, don't take it personally. Your brother doesn't know anything, and he doesn't control his words. Sometimes he says stupid things. Chu Chunyin smiled and said, I think it's good. As long as they truly love each other, it's not a big problem. Yu Tao responded without saying anything more. One more thing. Next month is your brother's birthday. Come to our house for dinner then. Remember to bring your wife along. Chu Chunyan instructed. This line won. Yu Tao agreed immediately. As for whether to bring the rich woman along or not, that was another matter. Sister-in-law? Brother, is he really okay? Yu Tao looked at Zheng Xinghua, who was lying half dead on the sofa, and asked with a worried look on his face, Do you want me to make a bowl of hangover soup for you, brother? It's all right. He is just like this. You don't need to care about him. Chu Chunyan said helplessly. Yu Tao smiled bitterly, and just half an hour ago, the drunk Zheng Xinghua insisted on pulling him to become sworn brothers, and Chu Chunyan couldn't stop him. In the end, the two became sworn brothers. From that moment on, Yu Tao officially became Zheng Xinghua's sworn brother. Sister-in-law. Then I'll go back first. Please take care of my brother. I'll visit you again when I'm free. Yu Tao said. Okay. Come here in the future and treat this place as your home. Chu Chunyan said gently, Then I won't see you off. Drive carefully. After saying goodbye to Chu Chunyan, Yu Tao left Zheng Xinghua's home. At this time, he was driving the rich woman's Porsche on the way home at a speed of 70 miles per hour, feeling free and at ease. Say, why do I always see the image of a rich woman in my sister-in-law? When faced with this problem, Yu Tao did not delve into it deeply. After all, he felt that this thing was often wrong. When Yu Tao arrived at the door of his house, he took out the key from his pocket and gently inserted it into the keyhole. The moment he pushed the door open, he saw the scene in the house and was shocked. The two sisters sat at the dining table and turned to look at him at the same time, one with an angry expression on her face, and the other with a hint of resentment between her brows. Oh no, this is a fucking trial by two mothers. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Hug her best friend in front of her mother. Chapter 48. Hug her best friend in front of her mother. Yu Tao looked at Zheng Feifei and Chu Li sitting at the dining table. They both looked at her, anger and resentment revealed in each other's faces and eyes. For a moment, she was frightened and her face turned pale, and the blood in her body seemed to be drained by fear. The old lady and the bride. Isn't this a situation where the second mother is trying the case? It's over. The rich woman must have gone to her sister to complain about what happened in the afternoon. I'm doomed now. Oops. I seem to have forgotten to lock the car door. Yu Tao slapped his forehead in annoyance and muttered to himself, Look at my memory. I can't even do such a simple thing. While talking, he turned around silently, trying to deceive the two sisters with his superb acting skills, but just as he was about to run away, he was dragged back into the house by Chu Li the next second. Still want to run? Your tricks are so stupid. You think you can fool my eyes? Chu Li, who had been drinking, had a flushed face. With her angry eyes, she looked like a reincarnated Guangong, except that she lacked the green dragon crescent blade in her hand. Ouch! It hurts one. Yu Tao was pinched by his mother's ears and walked all the way to the sofa in the living room, where he was pushed down by his mother. You little brat, you didn't work properly, but went out to fish. Chu Li angrily taught him. You even called your Aunt Zheng and asked her to take a taxi home. What do you want to do? You want to fly to the sky, don't you? You've grown wings, right? I. Yu Tao shrank his head and answered cautiously. I can't come back. I have a dinner party tonight and I can't get away. There's nothing I can do. What dinner party? I think you're just addicted to it. Chu Li glared at him fiercely and said angrily, I haven't settled the previous account with you yet, and now you're making new troubles for me, you little brat. Are you itching for trouble? At the same time, the pretty rich woman was sitting at the dining table, watching her best friend scolding her son. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise a faint arc, and she felt secretly happy in her heart, especially when she saw the little rascal with his head down. His pitiful appearance, she felt very relieved. If possible, she would also like to join the camp of scolding. Snort. You deserve it, little rascal. Who told you to abandon me? And you even asked me to take a taxi back. I'll curse you to death. Chu Li was at full fire at this moment, using all kinds of nasty words to curse her son. Besides the fact that she was really angry, there was also a certain amount of acting involved. After all, the victim of this incident was right next to her. If she didn't curse harshly, she was afraid that her best friend would get suspicious and think that she was covering up for her son. Yu Tao was like a wronged young wife, sitting there in silence. He felt quite guilty, thinking that it was indeed his fault, until he secretly glanced at the rich woman and found that she looked like she was watching a show, especially with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Yu Tao realized that this might be a borrowed knife to kill someone. What to do? The rich woman is not only a bit sinister, but also good at using military tactics. Sister, I'm not trying to take advantage of someone's misfortune. I just think Yu Tao has some problems recently. He doesn't seem to be as motivated as before. Zhang Feifei frowned and said earnestly, Sister, you can't let him go on like this. You have to discipline him properly. Isn't this just adding insult to injury? Yu Tao stared at the rich woman in amazement. Looking at the young and beautiful woman with a hint of malice in her eyes, he felt angry and helpless in his heart. He really couldn't do anything about her. After all, her backer was too powerful, and it was completely a bloodline suppression. I knew it a long time ago. He has indeed become more and more outrageous recently. Chu Li took a deep breath and said seriously, as the saying goes, a good son is born under the stick. He still needs to be beaten. Before Tao and the rich woman could react, Chu Li walked into her bedroom, and a moment later rushed out aggressively with a feather duster in her hand. Look at her attitude. She is ready to kill her own relatives for the sake of justice. Dot. Sister. Sister one. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The rich woman didn't expect that her best friend was serious about it. The key point was that looking at her reaction, she seemed to want to beat the little bad guy to death. If it was someone else's son, she wouldn't care at all, but if it was her best friend's son, she would be heartbroken. Zhang Feifei hurriedly stood up, grabbed Chu Li's arm, and begged, Sister, let's talk nicely. Don't touch me. He is your son after all. I must vent my anger today. Chu Li gritted her teeth and said. Yu Tao sat on the sofa, watching the two sisters fighting, and for a moment he couldn't tell who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. But then again, the pretty rich woman was taking advantage of my misfortune before, so why is she helping me now? Oh, I finally figured it out. This is the classic tactic of giving a slap in the face and then giving a sweet date. Look, I almost forgot that the current situation is entirely due to her. Mom one. Hit me. Yu Tao stood up, straightened his back, and said with a look of dissatisfaction, If I frown, I am not your son. The two sisters were stunned at the same time, especially the scheming wealthy woman, who looked at the little bad boy with confused and helpless eyes, even a little unbelievable. Okay, one. Fei, you heard it too, right? It was this brat who asked for it. Chu Li sneered. Dot. Then go ahead. The rich woman let go of her best friend's wrist. She decided to fulfill the little scoundrel's wish, and also her own wish. As long as he and she were not mother and son, all problems would be solved. Well? No. You don't want to stop the fight? This is totally different from what I thought. Yu Tao was almost dumbfounded. The slap was a real slap, but the dates were low quality and moldy. Not only were they not sweet, but they also made him sick. Seeing his ferocious mother walking towards him with a feather duster in her hand, Yu Tao was not a fool. He would not sit there obediently to be beaten. He quickly stood up and started playing the game of Qin Wong circling the pillar with his mother. Come on one. If you have the guts, go ahead and fight. Yu Tao hid behind the rich woman, gently holding her waist with both hands, and threatened his mother. Do you dare to do it? If you dare, it's better to kill me. Compared to Chu Li's rage, the rich woman who was used as a shield by the little villain was so angry that she was shaking all over. This damn stinky man. It would be fine if he didn't protect me, but he actually used me as a shield. Stinky boy one. How dare you use your Aunt Zheng as a shield? Fei, please go quickly. I must kill him today. As a result, in a flash, Yu Tao hugged his mother's best friend tightly in his arms to prevent her from slipping away without noticing. For a time, the two sisters were completely confused. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Are you comfortable hugging your aunt? Chapter 49. Are you comfortable hugging your aunt? Chu Li, who was already confused, Zhang Feifei, the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman, felt an indescribable numbness at this moment. Although she was a little dazed by this sudden situation, when her mature and plump body was tightly held in his arms and she felt his incomparable strength, her heart, which had been lonely for more than 30 years, suddenly melted. Little bad guy, don't hold me so tight, I can hardly breathe. Although she thought so in her heart, her body was exceptionally obedient. She snuggled in the little rascal's arms without moving, with a faint blush on both sides of her cheeks. This strong physique and full sense of security made her, a young, urban woman, somewhat addicted and unable to extricate herself. Oops. You little bastard. What are you doing? Chu Li woke up from her shock and shouted angrily. Let go of your Aunt Zheng quickly. Your Aunt Zheng is a married woman now. How can you be so shameless? While talking, she tried to pull her best friend out of her son's arms, but found that she couldn't pull her out no matter how hard she tried. You bastard. You want to piss me off to death? don't you? Chu was almost going crazy, and she yelled at Yu Tao. However, Chu misunderstood her own son. He did not hold her son forcibly, but the pretty rich woman wanted to stay in his arms. So when Chu pulled her, Zhang Feifei resisted desperately to prevent her best friend from pulling her out of the arms of the little bad boy. Oops. Sister, why are you so anxious? Just let him hold you for a while longer. The pretty rich woman grumbled in her heart and was quite dissatisfied with her bestie's behavior, but she didn't dare to reveal her inner thoughts. After all, she was the biological mother of the little bad boy, and she had obtained the marriage certificate with the little bad boy without telling her. The key point was that she and the little bad boy were still in an unclear relationship. Truce 1. Sign a ceasefire agreement, otherwise I will hold you until dawn, said Yu Tao. You still dare to threaten me? Chu glared at her son fiercely and said angrily, let go of your Aunt Zhang quickly, or I will stop giving you pocket money. Fine. Annie gives it to you. Keep holding me. The rich woman bit her lips lightly and secretly complained in her heart. Seeing that her bastard son was holding her tightly and refused to let go, Chu was almost anxious. Fortunately, Yu Tao did not go too far. Before his mother was about to explode on the spot, he silently let go of the pretty rich woman in his arms. The moment the little rascal let go of her, the rich woman felt an unprecedented sense of loss, as if she had lost the only support in her life. Okay. I already know I was wrong. Yu Tao curled his lips and admitted his mistake obediently. I won't dare to do it again next time. There will be a next time? Chu asked with her eyes wide open. No. Have you guys finished eating? Or should I start cleaning up? Yu Tao shrank his head and asked cautiously. Hurry up and clean up one. Chu rolled her eyes at him fiercely, pulled her best friend to the sofa, tightly grasped the rich woman's hand, and said apologetically, Fei, Chung was just joking with you just now. You must not take it seriously. It's fine. I don't mind. Zhang Feifei glanced at the little rascal who was cleaning the table, then turned to her best friend and said gently, if it was another man, I would definitely not want to be hugged by him. But Yu Tao is different. He is my nephew. I don't mind. That won't work either. After all, you have a husband. You don't mind, but your husband does. Chu shook her head and said earnestly, I know you treat Chung very well, but that was in the past. But now there is a gap. I don't want my brother-in-law to have a problem with me because of Chung, and I don't want you and your husband to fall into conflict because of Chung. Zhang Feifei pursed her lips and nodded silently without saying anything. Then she looked towards the kitchen, watching the little rascal washing dishes in front of the sink, and asked softly, Sister, your son is actually very good. He can cook, do housework, and is also a super academic master. Speaking of which, then she looked at her best friend and whispered softly, actually, you are reluctant to leave Yu Tao, right? Well, what's the point of being reluctant? You'll eventually marry another woman and have children. It doesn't matter. I still have you. Chu took Zhang Feifei's arm and said softly, we agreed to be sisters for life. In the past, the rich woman would have agreed without hesitation, but at this moment, she hesitated. She glanced at the little rascal in the kitchen from the corner of her eyes, bit her lips lightly, and murmured, yes, sisters for life. In the following time, the two sisters chatted about family matters on the sofa, and Yu Tao quickly washed the dishes, quietly walked into his bedroom, and never came out again. The rich woman was chatting with her best friend absent-mindedly, her mind completely on her best friend's son. However, her thoughts were soon responded to by someone. The phone in her pocket rang, and she took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from the little bad guy. She glanced at her best friend beside her, deliberately turned around to face her, and quickly opened WeChat to read the content. Yu Tao, what time will you be back? Zhang Feifei, I'm not going back. I'll stay at your house tonight. Brother-in-law? Chu asked with a smile. The rich woman raised her head and replied in a coquettish voice, he's not your son. Chu rolled her eyes and angrily asked, when did you start to learn bad things? The pretty, mature, wealthy woman pursed her lips, smiled slightly, stepped forward, took her friend's arm, and muttered, if I tell you that my husband is your son, sister, do you believe it? As soon as the voice fell, Chu flicked his forehead. You're already talking nonsense after drinking one bottle, Chu said with a gruff smile. I'll go get you some pajamas, then take a shower and go to bed. By the way, what do you want to eat tomorrow morning? I'll make it for you. As long as it's made by you, I love it. The rich woman replied. Dead girl. Okay, I'll do it myself. Chu stood up and walked into her bedroom, leaving the rich woman in the living room. Seeing that her best friend had finally left, Zhang Feifei took out her cell phone and started chatting with the little rascal on WeChat across the door. Zhang Feifei, why are you silent? Don't you welcome me? Zhang Feifei, then I'll leave? The rich woman pouted and looked towards the bedroom. Little bad guy, if you don't let me live here, I will take a taxi home immediately. I don't want it. No one can stop it then. Not even your mother, I say. This time, received a reply from the little rascal. Yutao, we warmly welcome Aunt Zheng to stay at the burrow. So perfunctory. You can tell at first glance that it's not sincere. The pretty rich woman rolled her eyes. Just when she didn't know what to say, an idea suddenly struck her mind. Her hands involuntarily edited a message and sent it out in a daze. Zhang Feifei, you little rascal, is my body soft? Is it comfortable to hold me? When she came to her senses, her heart trembled violently and her scalp almost went numb. Oops. What a stupid thing I did. How could you send this content to him? Withdraw. Withdraw now. But it's too late. Yutao, fat buttocks, thin waist, and super smooth. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Go Find My Little Man. Chapter 50 Go Find My Little Man. When the pretty rich woman saw the message sent by her best friend's son, her cheeks turned red instantly, and the feeling of shame flickered in her heart like a candle flame, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You little pervert. You are a nerd, but you are just a scoundrel. Facing Tao's slightly teasing words, Zhang Feifei was not angry with him. Instead, it was like a key that opened the strongest shackles in her heart, followed by endless loneliness and shyness. But then again, I seem to like him quite a bit. The way he is, that mean and naughty look, makes me unable to extricate myself. The rich woman bit her lip, picked up her phone, quickly edited the content, and then sent it out without hesitation. Zhang Feifei, you little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Feifei, don't say these nonsense anymore, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. At the end, he also sent a fierce expression. The rich woman tightly grasped her cell phone, her eyes involuntarily looking towards the bedroom, and then she couldn't help but glance at her best friend's room. Suddenly, a complex emotion ran through her whole body. It was difficult to describe the feeling in words. In short, she was nervous, scared, and ashamed. But at the same time, there was a hint of excitement. This is different from the feeling of being alone at home. At the house of a best friend who is as close as a sister, I secretly chat with my best friend's son about big butts and thin waists behind my best friend's back. This sneaky, intense feeling is really addictive. I just feel particularly sorry for my best friend. Just as the pretty rich woman was daydreaming, the door of the little rascal's room suddenly opened, and Yutao walked out of the bedroom. The two looked at each other in the silent living room. Compared to someone's heartlessness, the pretty rich woman turned her head slightly and dared not look into his eyes again. Yo yo yo. The rich woman was actually shy. It was obviously you who started it. I was just answering truthfully. After spending the past few days together, Yutao has somewhat seen through the woman in front of him. Her so-called coldness is just a disguise for her burning loneliness in her heart. No wonder Aunt Song Chin said that a small body like yours can't handle it. When you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. Of course, women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. Sometimes you think you understand women, but in fact you have only understood part of them. There is still a large part that you don't understand, so you still need to be cautious. It's never wrong to be careful. Where's my mother? Yutao came out of the kitchen, biting into a sweet and crispy Fuji apple, and asked softly, why is it gone? She's in the bedroom. The rich woman still tilted her head and didn't look him in the eyes. Would you like an apple? Yutao sat next to the rich woman and asked casually. Zhang Feifei frowned and glanced at him secretly from the corner of her eye. Looking at this calm-looking little rascal, she was very confused. I was almost dying of embarrassment about what happened just now, but how come he acted like nothing happened and even asked me if I wanted to eat an apple? Oh, that's right. What is there to be ashamed of, you little rascal? Zhang Feifei curled her lips and murmured, why are you suddenly so rude? You asked. I answered truthfully. If you want to be a gangster, you should be the first one to be a gangster. I will just follow you and be a gangster. Yutao shrugged and answered seriously. I. The pretty rich woman was speechless and tried her best to refute something, but she didn't know where to start. In a hurry, she stood up suddenly and stepped hard on the instep of the little rascal. In an instant, the pain as severe as hitting his toe swept through his body, and Yutao couldn't help but gasp. It hurts you so much, one. Zhang Feifei looked at the little scoundrel's grinning face. Although she felt a little distressed, she felt more of a sense of relief. Just at this moment, Chuli came out of the bedroom holding her pajamas and said to her bestie, Feifei, I found your pajamas. Go take a shower first. The rich woman took the pajamas brought by her best friend and walked into the bathroom silently, leaving the mother and son still in the living room. What are you doing here? Chuli looked at her son and asked unhappily. Eat an apple. Yutao bit his lipstick Fuji and answered incoherently. Go back to your room and eat. Don't hang around in front of me. I get upset when I see you. Chuli rolled her eyes and said angrily. After all, she is his biological mother, and that is why she is so fierce. Yutao has long been accustomed to it. In fact, he admires his mother very much. Just think about it. During those most difficult days, she was able to survive, which proves how great maternal love is. The night is quiet. At this time, Yutao was sitting in front of the computer working, designing a systematic method to solve the imperfect source problem in quantum communication. For him, passing the doctoral re-examination is a must. Once passed, he will have to race against time, because in this field, there are thousands of research teams. The way to stand out in the fierce competition is naturally to produce beautiful articles to conquer all peers. Counting and counting. The thoughts in my brain were suddenly disconnected from scientific research, and what came to my mind was the plump body of a pretty, mature, and wealthy woman. Especially after hugging her at night, it aroused endless fantasies. Calm one. You need to calm down. Yutao patted his cheeks, trying to force himself to wake up, but those thoughts would not go away, as if they were branded in his mind. Well, don't blame me for not being a human being, blame my aunt for being too charming. Yutao slumped in the chair, looking up at the ceiling, feeling helpless and distressed. Although they were all heading for the pinnacle of life, his own path was so different. Others used their talents and courage to create their own future, but I was clinging to the thighs of a rich woman, and the key was that I was a little greedy for her body. Just then, the phone beside me vibrated. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from the pretty rich woman. Zhang Feifei, is the little rascal asleep? Yutao, not yet. Zhang Feifei, your mother is asleep, but I can't sleep. Can you come to your room and sit for a while? Can you chat with me? Yutao, the door is not locked. Come in. In the next room, after seeing the little rascal's reply, Zhang Feifei carefully sat up. When her feet landed on the edge of the bed, she couldn't help but look back at her best friend beside her. The rich woman bit her lips tightly and clenched the corner of her pajamas with both hands. The shame deep in her heart made her unable to face her best friend, and every breath she took seemed to be swallowing her own shame. Hesitated for a long time. The rich woman gently pushed her best friend and said cautiously, Sister, I'm going to find my little man. Well, Chuli, zzz. Although the best friend did not wake up and it was just her subconscious response, in the eyes of the rich woman, it was a golden ticket to immunity from death. After the rich woman quietly got out of bed, she tiptoed out of her best friend's bedroom, came to the second bedroom next door, raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Open the door. It's me. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. Don't move. Let Aunt hold you for a while. Chapter 51. Don't move. Let Aunt hold you for a while. Zhang Feifei stood at the door of the little scoundrel's room. She was so nervous that she almost suffocated. Every time she inhaled, she was swallowing the fear in the air, and every time she exhaled, she was soothing the shame in her heart. The inexplicable feeling of cheating almost made this pretty, mature, and wealthy woman collapse. Bah, bah, bah. What kind of messed up affair? He and I haven't developed any feelings for each other yet. I'm just too lonely and want to find someone to chat with. If I have to give a conclusion right now, the word tryst may be more appropriate. Wait, that's not right. A tryst is not appropriate either. It's only appropriate for men and women who love each other, and we can't even talk about love between him and me. Just as the rich woman was daydreaming, the door to the second bedroom slowly opened. Yutao looked at the young and mature woman in front of him and said with a smile, Are you here? Here I come. The rich woman curled her lips and whispered softly, Let me in quickly. Stop chatting at the door. Yutao welcomed his mother's best friend into the room, and then casually asked, Do you want to chat on the bed or on the chair? Zhang Feifei was stunned for a moment, and a faint blush appeared on both sides of her cheeks. She bit her plump red lips and said angrily, Why are you becoming more and more outrageous, you little rascal? Don't you want to chat? You can't just stand and chat. Yutao looked at her innocently. Stop looking at me pitifully and pretending to be ignorant. How can I not know your little thoughts? Zhang Feifei glared at him fiercely, then looked around the little rascal's bedroom and found it was quite simple. Apart from the wardrobe, big bed, and computer desk, there was basically nothing else. Are you working? The rich woman saw that the computer screen was on, and there was some manuscript paper on the computer desk, so she asked softly. It can actually be considered work. I'm trying to figure out a way to solve the problem of source imperfections in quantum communication. I plan to design a new systematic approach to actively control the properties of photon information carriers. Yu Tao pursed his lips and said leisurely, You won't understand even if I tell you, so forget it. Snort. You are the smartest. The rich woman really didn't understand these things, but she was very unconvinced. She quietly sat down on the edge of the bed and said to the little rascal who was still standing, You continue to work. I will stay here for a while. She had said before that she wanted to chat for a while, but now she suddenly changed her mind. Facing this unpredictable rich woman, Yu Tao was full of doubts, but he didn't think much about it. He went back to the computer desk, picked up the black pen, and calculated a formula on the manuscript paper. At the same time, the rich woman looked at him quietly, watching the little rascal writing quickly at his desk. Her bright eyes gradually became blurred, and an indescribable emotion flashed between her brows. This was the first time she saw Yu Tao serious. She had to say that a serious man was so handsome. The key point was that he was already very handsome, and now he was even more handsome to her heart. What to do? I like him, or is there some other reason? Zhang Feifei is still unsure of her inner thoughts. At least she doesn't dare to give an answer yet. But sometimes many involuntary thoughts and impulses have completely surpassed the answer itself. In fact, the answer is not important. Every once in a while, I would unconsciously want to send him a message. When chatting with him, I would always smile unconsciously. I don't know when it started that I only wanted to share my life with him. When I am with him, my whole body feels comfortable. There is also a most direct manifestation. Recently, I have been worrying about gains and losses more and more frequently. The rich woman pursed her lips and looked at the little scoundrel's back, his serious and focused look, with her lips slightly opened. But the words lingered for a long time before she swallowed them back silently. Little bad guy. Well, will you ever leave me? Then let's see if Auntie will chase me away. Yu Tao turned around and looked at the pretty rich woman sitting behind him and smiled gently. I finally found a rich woman who can feed and clothe me, so I don't want to leave. As long as you don't chase me away, I will stay by your side, just like a dogskin plaster. Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth curved up as she said angrily, Then you should be more obedient in the future. With the way you are being naughty now, it will be hard for me not to kick you out. As soon as the voice fell, as thin as a mosquito, he whispered to himself, If only it had happened earlier. The rich woman thought the little scoundrel didn't hear it, but Yu Tao actually heard it clearly. He wrote down the calculation formula on the manuscript paper and replied softly, I think everything is just right. I happened to be there when you needed me the most, not too early or too late. If it was earlier or later, the ending might not be like this. In an instant, Zhang Feifei's heart trembled suddenly, as if a certain heartstring was touched. She raised her head and stared at his back. Her misty eyes seemed to want to read more information from his subtle movements. Her plump red lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, shy yet tender. Just right. It seems to be just right. Next week. It should be on Wednesday. You don't have to pick me up from work. I'll give you a day off. The rich woman said softly, I have something to do and need to go back to my parents' house. Oh. New. Yu Tao responded casually. This time, the pretty, mature, wealthy woman stood up silently and said softly, I'm going back. I suddenly feel a little sleepy. Yu Tao nodded and continued to calculate a formula. When Zhang Feifei walked to the door and raised her hand to hold the door handle, she couldn't help but look back again. Her misty eyes revealed a bit of desire and impulse. Little bad guy. How? Come here quickly. Although he didn't know what kind of elixir the rich woman was selling, Yu Tao still stood up obediently and walked towards the door, only stopping in front of the rich woman. As a result, at this time, the pretty, mature, and wealthy woman suddenly pounced on him, snuggled tightly in his arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, and pressed her rosy and hot cheeks against his chest. It all happened too suddenly, and Yu Tao didn't have time to react at all. He was hugged by someone in a daze. At this moment, the time seemed to be pressed down to seconds, and everything around them fell silent, with only the heavy breathing and rapid heartbeats of each other. Even though there was thick pajamas between them, he could still feel the fullness and protrusions underneath. especially the unique fragrance of a mature woman that came to his nose, making Yu Tao a little intoxicated. Don't move one. Let Annie hold you for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. Your son is very strong. I am very satisfied.